Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Lawsplaining the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. And with me today in studio, on a couch, is Drexel.
Hello, everybody. I'm back on the casting couch. Wait, hold on. I'm not in the frame.
No.
Yeah, you are.
Am I?
You're up there.
Oh, I was looking at this delayed thing.
You can't look at the delayed thing.
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
you can, but here, I can maybe... Look, I'll do a very sophisticated zoom out.
Look at that.
Literally.
Oh,
Yeah, see, I can see Drexel, but I can't. I see only half of your face, Nick. So
Oh, I can
that's
fix
good,
that.
actually.
Yeah, that's something.
Yeah.
Is that better for you, Ty?
Well, hold on. Yeah.
Okay.
It's adequate. So,
Oh,
All right.
Ty, we got a show for you, man. We got some things.
And of course,
Oh,
with
boy.
us remotely, respecting social distancing, but in a slaggered outfit. What is this?
Yep.
No suit and tie for Ty Beard today.
Well, I had to roll the sleeves up and go to work this afternoon, so I apologize.
That's
I'll try to do better, Nick. I wouldn't want you to think I disrespect you.
yeah. I can't think of how else to characterize it other than disrespect. Really, I mean, there's
Yeah.
no possible other interpretation. So.
Mediocre respect, maybe.
Just a moderate amount of respect.
Yeah. Average respect or something.
Okay.
Well,
Perfect. Okay. So yeah, we have Ty. Ty is not echoing. Oh,
Was he echoing? I didn't hear
am I
an echo.
echoing?
hold
It
on.
may be the battery operated mask that I have. The Rayovac may have died or something. I don't know.
Here, just a second, because don't say anything for a second, Ty. Is Ty echoing? No, not picking you up. Now, give me some words, Ty.
Hello, Nick. Nice
Oh,
to
yeah,
be on
you
your
are.
show.
Oh yeah.
You're echoing on our end. Oh, you know what? I know why it is.
Oh.
We're closer than normal to the speakers.
Oh, because we gotta.
Hold on. We have a very sophisticated setup here. There's plenty of cord room.
Oh, right. Y'all aren't wearing headphones.
Right. And
All right. How about now?
So,
I can fix this. I can fix this.
Oh damn.
what would the show be without these kinds of issues?
Right? Do you know who Ty looks like right now, Nick? He looks like Abby's father.
Looks like Dr. Satan.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
all right. Enough of that. I've had all the masking I can take.
Yeah, get that thing off. That's terrible. Why would you do that?
Yeah. That's okay. Well, of course I got the mask. Shut up.
Oh, look at that beard. So, Ty, was there ever a time that you didn't have a beard, being that your name is Ty Beard? Once you could grow a beard, you always had a beard, right? Oh wait, he might.
He can't hear you.
Oh yeah, I got
Yeah,
it.
I can hear you now.
Okay.
I managed to actually make a square knot out of my earbuds and my mask. Not sure how that happened.
Yeah, so Ty, once you could grow a beard at whatever age, did you ever not have a beard because your name is Ty Beard?
I did not have a beard. Well, I had a beard before I went to law school and during law school. And when I got out, my stepfather, who I worked with, he was an insurance guy, but I officed with him. He wore my ass out about the beard, and he was very persistent, being a very good sales guy. And finally, I shaved the beard just out of, if I shave the beard, will you shut up kind of stuff.
Nice.
And my daughters saw a picture of me in law school when I still had the beard, and they were like, "Dad, you got to grow the beard back." And I was like, "Oh, okay." And so I did.
Nice.
And it's stayed on his face ever since.
Yeah,
A plague upon humanity.
Well, covering as much of my face as possible, which is a good thing for everybody, I think.
So we've got a bunch of.
We have my official Beard and Harris cup. I don't know do you have your Beard and Harris cup, Nick?
I think you said you'd send me one and then made yourself
no,
into a
I
liar.
never said I'd send you one. I said I'd give you one and came up, but no, I don't.
No, I don't think I have one.
These are without a doubt the most badass coffee cups you'll ever do. Don picked out the cup, and of course I did the design, and they're great. We give them away to clients, We've had to reorder several cases of them over the last couple of years. So
Damn.
anyway, they're very good. Yeah, these are mighty coffee cups.
I like it.
I'll have to snag one, but I will actually steal it from your office. That's what I'll do.
Okay. Well,
I don't take handouts, so.
Well, I took over the gigantic office in the suite again.
Okay.
So yeah, I had.
That's good.
Yeah. Well, it's an office.
I think every time I've come to your office, you have just moved into a different office room.
I hope it's always bigger too.
Actually, I had two very large offices. I've actually had big offices like since I've been practicing law. But when we moved up to the floor we're on in our building now, the big office in that suite was already occupied. I wasn't going to throw somebody out, so I just took the little smallish corner office. But we restructured everything, so now I got the big giant office. I guess that means something.
Ty, I see people asking the question in the chat. I'm sure a lot of people want to know what is the Vic update, because I know you had a little news for tonight for everybody out there.
Yeah, basically we're
Echo is back.
Yeah, that's what I'm working on.
Oh,
yeah. The 3 of the 4 briefs are already filed. The 4th will be filed anytime now. I mean, it's I've already given final approval on the 4th. So, you know how lawyers are; they'll sit and polish until
until the last minute.
Well, everybody's a perfectionist on the team, and so Although Nick, you'll like this. I found myself in basically a living hell for lawyers like you and I. I had a whole bunch of law review lawyers arguing about citation form. And I finally said, look, y'all are the law review people. Work this out or I just flip a coin.
Right. Yeah. Just do the thing, please.
Well, I found that my management style is actually quite effective. I make my intervention so unpleasant, irrational, and unpredictable that nobody really wants Mr. Beard involved. And so that forces them to work shit out.
You know, it always was in the back of my mind. Do you know who Ty looks like?
Who's that?
Oh God,
our man H. He's an older version.
I mean, a little bit.
You can see it in the face, right?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
Don't worry, it's not a bad thing.
So this guy looks like Sean Connery, then, right?
Yeah. Clearly.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, sure.
But anyway, to be clear to the audience, since I don't think some people are getting it, 3 of them have already been filed, and the 4th one is being filed. So it's basically done at this point, and it's not, it's being filed by one of your associates.
Yeah, the Fort Worth gang are responsible for filing. So
there you go.
John is right. He does look like Al Jones too, though. Alex Jones, I would say.
We're letting the youngest lawyer do the filing in hopes that the older guys won't screw it up.
That's actually a good plan. So, guys, the review of the documents will come not tonight. We're not going to go through the documents tonight with Ty on the show, with Drexel on the show. That seems a little bit not like it would be the best idea. But I will be going through them once they are publicly available, which will probably be that might actually have to wait till Monday. It depends on how the appeals court filing system, when it has them show up. So
yeah, we've gotten hold on. Gosh, I think they're all filed. Hold on.
We got live updates.
Looks to me like there's the STIR reply to Real and Toy. There's the STIR reply to Funimation. There is the no, they had to refile. There was a glitch, and they refiled the STIR reply.
Okay.
And then we've got the response to Real and Toy's opening brief. So yeah, all we've got left is Jamie Markey's the response to her. And
well, there you go. So we'll be going through those. That's going to be a lot of shows next week, I'm guessing. So if you are looking for going through those documents when they're available, I will start, and then we'll be checking them out and seeing what they look like.
You'll notice a different writing style.
Maybe you'll notice a different writing style.
Well, that's true.
But
Well, but because Jim wasn't involved in this round. Mike and I basically did the drafting, and Mike's writing style is very similar to mine. So, and we're very different writers than Jim. Jim's a very talented writer, but his style is just different.
Sure.
You know.
Well, we have, so we're not going to, like I said, we're not going to focus on the, what? What?
I thought you were going to bring up something that I keep seeing people saying in the chat about the scene that Ty is unaware of.
I am gonna. We've got a couple things to do.
What is this, set tie? Oh, of course it is.
Not set tie up. What are you talking about?
It is. It actually is.
Yeah, I was gonna say, silly me. By the way,
but
my cool new thing.
What is
This
that?
is a quarterback.
Yep. For war games, you put your rules and stuff in here. Key rules and button when you're refereeing. I think that is the height of nerddom myself.
Yeah, that's
I just got that today.
Bam brace of nerdity.
Yeah, I think so. Well, one has to keep up appearances.
So I want to be clear to the audience. We're not gonna be talking about Vic or that situation. That's not why Ty's on here. Incidentally, it's just the same night that the filings are being done, and they're at this point the ones they're largely out of Ty's hands. And so we're on here just to have fun and talk about all sorts of stuff. Ty, have you heard of
this is
a video
not a
game?
Pocket Protector stream. Damn you.
Ty, have you heard of a video game called The Last of Us 2?
No.
Well, it's the sequel to The Last of Us 1. Shocking. I know. Brace yourself. And it's a sequel that is 7 years in the making. And it just released like yesterday or something like that. Was it yesterday?
Yesterday.
Yeah, so it just released yesterday. This is one of the most anticipated releases in video gaming in the past couple years.
Yeah, quite a while.
It's a lot of hype around it, and but there's also a lot of controversy going on because and guys, there's going to be spoilers, some mild spoilers. Although if you were here yesterday, there probably won't be anything new for you as far as the plot goes. But spoiler, there's a chick in this game named Abby, and I say chick with the definition of man. Being
I can't. I can't.
Okay.
And so, do we have to show him the original video first?
We do. Because, okay, so here's the thing. If Ty just sees the remix,
Yeah.
I don't think it'll be like, it'll just seem too weird. He needs
context, Rackets. I need context.
Context.
I figured we got to do it.
So let's build him up first.
Oh, God.
So he knows.
Actually talked myself into this. Okay.
So
great.
I'm going to, I've got trigger warning. You will be uncomfortable.
No.
This is
on
not
your stream. Gosh.
This is not just you. Lots of the reviews talk about how visually disturbing this game can be.
Yeah.
And that
and they went for like full brutality and bleakness.
Yeah, brutality.
Oh.
It's a post-apocalyptic world, and there are people in very traumatic situations. So especially the one you're going to see tonight.
Yeah. Okay.
So I just wanted to warn you and everybody else that there is some stuff going on. So first, I gotta find real quick. Stop laughing. What is wrong with you?
Because I know Ty, and I know he's not prepared. I know the face he's gonna make and go, "What did I just watch?" Look at Ron.
No, we're not. We're not.
It's hard to breathe.
Hold on. We gotta get to the part. We're just gonna go straight to this spot right here.
Okay, like right before the
should I
argument.
drink half this bottle? By the way, I'm oh boy. Here we go.
You should drink
all right, so here it is.
All of the bottle. Hold on, I'm gonna share my screen with you,
How will
Ty.
I see this?
I'm gonna share the screen with you. So stream should see it in your window. I think that's the easiest way to get everybody on board here. So just give me a second.
So I click on me.
Yes.
Which I just did.
No. You'll click on me. So I'm gonna present a.
I see people say Ty froze. Did he?
Just for a second.
Oh,
he'll be back. So.
All right, here we go.
Okay, so you can you can see this, right?
Yep.
Okay. Pay no attention.
He doesn't want to.
Don't look at any words on the screen. Doesn't matter.
I'm not.
Okay.
So very serious scene at some point in the game.
I'm honoring the process, Nick.
Okay, so the pigtailed chick is Abby.
Chick?
Listen.
That's a chick?
I mean,
I like where this is going.
Don't let the shoulders deceive you.
Or that face.
And the other this stone-faced killer here is named Owen.
No, wait, hold on. What's his real name?
But okay, the background context is the writer and director of this game is a guy named Neil Cuckman. And Druckmann. I say it wrong every time. It's Neil Druckmann. And this character Owen is what we call a self-insert. Are you familiar with the term?
No, but I mean the name implies that he's like a Mary Sue, I guess a Gary Sue.
No, he wrote himself into the story.
Yeah, Owen is Neil. So this guy that you're looking at, that is the creator of the game,
right?
For all intents and purposes,
he's basically put himself in as a side character.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's important to remember. Yeah. All right. So here we go.
Boy.
Okay. Wait a minute. Where's the volume?
Oh, yeah. You're going to need the sound because...
I couldn't hear it.
I couldn't either.
I saw subtitles, but I didn't hear anything.
Why wouldn't it?
No sound.
Shows
it should. Sound. I mean, that should be playing sound on our end too. So give me a minute.
That was weird.
Let me find a more appropriate clip because this one must have been muted.
It could be that, yeah.
The clip shows.
Yeah, because it's muted for us even without the presenting. Yeah. So something's weird's going on. Give me just a second.
Every time I see that face. Oh man.
I've had a lot of years developing that face.
Oh man.
That's the one we were
By the way, what are y'all drinking?
We've got Grape Crush.
Oh God, I've got Grey Goose and orange juice. So take that.
That's the one from yesterday, right? Like this is the one that.
I think we had a different one. I bet it got taken down.
You think so?
One guy said in the stream send Ty a link to the video and we will watch the horror spread across his face without actually hearing the video. Could do that.
Well, I gotta find one that's not muted. That's the thing here. That's the problem.
How did they end up muting it though?
I don't know.
Is it on YouTube? Well, yeah, because what you sent me was on YouTube.
Yeah, I mean, we just pulled it off of YouTube yesterday.
What about that one?
What would be?
What's up, everyone?
No.
Oh God, that's gonna be annoying.
Yeah, if he's commentating,
he doesn't even have it. Yeah,
no.
Bounding in.
Oh, what? Oh, that sucks. If they if they pulled this down,
but I can check my history.
From the ridicule, and whatever the other reactions.
Yeah, all the backlash and.
Here we go.
Oh, okay. We might get lucky on this one.
Oh, here's the one we used yesterday. Perfect.
Is okay.
Okay, I'm ready.
Let's make sure we can hear him. Let's make sure we can hear him talk.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, how do I do that?
Okay.
Oh God, yes.
It's ma'am. We just start this one from the beginning.
Yeah. Okay, so Ty, this is we don't know context in terms of other than this is a serious point in the game. You're playing as Abby, aka it's ma'am, and here we are in a cutscene in the game. And here it goes.
Yeah, I wonder.
That is a Police Academy reference.
Actually,
right?
yeah, I'm gonna do this. So, Ty, how do you want me to send you this link? Let's do it. I can put this up on stream, and we can also have Ty watch it and see his face.
Oh yeah. Reaction.
Okay.
There's nothing quite like a Ty beard reaction shot.
I know how to. I can send it to you in this Google Meet window here. Just a second.
Oh, this is gonna be great.
It's possible it might work.
Yeah, there's a
You're
chat.
how to get to it. Hold on. Who's out of the way?
Oh, the Joel in one.
Okay.
Macho Man Abby Savage.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh,
okay.
man.
It came up. Do I click?
Okay. So yeah, just click on that, and then I'll go back to
Well,
bring
shit,
Ty
it
back
disappeared.
on screen.
Hang on. It disappeared. Oh, there it is. Okay.
Wait, hold on.
This is great.
I gotta pull this up on our end. This is wizardry, y'all. Getting this to work for me is actually kind of a chore. So, but it's worth every moment in the end.
Chat, before I push this button, I want to thank all of you who tried to warn me away.
There is no getting away from this.
My family will thank you. Okay, Nick.
Don't let them see what's happening.
They'll be scarred.
No. Tell me when.
Hold on, I'm almost there. Almost there.
Say when.
This is high art.
This
shit is Ty. You're about to literally witness digital art and like excellent writing. Like some of the best writing I've seen. Nick, have you seen writing this good in any video game you've ever played?
No.
Because I haven't. And I played a lot of games. I've never seen writing like this.
I've never played any games, but never seen writing like this either. Okay, are we ready? Starting at 0.
Here it is.
Tell me when to click. I haven't clicked yet.
I'll give you a 3, 2, 1, go, and then on go we go. Okay.
On go. No, Nick, I haven't clicked the YouTube link yet. Do I need to go ahead and do that?
Oh yeah, click the link and then just pause it and bring it to 0.
Okay,
Whoa.
got it. It's paused and brought to 0.
Okay.
Tell me when.
All right. 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh yeah, how do I do that? Should I go find the people that killed my family? Cut into them? I could torture them until they're crying, you know?
That's a woman.
It's ma'am. It's ma'am.
Wait for it. Look at those.
Seriously?
Just a shirtless dude.
That's a dude. That's a dude.
Okay. Okay. You can pause it now. There's nothing else important.
You don't want to see anything else after that, man.
Oh, he left. He left the meeting.
Oh!
I think he just clicked the wrong thing.
Yeah, but maybe he didn't.
Highly possible that he's gone forever.
There he is.
Oh, he's back.
Yeah.
It's okay if you want to just leave forever, man. It's okay.
Yeah. It's like, what the? That's a video game?
Yeah.
I thought you were just never forgiving me for what happened.
Nah, I mean, it's what I'm just curious. What is infuriating everybody?
Okay, so basically you have Sony going after, people for everything, right? For censorship. You see what I'm saying? Like you can't have an anime character show be in a bikini, right? But Ty, you just saw what that was, right? That is allowed. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that was allowed, but yet, when guys have, regular hentai, not even hentai, Nick, just regular anime girls, right? Like just regular stuff that, comic book kind of characters,
right.
That's not allowed, right? So now Abby is, it's ma'am. That's clearly not a chick, right?
I'm still not sure that was a female, though.
You saw the chest.
It's
with
not.
the mosquito
Right,
bites.
yeah, okay, good.
Those were
I thought it was just me.
pectorals.
Those are pecs, right? Those are man pecs, right, Ty?
Well, there were also the Yes.
Those are
it
man
sounds like they
pecs.
were attempting to make it ambiguous so they could claim it was whatever they wanted. Man pecs.
Correct. A trans agenda, right? Now, here's the
Who
thing.
would pay money for that?
Oh, you never underestimate the predictability of stupidity. Now, Ty, this is why this is so important. Because here you have a self-insert in Neil Cuckman, right? Pounding Abby from behind. And he was all about making sure that all the female characters were unattractive, right? Because he doesn't want the male gaze, right? He's a male feminist. He's a mangina. So he wants here he is saying women are over-sexualized and blah, 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 right? Yet here he is. That's Neil Cuckman pounding Abby from behind.
And essentially, yeah.
It's basically him pounding.
And in violence that became sexual attraction. Now, is there a more politically incorrect? I mean,
correct.
I
she
think he
did not give consent.
Card.
There was no express consent.
Hey, Ty, did you see any express enthusiastic consent?
I saw no express consent. What I saw was him assaulting her and then kissing her and her submitting to his assault.
Okay. Okay, Ty, I just sent you another link in the chat that I'm going to need you to click on.
Oh, boy.
Uh-oh. That's Ty.
All right.
This one's going to redeem everything that you just witnessed.
Okay.
This one will not autoplay. It should just pop up a nice little video window for you.
Well, hang on. Give me just a second, Nick.
Yeah, no worries.
There it is. Okay. Okay, the last two of us. Oh, I don't even like it on pause. Holy crap.
Yes, you do. Hold on.
I do?
So this is a shout out to J Chizzy DNB. He's a drum and bass producer out in the UK, and he did a little remix for us.
Not all heroes wear capes.
Okay.
He did a remix.
Ladies
and
when to
gentlemen,
hit play because I got it up.
Okay. Be prepared. This is the remix.
You got it up.
Yeah, you're gonna need to crack those knuckles.
Yep.
This is the remix.
All right, I think I've got everything ready, so we're gonna do 3, 2, 1, go.
Neil Cuckman put himself in the game, ramming a tranny.
Yeah.
After getting manhandled first by the tranny.
Yes.
Hey, how you doing? Let me whisper in your ear. Tell you something that you might like to hear. You got a sexy little body and your booty looks soft. Mind if I touch you, see if it's soft.
Yeah, you just plant one on them lips, and then you rip them hips.
Just kiss him and pound him. Naughty dog style.
Give it to me. Give it to me, Neil. Give it to me. Give it to me, Neil.
What?
Imagine being the dude who's editing that.
What's the trouble to actually
and you have to loop that. You just keep seeing Abby's ugly fucking man face. The credits. Pause the credits.
Oh my God! You got okay.
Man, lady, who knows is Abby Cuck Neil.
What? Okay. I'm about to show my lack of correctness and such. But first of all, what straight male would ever want to see any of that? I'm asking the questions that have to be asked. You know?
Yeah.
Only non-virgins. Anyone who doesn't
Drex,
want to see that.
I was gonna say that was the totally submissive initial posture was like hardly Cary Grant or Sean Connery.
I've got to say there's been some discussion over this scene online, and one of the IGN journalists has come out and said that if you have a problem with sex scenes that do not titillate you, then you are definitely a virgin.
No. because the sex scene that doesn't titillate is like watching somebody go to the toilet. Why would you? I mean, you know,
Yeah.
that's wow.
That is.
So you wanted.
I guess you could put that in the
some-
chat, right? And they can just click it.
No, you can't with Google Drive. You can't do that as easily because there's a limit.
Well, my
why
hats
don't we
off
just
to
send
you
that to Naughty
guys. That
Dog
was an
and to Neil?
inspired soundtrack. They
Oh, it was
really should
beautiful.
license that immediately and put it in the video game.
Yeah, clearly.
So
Yeah.
so that's thank you again to
Oh my God.
7 years. People have been waiting for that.
yeah. So
Uh-huh.
guys, that's J Chizzy DNB at Jordan Chirico on Twitter, and yeah, great job, fantastic job. Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
thank you so
for
much.
sending that in.
Jay, you're a
Someone
legend.
someone in the stream says, "Did you see the 4chan with video with compilation of art to the tune of Take On Me?"
Oh.
No, but I think I did, but without the background music. Well, because people have been drawing that quite a bit.
Yeah.
It's.
But no, I'll get the video to that uploaded. I just want to talk to the artist and make sure he's okay with it going up on YouTube or whatever.
Yeah.
So we'll probably put it up on somewhere. I just want to again.
You see that kind of crap in Pong suddenly doesn't look so bad, you know?
So here's his Twitter. You guys can follow him.
This is epic.
I'm throwing it in the chat. So that's Jay Chizzy, and go ahead and check that out. Make sure you give him a follow. We've got the Take On Me. Yeah, we've got to do this. Whoops. Stop.
Oh my God.
That song just pisses me off every time. Okay, should I send you this one too, Ty? I'll send you another one. We'll just do this is the Ty, Nick, and Drex video review.
Oh my God, this shit's
Nick,
great.
I often ask myself what I've done to deserve all these things.
You did
Is that
the right
Twitter-
thing, Ty.
is that
You did the
Twitter-
right
is that
thing.
the Twitter link or the Google Drive link?
It's the Twitter link that I just sent,
Okay.
and you'll have to probably pause it right away.
It's okay. Is it the "and lo, he is on God"?
Yep.
Okay. How do I make it where I can? Oh, let's see it that big. Hold on. Can't hear it. Oh yeah, I can. Okay. All right. Tell me when.
Top Secret says it's Jay Chizzy. Feel free to share the video. Hey, if you want to just DM me that so I can verify that that's actually you, I'd appreciate it. But yeah, we'll put that up. We'll put it up on the Rekieta Media, and I'll link to your Twitter on that right after the show.
Tell me when to hit play.
All right, I'm just making this thing. Okay, here we go. All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay.
Oh.
Lasted 13 seconds.
Oh my God.
Okay, it starts over there. We got to stop it.
Oh shit.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine the Chinese looking at all this kind of stuff and saying, "Oh yeah, I'm terrified of those Americans." Hold on, I got to take a call. I'll stream for a bit.
What's an iPhone?
Right.
Gotta be Ty. He's frozen on our end.
Oh, he might have had to step away to take a call.
Oh, okay. So he froze again. Damn. Yeah, I don't know what to say, chat. The video, Nick and I were over at Walmart getting some groceries for a grill out today and hanging with the kids, and he shows me that, and I lost it, man. I just lost. I'm literally driving. Nick's in the passenger seat, and I'm just losing it. This shit was fire. I mean, that was like next level, man. And Nick, I think this game is going to represent the semi-end of woke culture, at least in video games. The memes are going to come so fast, so furious, so hard.
Yeah.
So bareback, like the way Neil rammed Abby. It's coming. Like, this game is going to just get lambasted, right? And the whole, so now you see the hypocrisy. Sony protects this sorry shit.
Oh, welcome back.
Whoa, he's back.
You're real choppy there, Ty.
There he is.
What can I do about that exactly?
I don't know. Nothing in particular. I guess it could technically be on my.
You want me to sign off?
Yeah, try re-signing in. Just try standing up, Ty. No, I'm just
Hey,
kidding.
look, notice Neil says they have more than double the reviews.
Yeah.
But he doesn't say if they're good. He just says, oh, it's a good thing. Love that passion. With a kiss emoji.
Yeah.
Okay.
What heterosexual man puts a kiss emoji to their fans?
Here's Neil Druckmann or whatever.
It's fucking.
Whoa. Okay, we're weird on the screen, but Ty will be back in a second. Yeah, so, oh man, in just a few hours, we have almost double the number of user reviews for Last of Us Part 2. The first game received in 7 years. Love that passion. No, you don't.
No, you don't.
So, Ty, this game has gotten basically perfect scores from the professional review community.
The shill media.
They're professionals.
Mm-hmm. Is he frozen again?
Yeah, he's frozen.
Why does he keep freezing?
I don't know. It must be internet. I don't. It could.
Of course.
It's impossible to tell if it's on my end or his end. They're getting to Ty. No, Ty.
No.
Live.
They got him. Naughty Dog found him.
If a man dressed as a woman with a golf club comes up, run.
Oh, my God.
Oh, no.
Every time Ty talks, it's like he.
Am
Oh,
I still frozen?
yep, you're still
Oh,
frozen,
you're frozen,
but
but we
and
can
your
hear you.
voice was gone. For, oh,
Bueller?
you're unfrozen briefly.
Sort of.
This is this is
just
kind of
weird.
It's kind of bad. I mean,
Very weird.
I don't know what you're doing.
So, well, I do, Ty, I have a question for you. Legal question. What do you think? I asked Nick about
Tell you
this.
what,
What
let
do
me
you
do
think?
this. Let me sign. Let me log off and I'll restart my system.
Oh yeah, let's try that.
Yeah.
Sounds good. We'll see you in a minute, Ty.
Yeah, you guys are cutting out on me too. Let me do this. Let me restart my system and see if that clears everything up.
All right. See how we're looking for speed. Doing a speed check.
Yeah, hold on.
Yeah, on my phone it's fine.
Wow.
Well, we've got a frozen Ty,
Yep.
and us here. So I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I feel like I had some other stuff to talk about tonight, but I'm losing my brain with this Last of Us 2 stuff.
I lost everything. Everything after witnessing that. That was absurdly disturbing. I think that we kind of salvaged the game with that video, and I think everyone else who's going to mock this dumpster fire of a Naughty Dog game, that's going to be kind of like our, because these are dark times, right? The quarantine, COVID-19, after the George Floyd thing, all the riots.
Why is Ty tolerating this? This is what he sees.
I'm like, oh really? Oh, that's weird.
He should have just told me. I could have.
Wait, what are we doing up there? Are we ninjas?
I am something.
There's something.
Yeah. You're not. It doesn't think you're a people, I guess.
It had me up there as something, and then it disappeared, and they just went to you. White privilege.
Yeah. We gotta do some chats.
So yeah.
Let's do some chats while we get Ty
definitely
back. Don't think I need that as much. Okay. J.S. Lemoyne says, "Hey guys, with the elections just around the corner, I'd just like to sponsor this show with a reminder that I'm running with this erection. I am pro-Nigerians. I even went to the west side of denial. You can read more about my policies at lemonparty.com.
I hate that fucking voice. That is the stupidest voice ever.
It makes me unreasonably happy.
That voice is so stupid, man.
Yeah, I like the Mirror Us. I don't like it. I mean, I said I liked it and then I don't like it. I say I like it, but I actually hate it. And it's not really, I could just maybe just make it go away until Ty comes back because it's weird. It's very strange. But then it's just a blank screen. But that's probably okay.
Yeah.
I don't like the mirror thing.
Yeah.
We'll have to see when Ty comes back what's going on. God, there is just no convenient way to do this without like 10 more
I know,
monitors. Okay. Agrilith says, Drex, so why are we throwing money around?
They made it rain on us?
Yeah.
Oh, God, it's great.
Oh, God, we're thoughts. Drex, smash or pass? Princess from Conan the Destroyer.
Shit. Go to the next chat while I look to see what the hell she looked like. Princess?
Yeah, just type in Princess from Conan the Destroyer.
Okay, I'm on Rotten Tomatoes for no reason at all. Princess.
Hello.
Oh, hey, there's Ty back. Just a second. Let me get you back.
He must be Princess from Conan the Barbarian. Oh, no, it's Conan Destroyer. Yeah, you're right. Okay.
A superior movie, by the way.
Yeah, let me
So smash or pass on Princess.
He looks a little young, bro.
Oh, the young. That's isn't that Olivia Dabo?
Olivia Dabo.
Yeah.
Well, shit.
Yeah, they made her up to be young, but
yeah. Okay, so
young. It's that. Yeah.
Look, now, obviously, I'm assuming she was 18 when she made the movie. She looks, Nick. She looks what age there for real? I mean,
pretty young.
That looks pretty young to me. So long as she's 18. I mean, look, I would smash Anita Sarkeesian, man, any day. Because as you know, I you know how much I love rabid feminists.
Nick, if he says smash, inform him he's a pedo as she's 16 in the movie.
Oh, I just called that, right? I said if she's 18. Yeah, it was a trap. Yeah. She looks. Yeah. I'm not attracted to girls that look like that, man.
Hold on. Yeah. I mean, they portrayed her as young, but I don't think they actually stated her age in the movie.
Okay, yeah. Someone said she was 18, but the character was 14. Yeah, she looked. Yeah. I don't like girls that have that because there's a lot of dudes doing hard time right now. Like Ty, have you ever seen those kind of cases down there where the guy goes, "She looked this age. She says she was this age, and I went for it, and then now they're doing time, right?"
Yeah, actually, I heard about it very recently. A friend of someone that I know very well. Let's see. She was born on January 22nd, 1969. That movie was made when?
Allegedly, she was 16.
84.
The actress was 16 in the movie.
Yeah, because the movie came released in, I think it's 84.
According to the math, yeah, she's 16.
Yeah, okay, yeah. That's an obvious
hard pass.
Hard pass, man.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Takagi Onsai. Oh, go ahead.
That's the problem. That's always been the problem with the "she looked 18" argument. Okay, even if it happens to be absolutely true, it doesn't matter because statutory rape or whatever they're calling those laws now are strict liability offenses. There is no defense. If you do it, you're guilty. It's kind of like speeding. Speeding
unless you're a woman. Unless you're a woman, then you're not. You're not really guilty.
Yes, it's amazing how few of the hot teachers that bang their students wind up actually serving time.
None.
Although I will tell you this: if you are around mothers who have teenage boys, and the subject of a hot teacher who bangs their students comes up, never, ever, ever say, "Yeah, but she's hot."
Yeah.
Yeah. Learn from my mistake.
Yeah, there it is.
Oh, Ty.
Because they will gang tackle you and beat you into the ground about that. I'm sorry, that is a double standard. It is what it is. Okay, the other one's filed, so I guess we're
there. We go with
Nice.
5 minutes to spare. Cheers.
Yep. Yep. No, thank you. Shout out to the team. You guys are awesome.
Ty Beard's team, man.
If we
Beard and
succeed,
Harris,
it'll be largely from their efforts. If we fail, it's pretty much my fault. So,
Yeah. If you succeed, they get to take the credit. If you fail, you get to take the blame.
it's my fault.
Perfect.
Yeah. Well, that's how it is actually. So
No, yeah, that is how it is. That's what that's what it means to be the leader of the company.
Yep.
And the lead on the case. Sakaki Onsai says, idea for a new Nick Rekieta comedy vehicle, Late and Abby.
Oh.
Question for Ty and Nick. Christians following the social justice movement seem like folk following a false Christ, possibly mass deception and false gospel from the Bible. Everything's always mass deception and false gospel from the Bible as far as I'm concerned, so I'm a bad person to ask.
Yeah, my take on that is real simple. You better hope A, God doesn't exist, and B, that there's no hierarchy, that there isn't a hierarchy of sin. Because if there is a hierarchy, I'm pretty sure distorting God's word to satisfy your party friends and a political agenda is going to put you down in the plane of fire with the sodomites. From Dante's Inferno, at least.
With the Neil and Abbeys of the world.
They'll be down there with you. I mean, Neil is clearly down there, man.
You'll be watching Neil and Abby all day, every day, for eternity.
That's your punishment.
And that character, I mean, God, the voice. Should I kill them? I'm going, oh. I think actually
it's so bad.
I think I was just too. I was like going, I don't believe this.
See, Ty, you gotta look at the real guy. When you see the real dude, he's the guy who has like we should be ashamed of being cis straight white males and our portrayal of him. He's that dude. He's the male feminist.
Well, if all of us were like him, if straight white males were largely like him, he'd have a point.
Right?
But yeah,
it's so bad.
No, that's wow. 7 years for that.
For that.
Yeah, and like I said, the reviews, the professional review community, perfect scores almost across the board.
Well, and so by the way, there's your checklist of every shill.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
But the shill
the user reviews are somewhere between a 2 and a 3.5 out of 10, depending on where you go.
Yeah, Brianna was telling me as we were coming back up and restarting, she said that basically this guy, they killed off the main character, and she's actually the one that did him, or something like that.
Abby's the one who kills off one of the big characters from the first one.
Yeah, so this is one of those Ryan Johnson subverting expectations.
It's exactly that. It's the Last Jedi all over again. So Ty, after Last Jedi, I told Nick and I told people I know, I said that's it. I'm done with Star Wars, and I'm a huge Star Wars fan. Done. Never saw Rise of Skywalker. Have no interest in seeing anything that Disney ever produces. And I'm gonna be honest, Nick. Even if someone else bought the property, I think even if they gave it to whoever, I just don't even want the IP anymore. I'm like, no, I'm good. Even if they said no, we're gonna course correct. No, I'm good.
So bad. They've tainted it so bad. And that's the thing, right? I mean, I saw Star Wars when I was 12. All right, so in the theater, and all that kind of stuff. And every kid wanted to be Luke Skywalker.
Yep.
God, why? He's such a chump.
You go. Actually, or Han, right?
Yeah.
Based on who you asked.
I wanted to be Han.
Yeah. I was gonna say.
Oddly enough, though, most of my friends wanted to be Luke.
I wanted to be Jabba.
Because remember, Luke is only like 16 years old in the first Star Wars movie,
Correct.
So he's still a teenager, an annoying teenager. Yet he's obviously got talent even there. So but the point is that Luke Skywalker is the hero of that series, and the first step back was in the awful prequels, where suddenly the whole series starts becoming about the rise and fall of Darth Vader. Well, I don't give a shit about that. But what I found fascinating and telling was the need to not only destroy Luke Skywalker, but humiliate him in the process.
Neil wanted to be Leia.
You know what? Honestly, it wouldn't shock me, man. Why? I tell you, I knew a dude, one dude and only one dude, and he is a part of the alphabet community. But he said his guy in the Batman series was Robin. He's the one and only dude in history who was like this. Like, Robin was my dude. Like, are you serious? Fucking
Are you
Robin?
talking like Robin in the 60s? I mean, like
Well, I'm assuming that's who he's referring to because
Adam West
the
and
Burt
Burt
Young,
Ward, yeah.
Yeah. Robin, right? Like,
No,
I just looked at him.
No,
like,
Burt Young was Paulie in Rocky. And
Oh, is that right? Wait, why did I say
Burt?
Burt Young? Wait,
Burt Ward.
Burt Ward.
Burt
Okay,
Ward.
yeah. Burt
Yeah.
Ward.
But now I'm seeing Burt Young as Robin.
Yeah, right?
Paulie from Rocky.
Would have been better.
Would have been better.
Absolutely.
Hey,
Absolutely.
hey, Bruce, these guys don't look so tough.
Hey, man, when I got to Siberia,
Hey,
man,
Bruce.
shit got real.
Let's bust them up.
Yeah, but just
You
like
know
I
what?
said, when they destroy these legacy characters, like so Ty, if you saw Luke go down in a blaze of glory, or he had to make a great sacrifice, as an audience
Absolutely.
member, you're okay with that. So
yeah, I would regret the death of a major character, but
Correct.
as long as he dies heroically.
yep, well, yeah, with honor and dignity.
Yeah.
What if he just goes after achieving
Yeah.
virtually nothing?
It
Well,
just the way they treated Luke, man. I was done. I was like, I'm done.
Yeah, but you know,
Even
that stuff started a lot earlier than you might think. The first of the Star Trek Next Generation movies had Kirk in it. And Kirk literally dies falling off a bridge.
Yeah,
I mean, for no reason. And, you know, and I'm like, okay, I'm done. I mean,
Yep.
I was not a huge Next Generation fan anyway, because, you know, I got tired of the UN in outer space. But no, to me though, the need to go back and destroy famous popular characters is nothing more than an admission of how pathetic your characters are.
correct.
Because, you know, if any of those other, I mean, they had to kill Han Solo because the minute he steps onto the screen, you know, in The Force Awakens, he completely dominates everything.
Yep.
I mean, the absolute mediocrity of every one of them, except I think John Boyega actually was a pretty good actor. He just had nothing to work with.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah. He was good.
They obviously wrote that role for a white guy, and he somehow got the role because there's no way they would have, you know, making him the, you know, and I think he was very badly used in the
What are you
movie.
doing?
But the rest, you know.
Oh, that's good. Is it all good now? Is everything okay now? So okay, do you need me to come take care of the spider? Okay. I'll have to be back in a minute.
Yeah, while Nick is going
You know.
to handle a spider with
You know, and the thing is,
with three sides.
I tell him this from time to time. He's going to miss these kinds of things one day.
You're right.
My daughters are, I love them to death, and they're adults now, and I would give anything to have those kinds of things just a little bit. You know?
Yeah, a little.
But-
Emphasis on little.
Oh yeah. No, I told Brianna one time. I said I would love to have you back when you were about 3 years old for about a day.
Yep. Yeah. Well, you know what's crazy is you know we had a little grill out over at Nick's in-laws' place, right? And so we're over there, and like you know, you got a couple of like newborn, right? Like we're talking within I don't know, maybe these babies are 2 months old at the max, right? And you look at them, it's like you remember the baby being that small, right? Like, oh my God, they're so tiny. And you miss that. Like just like they're just so tiny. So
Well,
you know, it's just like, oh.
You know, as a father, I've told my girls this for years. As a dad, and you've got a daughter, right? So
Yep.
Yeah. You see your daughter as sort of a composite of every age she's ever been, right?
Yep.
If you're a father. So what that means, practically speaking, is you see her at about half the age that she is.
Yep.
And you really can't do anything about that. That's
Nope.
just sort of the dad thing. And
Well, I had a guy I worked with.
I'm not sure I
told me-
want to, but
Well, right? Well, a guy I work with said that your daughter is always a little girl in your eyes, no matter what age she is. Now, obviously we have an age gap. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, even now, even though my daughter's a mutant-sized kid at age 9, like, so she picks up Nick's wife.
Yeah.
Like just grabs her and just like lifts her up in the air. It's like, Jesus, man, at 9 years old, like this.
But that's still your
genetics. So when I look at her, though, I still see that, like it's always there, right? Like like you said, you have daughters. No matter what age they are, if they whine to you about something, if they roll their eyes at you, and Dad, there's like this part of you that kind of regresses back to that moment and being like, just a little kid.
In my professional life, I work with a lot of successful families, and I work typically for people my parents' age. Now that's starting to change as I've gotten older. But for the most of my career, most of my clients were my parents' age or older. So I've gotten to watch these dynamics, and I can promise you that almost none of my clients cared that much about their sons.
Nope.
the males. But I don't care how old the girls were, to your point.
Yep.
That was their little girl, and they always want to make sure she was going to be all right. That's even true of Nick's grandfather. He was much more concerned about Nick's mom than he was Nick's 2 uncles.
Yep.
I mean, that's just
it's the way it is. Like,
I said, and I remember saying, I said, Lewis, I'm a father of daughters. I get it, man.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing, though. So Ty, you've seen this, right? Whereas with women, the opposite is true. They're overly like interested in what the sons are doing and what if they're okay, more so than the daughter. That's
so ubiquitous. It's got to be some kind of genetic.
Yeah,
I mean, there's got to be some kind of genetic underpinning because that's an almost universal concept.
It's universal.
I got a good buddy. His name is Nigel, and he's one of those guys you'd hate normally because he looks like Denzel Washington. He's a former Marine. He's a Harvard Business School cum laude graduate. I mean, But he was talking one time about his sons. He's got 2 sons and a daughter. And he said his sons were idiots. I said, "How's your daughter?" He goes, "Oh, she's great." I was like,
"Yeah, of course, of course."
Yep. Yeah, even she knows they're idiots. And I'm going, yep.
It's just it's hardwired, Nick. Like you think about and so Ty, one of the things that I always said was when it comes to the element of forgiveness. Oh, the child will forgive the opposite sex parent, right? So if a boy grows up and he winds up in foster care and blah blah blah, has a rougher life, right? He always kind of holds that door open for his mother, even if the mother has mistreated him. Now, with daughters, the flip side is true. The daughter can shun their mother, but always have that little space open for their father to, even if the father's a deadbeat, even if he's just a bad person, he can still re-enter life. Even when he's sick, she can't help it. Like, but he's my dad. I have to help him.
Yeah, no, that's right. I never thought of it like that, but you're absolutely right. It's consistent with my life experience anyway. Because I mean, how many times do you see some giant football player say, "Hi, Mom," on camera, right?
Yep.
I mean, it's this might be better for the Chad Dad thing, but I've always said to young men like my nephew and other young men, the thing you need to bear in mind, son, call him son, is she is someone's daughter, and he will kill you if it comes to that. And he'll sleep like a baby the night he takes your heart out with a switchblade, with a butcher knife. My daughter is engaged to the young man that respectfully came to me and asked me for permission. And guys always do that.
Yep.
I said, "You're going to take care of my little girl, right?" I mean, that's exactly what I said.
Guys, make sure you ask both of their dads. It is 2020.
Right? Oh, man.
Whatever. Then I followed up with okay, you understand you'll say this at your wedding, that you'll promise this to God, but you have promised this to me. Yep. I am nowhere near as forgiving as the Almighty. So, take that.
I'm nowhere near as forgiving as the Old Testament God.
Right.
The Old Testament God.
When it comes to your daughters, that's no joke. I mean, and I think that's why predatory males favor women with daddy issues and with no fathers around. Yep. Because they're good at threat assessment, right?
You can detect it early on. Like the girl with daddy issues, you can it's so obvious,
What are the tells?
There's a way that they respond to the strong male, right? Like they're usually going to be sassier women that have this
and their pickup line is "spit in my mouth."
Okay.
Well, here's the problem.
Thank you, Nick, for Nick. We appreciate your participation in this. Really, we do. But go ahead, Drexel.
So Ty, you've dealt with the feminanuts, right?
Mm-hmm.
You've been around these chicks. Usually, and I tell guys this, the super hardcore feminist chick, they almost always, Nick, have deep-seated daddy issues.
Yeah.
So if you show, so that's why when these women say how much they hate Donald Trump, they really don't. If Donald Trump was in a room,
he's an alpha male.
He's an alpha male. So they would
Trump
immediately submit to Donald Trump, just like that. They would just.
Well, recall Jane Fonda, the great liberal icon of the 70s and 60s. When she marries Ted Turner, she becomes a housewife.
Yep.
We didn't hear shit from her for like 30 years.
Nothing.
Because
and the world was a better place.
Right?
Well, absolutely. I'm not regretting it, but I mean, to the extent that she would even have, public stay, it was always, well, Ted wants to do this, and Ted. I mean, she was the good little wife.
Yep.
I'm at an age where I just don't really care what other people think about this kind of stuff. We're wired a certain way. Men and women are wired a certain way. And okay, you want to tell me that you can overcome your wiring? Okay, fine, whatever. But you're buying yourself a great deal of grief.
Absolutely.
Because the process of overcoming your wiring is going to be difficult if you can possibly. I say it's almost impossible. But here's the thing: life's hard enough as it is. Relationships are hard enough as it is. Mm-hmm. Why on earth would you add that additional baggage to your life?
Yeah, well, I think the baggage is basically combativeness, right? They're combating.
Yeah.
They're combating themselves. They're combating their own biology. They're combating, basically, because our biology dictates, Nick, the societal norms and expectations. So when people say, "No, all women want to have kids," Drex. True, not every single woman does. However, and Ty, I'm sure you've seen this. As women get older, that same woman who talked about, "I don't ever want kids," starts to change their tune at a certain age, don't they?
You remember the scene in My Cousin Vinny, greatest law movie ever, where Marissa Tomei is stomping her feet on the porch going, "My biological clock is ticking."
Yep.
Look, again, I didn't design the human race, okay? So it's not my fault. But we're wired the way we're wired. And for every woman who doesn't want kids, I can give you about 99 to 100 that do.
Yep.
Right? So, so to your point, this one of the great things in these crazy years that we're living in, we've got a whole bunch of really stupid people trying to basically ignore biology, and they are pretending like they can just do that and there'll be no consequences.
Correct.
Guys, there's going to be consequences, terrible ones. And what depresses me is I see, when we do the Chad Dad shows, the number of men who say, "Well, I'm just done. I'm checking out. I'm to hell with this." I know that I've been very fortunate because I'm still married to the woman that I married, 25. Oh shit.
What is that?
Pro tip, guys, remember always how many years you've been married.
Yeah, right.
That's a good one. I gotta give it.
It's a rookie mistake, and you hate to see the pro, make that.
I've got to give a spider update.
Oh
yeah,
So-
yeah. How's the spider?
I never found the spider. Spider's still at large. I'm like, okay, so where was the spider? Oh, it was in the bathroom, but the oldest one down there was going to save the spider and bring it outside or something. I don't know how he was transporting the spider, but that was the idea. But then he dropped it somewhere on the carpet. I'm like, oh, so the spider is downstairs somewhere.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. It's around where you're standing. No, it isn't.
No, it isn't.
So I'm
Yeah,
looking around, and then finally the 5-year-old comes up with the solution. I'm like, so what are we gonna do about this? And the 5-year-old says, maybe it's a friendly spider. And I'm like, yeah, that's what it is.
It's friendly.
It's perfect.
It's very friendly.
And it hasn't bit anybody yet, so I think you guys are fine.
Wow.
But you know what they'll remember? They'll remember there was a horrible spider. I went to Daddy, and he came and dealt with it.
Oh, I got to tell you, when the
And that's
Of course.
when we first
that's
moved
what you
into
want them to remember.
when we first moved into this house, the 5-year-old was 3, and she was having a bad dream, and she was telling me about the golden triangle, and this like evil golden triangle. I don't know, and
That's incredibly sophisticated.
Yeah, right? Yeah. Huh.
she saw it, and she's like, the golden triangle. She's terrified in her bed, just like quivering, and I'm like, what happened? She's like, it left. And I was like, just a minute. So I left, and I walked around the house for a little bit, and I made some ruckus, and then I came back, and she's like, what happened? I was like, what do you think happened? You killed it. I was like, dang right I did.
Oh, that was good thinking. That
Nice.
was good thinking.
Yeah, man.
Remember, I don't know if you remember in Aliens, one of the greatest movies ever made, but you remember there's the scene where Ripley is talking to the little girl, and she says, don't be afraid of these aliens, and she holds up the girl's doll and says, see, she's not afraid. And the little girl looks at Ripley and goes, but Ripley, she's made of plastic. She's not real.
Yeah.
Right? Absolutely, man.
Newt was my favorite character for the longest time.
I like
Not even
Newton
joking.
Hicks. Newton Hicks were my two. There's something about Hicks.
They did Hicks
I
dirty.
like Hick.
Well, he was killed in part 3.
Well,
because he wasn't on
Aliens 3
3.
did.
Yeah.
Aliens 3 didn't happen.
Never happened. Never
It didn't
happened.
happen. That's some
Nope.
Chinese knockoff movie that didn't happen. Well,
Yep, never happened.
it's the great Michael Bain, right? I mean, he is a great unappreciated actor. I mean, he can go from being Hicks to Johnny Ringo in Tombstone.
You know what
You're
happened?
right.
One of the
Alien 3
greatest
was
westerns ever.
Alien 3 was supposed to be a different movie.
I heard.
It
Well,
was.
and they just shoehorned it into an alien film.
When you get some time, Ty, look up. No. It was supposed to be a completely different alien movie, aliens invading Earth. And if you go back and watch, you can find it on YouTube, the teaser trailer for Alien 3. You'll see it was like the aliens logo comes up and it's right over Earth. And it was supposed to be this, and then something happened, like they got just annihilated on funding or something, and they ended up just rewriting it as whatever trash they ended up with.
Man. Yeah, it was
By
awful,
the way,
man.
Nick, if we ever do play Traveler, watch Aliens first. It'll kind of give you the ethic of my Traveler.
I've seen Aliens like 50 times.
Good.
Have you seen it as a disclaimer?
There's a disclaimer on Aliens now.
Yeah, Ty, you might want to check that out, man.
You got to be shitting me. What?
It
You can't
contains
make this up.
old, outdated ways of thinking about people or whatever.
Yeah, about women. It's all about women. Ty, you can't make this up. Wait, what was it on, Nick? What was it on?
How in the
Was it
world
Amazon?
is
What was
Ripley?
it?
No,
not
I think it was some European service or Canadian. It wasn't on Amazon. It was something else.
Oh, you guys are going to love this. So, I managed a judge's reelection campaign here in Tyler some years back, and she's a family, and the family law court was kind of her purview, and so I had Brianna made a video for the campaign, and it was credits as though the campaign were a movie, and so you had like Sean Connery played me, and you had the various things, but at the end, playing the judge was Ripley from Aliens holding Newt, with the rifle as a fire, and then it said, and introducing Pee Wee Herman as our opponent.
Nice.
Yeah. Okay, I know I'm going to be afraid to ask because you probably don't have an answer. What on earth? I mean, Aliens is like an example of how to portray a female character well, a strong female character well.
Yep.
There's some
So is
speculation.
Terminator.
And that's why Ripley wasn't a man. She was a woman. I got you. Protecting a child.
Yep. Well, Ty, the female journey is different. Like like Eastern cultures have always gotten this right, in my opinion, where the male journey, if you notice, Nick, is always he has to overcome a physical obstacle, right? Whether Luke has to overcome Darth Vader and the Emperor and the Empire, like, whereas if you look at the feminine journey, V for Vendetta, I think got that right.
I hated that movie.
Okay, here you go. But anyways, Natalie Portman's
Never saw
character.
it, so I got nothing in this fight.
Well,
It was just too self-indulgent at parts. It's not a bad movie.
I think so. Yeah.
Well,
we don't know what the
I love you and
Wachowskis are.
everything, but you're actually criticizing something else for being self-indulgent.
But Tarantino is the most.
Hey.
I think he's the most self-indulgent director ever. I think Tarantino.
Did he direct V for Vendetta?
No. James McTeague, the Wachowskis' protege.
I agree. It just so
Mrs.
happens that Pulp
Wachowski
Fiction.
to you.
The Wachowski
Thank you.
sisters.
The
yeah.
Wachowski sisters.
Yeah, that's a
I agree,
whole
but Pulp
different story.
Fiction was an intersection of his self-indulgence with our entertainment. But I
Yeah.
agree.
Go look at his movies, Nick. Like when people go like Tarantino's a master, I'm like, I think Tarantino's great. However, if I'm being critical, dude, like a lot of his movies, like you could trim at least a half hour off of and get the
good
same.
Lord. Even in Pulp Fiction, the whole cab ride thing with Bruce Willis was agonizing. All the interaction with him and his wife. Although I will say this: the scene where he blows up on his wife. I told you to get my dad's watch. And she starts crying. And he goes, "Okay, honey, did you enjoy breakfast? Well, I like pan." And she's, when I was in the theater seeing this, we actually, Nick, we saw Pulp Fiction at the end of final exams in law school, second year.
Nice.
Harrison Bullock and I, because I said, let's go see a movie. It looks like it's really good. There's the John Travolta. Remember him? Yeah, this is cool. It's got this scary looking dude. It's Samuel Jackson or something.
Yep.
So we're watching that scene, and Bruce Willis was going, "Well, did you have a good breakfast?" And she's going, "Well, I not, but I like pancakes." And all the married men, in that theater are laughing their asses off. See, Harris and I were both married, and so we're laughing our ass off. Jim was not at that time. Jim's kind of going, "What's so funny?" And I looked at him and I said, "Oh, you'll find out." I'm pretty sure if Jim and I were to watch that movie now, Jim would be howling with laughter just like the rest of us. So I know it's a digression, but
Yeah, man.
But
We have super chats to get back.
Yep.
Real quick.
Oh yeah.
Do we have any theory about why about the aliens thing? That really kind of pisses me off.
There's a line to Vasquez where someone said, "Has anyone ever mistaken you for a man or whatever?"
Yeah,
Yes,
those are outdated views.
Have you
Outdated views now.
Yeah.
Toxic masculinity.
Have you ever been mistaken for a man? That's Hudson, the great lost lamented Bill Paxton.
Yeah.
Have you ever mistaken for a man? She goes, "No." Have you?
Yeah.
I love that character.
That's been some of the theory, but no idea. It's someone. The chat was telling me though. It's the Sky Channel in the UK is the one that put that. Is the one that put the disclaimer up.
Whatever.
Yeah.
It's still a fantastic movie.
Derek Bambanek says, "I petition all charges of late and etc. be dropped, pending having found that the charge was ascertaining if the party of Ty Beard was joining us. I also highly recommend a Fallout New Vegas Twitch stream." Maybe. I never can get through open world games. I always just get sidetracked into making a hammer and killing everybody. Josh Mo says, "Ty looks like Boomer Sub-Zero." I guess.
Okay.
Because he had the mask on. That's
yeah. That's how. Yeah, you're right. He did.
What is Boomer Sub-Zero?
From Mortal Kombat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Sub-Zero was a ninja in Mortal Kombat.
Yeah, the blue ninja. He wore the mask. So yeah.
He's got a mask on.
Okay. Yeah,
Nice.
I accept that. I accept those principles.
Aztec0523 says, "After the lawsuit is over and done with, Nick, Ty, Vic, Drex, and everyone else can get their hands on should sit down for a drunken TTRPG one-shot live stream. It's for the fans." We'll see.
Vic in a role-playing game. That would be interesting.
It would be interesting. Oh, by the way, I've got to talk about I've got to talk about Vic's petition in a minute, so I'll do that in just a second. Airbud says the most badass coffee mug is the EOTech, the thermochromatic mug, which has a profile view of an EOTech optic where the reticle appears when you put hot liquid in it. That's kind of neat.
It's kind of cool, yeah.
Hey, Ty,
you know what? In the next generation of Beard and Harris mugs, that would be cool. Have some kind of cool thing that would light up whenever you put the coffee in.
Ty, what do you know about Fleet Admiral King?
Fleet Admiral King? I mean, I know Ernest King.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yes. What about him?
I was learning about him today. He's my new hero.
Okay, why?
Did you ever hear
Why not?
what his daughter said about him? He was the most even-tempered man in the Navy. He woke up enraged and stayed that way.
Wasn't he CNC of the whole Navy during World War II?
Yes. He's also a 55-year Navy veteran.
Yeah,
Is
let
he
that
still
sink in.
alive?
No. He died in
Okay,
1956. He was born
Okay.
in 1878.
Oh,
So literally, fresh out of high school.
But
you
his-
know what? Then he must have been a real badass, because here's the thing. One of the things that George Marshall did before World War II actually started for the Americans is he went through the military and got rid of all of the old guys. I mean, literally just like, I'm sorry, you're just too old. Here's one of the people he kept, though, George S. Patton.
Yeah.
Patton was significantly older than his contemporaries, because Marshall, although he wanted all the old guys out, he kept the old badasses, and so King must have been one of those if he had survived.
King was old enough to be Patton's dad.
Yeah, dude is old as shit
Yeah,
and hardcore.
Good grief, man. He would have been 62, 63 when World War II started. I mean, well, excuse me, when the Germans bombed Pearl Harbor.
But yeah, I was just reading about him.
Oscar.
Everybody hated him. Pretty much. And he thought himself to be the smartest person of all of the heads of the military, and he regarded the rest of them with disdain.
Yeah.
And
they're probably largely right about that.
They said that Roosevelt famously said he was so tough he shaved with a blowtorch.
I love it.
Okay. If Roosevelt is intimidated by you, that's something.
The problem is he's old enough to not know which Roosevelt that he was talking about, because he would have served in the Navy under both of them.
Right?
But I'm
5-year career.
guessing
though.
it was FDR.
You know, I like him just fine, except he keeps calling me Teddy.
Yeah, right?
Your brother was cooler.
Right?
Well,
Love
he
it.
was.
Yeah, touche.
Yeah, by the way, Teddy Roosevelt as a president was kind of but boy, as just your basic archetype for a man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, hilarious.
If you actually just want to look at, Ty, show me someone to model myself after. Read about Teddy Roosevelt. You'll get there.
Shine Grayman says this is the first AAA game that has accessibility for blind and low vision users to play like a normal human being. The Last of Us 2?
Yeah, I heard something about that.
How do blind and low vision players play The Last of Us 2?
I don't know. I did hear about that though. I guess some.
Oh, yeah, it's bullshit. Basically, what they did is supposedly, when I've designed board games, I've paid attention to this. You can look at different color schemes and that kind of thing to see what's visible to people with poor vision, that kind of stuff. Yeah, but it still sucks. I mean, based on the clips I saw.
That was what I was noticing. I've seen all the reviews say about how beautiful it was, and it
No, there was no beauty in that.
was that. But the graphics it's on the current gen consoles, which are aging. I mean, they're 10 years old.
Almost, yeah. They've been up forever.
I was not impressed.
I have seen scenes that did look very impressive, but that scene with Abby and Neil Cuckman, that didn't. But here's the thing, though. Like most things,
some of the animations, I saw Ellie jumping in one thing, and I was like, that doesn't look that good.
I just think the game. I think the game and the game mechanics, and this is what people were saying, is just dated.
Yeah,
like it was borderline dated in 2013, Nick. Now, remember, I told you, I said, as much as I love the first game, I can openly admit criticism of the game. Like, yeah, gameplay wise, Nick, it is underdeveloped, right?
Yeah.
It is repetition. I said it's a great game experience, not necessarily a great game. It's my same critique of Silent Hill 2. Great game experience, not a great game.
Give it to me, Neil.
Ty, is that going to be your new ringtone, man?
Well, I don't think so. But I used to have Iron Man as my ringtone, and I lost it. I got to get it back, because that whatever the hell it does now. So,
Ryan Ferrier says we can't see Ty, but that is remedied. That was a while back. Phoenix Oram says, "Hey Nick, it's mine and my girl's anniversary tonight. For Ty Beard has
anniversary.
Wait, what?
I said happy anniversary.
Yeah, happy anniversary. It says, for Ty Beard has seen his sister yet. I heard she's good looking. Check your Discord, Nick. Also, what do you think of Chick Mignana? Hold on.
What?
Yeah. Just a second. Check it. Did you?
I got a bad feeling about this.
Have you guys not figured out to? If you want me to see something from the Discord, please DM it to me. But here we go. I found it.
Who is this?
it's Ty's sister.
Oh, someone did
There we go.
I got a bad feeling.
someone
about this.
gender flip Ty.
No, what are you talking about?
Let's check
Share this with you. No. Here we go, Ty. There you go.
Okay.
That's another beard right there.
Clearly. Very clearly.
What is that? I mean, okay.
He's looking at the shirt.
Okay.
There you go.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's a pretty lady, right?
Oh man.
Make it stop. Yeah. Please.
What do you have? Do you have a problem with this?
Yeah, well,
I'm mildly offended.
I think I may have lived too long.
What was
no,
that?
I've long been convinced that I should have been born about 30 years before I was. So,
I know, man.
Yeah.
You know, Ty, I'm not gonna lie. I think I kind of envy certain people who have died before us, Nick. Like our grandparents and stuff that like they didn't have to live to see the shit show that society has become.
Right.
Like, imagine you died in like let's say 1950s or 60s. Like, you didn't see all the SJW nonsense. You didn't have to live to see Abby getting railed by Neil Cuckman. Like, you didn't have to see all the, hatred for basically everything and everybody.
Drexel, I had 3 great uncles, all of whom served. Well, sorry, 4. Well, 3 great uncles that were combat veterans in World War II, and 1 great uncle that was a combat veteran in Korea. Okay. Mm-hmm. And they didn't talk in the family. They didn't talk to each other, and they didn't talk to the family about the war. But for whatever reason, even when I was little, I had an interest in history. They talked to me. Mm-hmm. So I've always considered that one of the greatest things in my life was I got to know these men, and I got to be around them. Yeah, okay, you don't see that every day.
There you go. What do you think of this lady? She's pretty.
Well, I know why Monica and them are jealous now.
Yeah, right?
Very famous
Take
voice
it away,
actor.
Nick. You've made your point. Yeah. What the hell was that?
What?
the hell was that?
That was Victoria Mignogna.
Oh man, Victoria.
Yeah. So as I was saying about these men who were, I can't imagine their reaction to this
Right?
world that we live in, right? I mean, they were country boys who grew up in the Depression, so they overcame that. I mean, like that sucked. They go off to war, they kick the shit out of the bad guys, they come back, and then they build the greatest economic, thing in history and all this kind of stuff. And I just can't imagine going to my Uncle Harold and saying, "Hey, Uncle Harold, have you seen Victoria Mignogna?"
Right?
You'll like this story, Drexel. Nick has heard this. So my Uncle Harold, he was the Korean War veteran. So one day when I was about 17, I guess, I was a senior in high school. I'm at his house, and I'm talking, to my aunt and my cousin and stuff. And he walks by me, and he goes, "Boy, what are you wearing?" I said, "Aramis." He goes, "Aramis, what the hell's that?" I said, "Well, it's a men's cologne, it's very expensive." He goes, So he disappears, and I'm talking to my aunt, and then he goes back to the bedroom, comes back with a box of Old Spice. It says, "Here,
Oh God.
this is what men wear." And I've worn Old Spice ever since.
See, there it is.
You talk about 17 years old. Oh God, I have been weighed, measured, and found wanting.
Yeah, man. But that's really gone anymore now. It's like if your little boy wants to wear a dress, let him wear a dress. If you want to wear skinny jeans, then let him wear skinny jeans. That's the society we live in now. You see what I'm saying? Whereas I'm not like that, but
teach your boys to be men.
Yep.
I mean, my daughters, is funny. They make their young men wear a version of Old Spice.
Mm-hmm.
Now they're, because Old Spice has gotten sophisticated. They got different flavors and stuff, but they don't, in fact, I remember, God, it was about 10 or 15 years ago. I was at the clothing store where I'm buying my suits and stuff, and they had some new cologne come in, and I thought it smelled really good.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, "Well, here, take a bottle. If you like it, keep it, and if you don't, bring it back." And it was obscenely expensive. So I come home with the cologne, and I called Brittany and Brianna. I guess Brianna was probably, 12. Brittany would have been like 5 or 6. I said, "Hey, what do you think about this?" And they're like, "That doesn't smell like you at all."
Yep.
They like Old Spice. I mean, and for many years, once Old Spice started marketing more intelligent, this stopped. But God, for many years, I would go. Certainly, at least this would happen once a week. I'd be in a checkout line at a grocery store, or I'd be somewhere, and some woman would go, "What are you wearing?" And I'd say, "Old Spice." "Oh, my dad used to wear that, or my grandfather used to wear that."
Yep.
I mean, guys, wear Old Spice. Wear the classic original Old Spice.
Yeah, it's harder to find that one. I just got Old Spice Swagger because they had a sale. I was at Walmart, and I was like, the body wash, right? And I was like, it ain't the same. It ain't the same as the original, though.
You guys are misogynistic, hateful monsters. If you want to attract a real woman
like Abby,
you better smear bacon grease on yourself. Smear bacon grease on yourself so you can attract the average American woman.
Who's 170 pounds now.
So let me get this straight. Someone really expects a bunch of guys to pay money to play a video game where you get to bang let's just say, I don't know.
No, you're playing
gender indeterminate character.
You're incorrect, Ty. That's your misogyny showing. It's you are not banging Abby. You are Abby.
Yeah, you play as Abby.
You are getting railed in that scene.
You can't make this up. Yeah, Ty. Yeah.
Okay. Now I see why y'all were setting me up. Okay.
Yeah. So Ty,
I didn't actually clock that particular factoid. Oh shit! Really?
Yeah.
Uncle Harold, I know that you spent 3 years in Korea, putting your life at risk. Aren't you so glad you did? Because
this is what you get.
My Uncle Harold, besides the Old Spice thing, he had another great line that I will never forget. I asked him, actually, I was after law school. The first thing I did after law school is I went to Louisiana and probated my grandmother's estate. She died like the last week I was in law school. So Uncle Harold and I we spent some time together. It was really the last time I saw him because he passed away pretty soon after that. But I said, Uncle Harold, I said, oh, yeah, this is pretty cool. Typical of that generation. That was the time that we had built the Korean War memorial. See, we had never had a national memorial for the Korean War. And he's like, I don't see any point in that. Yeah. Uncle Harold was like, I don't see any point in that. I don't care. I said, Uncle Harold, that's not for you. It's for us. You know, I mean, we need to know about that war. He goes, okay, I don't know, whatever. but I asked, I said, Uncle Harold, how'd you end up in Korea? I mean, you know. And he goes, son, called me son. Son, I was selected by my friends and neighbors to go. He was drafted.
Yeah, you're right.
I said, oh.
The lessons we've learned from Uncle Harold are clear. We now need to make a statue of Owen railing Abby so that our children can learn.
They can.
It's for them.
Now, Uncle Harold, you understand, Uncle Harold thought I was full of shit. He didn't buy that at all. I was proud. I was proud of the deep, pathos that I put in it. Uncle Harold, it's for us. He's like, yeah, fuck this. I don't care.
Yeah. All right, guys.
Whatever, and did it,
It's an obligatory time. I'm going to shill two things right now that are both pretty important to me.
Shill away,
one of them I'm going to quickly mention. I'm not going to spend a ton of time on, but I am going to pull it up for you. Is both of them. These are not going to be long shills for either one. This is the closing minutes here. I think there's about 20 minutes left or something like that for Doug TeNaples' book, Bigfoot Bill 2, Finger of Poseidon. So if you're not interested in it, don't worry about it. If you are looking to get Bigfoot Bill 2, I think, there it is. There it is. It's he's closing it out tonight. So this is your last opportunity to check out Doug's campaign if you are interested in it. And I wanted to make sure and mention it as he is, I believe he's streaming right now.
Nice.
And stuff. And I always wish good success to Doug. So I just want to let people know that it is the last opportunity to pick that up. Now, he's very good people. So the next thing is, of course, Vic's change.org petition to bring Vic to Anime Matsuri. 9,594 people have signed. So I will ask again to go ahead and check out this petition and consider slapping your name down if you haven't. I assume many, if not most of you have, but we are hoping to see over 10,000 signatures. I really think 5 figures sends a powerful message to the anime industry. I know they're already seeing this in the convention circuit, and they are noticing how much people want to see Vic. They're talking about this in their anime, in the anime convention Facebook groups and stuff like that. They see this petition. Seeing it at 5 figures has just a little bit more oomph to it, and I would love to see that happen. And we're getting close. We're getting very close. Just 406 more signatures to go till we break that 10,000 barrier, and that is a huge statement. You don't see.
Yeah, I would consider it a personal favor.
Yeah. And you just don't see 10,000 people asking for any voice actor to go to any show. That's massive. You know what? If
you ever saw Vic you have, obviously, Nick. If you ever watch Vic interact with his fans, you understand. Because he really genuinely cares about each and every one of them. It's extraordinary to watch. I don't have that kind of regard or love for my fellow man.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you guys, I'm sure. I find my fellow man mostly annoying. But Nick will almost make you believe in Santa Claus again. These folks walk up to him, and he really genuinely cares about him. It really is the most extraordinary thing I've ever seen.
You call it extraordinary. I call it disgusting. In the best way.
A rose by any other name. You say potato.
It's a skill that I don't have. He remembers people and connects with them very quick.
Nick, it's genuine, right?
That's the difference.
That that's the devastating. I mean, that's why he's so damn popular, right? Is because he's genuine. Most people can sniff bullshit out a mile away.
Definitely.
And that's been my experience. That, the insincerity at least. And
go ahead, Ty. Something just popped in my head that happened to Nick and I as we went through the McDonald's drive-through. I want to get your take on it. The story. The newest Me Too.
I think I'm done. I mean, my point was simple. Vic is genuine.
Yeah, I've actually heard that from Nick about Vic with his fans, and that's why it was such a shock when other people were basically Me Tooing him, because people were like, Vic loves his fans.
Yeah, but you notice his fan. Yeah, but the thing is, you notice the fans didn't Me Too him at all. It was his coworkers.
Well, yeah. I was gonna say the Monica, the Jamie and Monica thing, but there were a couple of other stories,
people
right?
Are totally inadequate compared to him.
The other I mean, I don't know what other stories there are, because there are things on the internet that people have said randomly that can't be verified, and when you start tracking them down, you start to find someone saying, "Hey, wait a minute, I remember when this happened, and you were happy about that," and they're like, "Well, now I remember it differently."
Yeah, Ty, what do you think about that from a legal perspective? What do you think about retracted consent?
That's bullshit, and the law is very clear. You don't get to do that.
and yet they are, though.
I mean, the law is always. Nick and I were talking about this. Remember, we were talking this a few days ago. The law has always been very skeptical of ex post facto laws. In other words, I changed my mind after the fact, and I'm going to now retroactively make you liable. The law has always said absolutely not. I mean, that's one of the very basic underpinnings of Anglo-Saxon law. And yes, I'm sorry, but our legal system, the best in the world, is based on the Anglo-Saxon legal system. It's basic elements of fairness, right? You don't get to decide after the fact that there's an old joke, I'm going to say that. Anyway, I think it's bullshit. I'm disturbed mightily by people being prosecuted for sexual assaults that purportedly occurred 20 years ago.
It just happened to that 70s show actor. Did you hear about that?
Yeah, Danny Masterson. Yeah.
What do you think about that?
I have no idea if he raped those women or not. But the reason we have statutes of limitation is so that things can get prosecuted in a reasonable amount of time and people can move on. And statutes of limitation are not short. They're 4-6 years, that kind of thing. This ridiculous thing of changing the law so that the statutes of limitations are now 25, 30 years are, my God, unlimited.
Mm-hmm.
Right, which is, it's crazy because, first of all, them doing it on sexual assault and rape is a pander move. It's not a legally sound move. They're already difficult to prosecute.
Yeah. Well, that's their little secret, right? Any kind of rational trial. How are you going to make the beyond a reasonable doubt standard, which is our standard for criminal prosecutions?
Right.
How are you going to get there on a 20-year-old assault, which for 20 years you didn't say anything about?
Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying it didn't happen. I have no idea. I wasn't there. But if I'm on a jury, I'm charged with determining beyond a reasonable doubt that this happened. And right out of the chute, I'm going, well, if you didn't say anything about it for 20 years, there's my reasonable doubt.
Yep. Well, Ty, what do you think about the timing of allegations, right?
Oh, yeah.
Because that's what matters, right? Like, it's not just you waited 20 years. It's, Kavanaugh's about to be nominated to the Supreme Court. Now you show up. This guy that you hadn't heard of ever, guess what, Ty? He's now a famous multimillionaire, right? Now you show up with these allegations. It's like, wait a minute, where was this? The timing is always curious.
There were don't you think, though, Drex, there were significant negotiations before those criminal charges were filed? Pay me off and I'll go away.
Yep. Well, Ty, you know what's funny? A lot of times, have you noticed that these women are falsely accusing guys first on social media, right, to smear you in the public eye, right? And then more importantly, they're usually going to civil court, not criminal court.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Because you're trying to get paid. You're not trying to seek justice. You're trying to get paid. You know, I've been to court, and, you know, I was trying to seek justice. And these people are like, yeah, women are protected class. They let you know that real quick. Real quick.
You know what? Okay, so I'm going to offer you guys a little bit of hope on that. Here in Smith County, you know, we're very, you know, I've always said ground zero of the Bible Belt actually is on the steeple of my church, right? You know, the crosshairs. We're you know, you don't want to commit a crime here because outside of maybe Collin County, which is where Plano and Frisco are in Texas, we're arch conservative and all this kind of thing. But we've had a generational shift where a lot of our old judges have retired or gone away, and we've got this new crop of young judges coming up. And I got to say, for the most part, they're really good. And I'm not pandering to them. I mean, they really are. And that deep systemic bias against men isn't flying with them, believe it or not.
I don't believe it.
Well, I know, and based on your experience, I don't blame you. But I've seen, you know, Carrie does a fair amount of family law on it, so I've you know, observed and sat in. These young male judges are like, no, sorry, father's got absolute equal rights. So for whatever it's worth, if you're fighting over kids with your wife, you want to have a young male judge.
Really?
Yeah, I
Maybe.
believe it. Yeah. Well,
It may be a Texas thing, man. I'm just telling you, Minnesota.
Yeah.
Nick, what are women granted custody in the state of Minnesota? It's something insane.
It's like 80 to 85%.
Sure.
I'm surprised it's that low, to be honest.
That was only after we decided that it was equal.
Yeah.
That men and women would be regarded
Yeah,
equally.
Yeah, because before that, it was almost unanimous, right? It was almost 100%. Like it was literally in the 90 to 95. Ty, it was a guaranteed you lost as a dude.
Listen, I had a cousin, tragic situation. He's like my little brother. He got divorced and got into you know, obviously a knife fight with the ex. And, you know, I went down there for moral support. I mean, I'm not licensed to practice in Louisiana, but I went down there for moral support. We walk in, there's a 75-year-old judge there. And I said, man, we need to cut a deal. And of course he had a lawyer, you know, who, of course, assured him they were going to win. I'm going, I don't know about this.
Nope.
And, gee, you'll never guess what happened. Yeah. Your worst nightmare, if you're a male, isn't the female judge. It's the old male judge. Because they're the ones that will absolutely bend over backwards. Yeah, the judges whose campaign I represented, the thing I liked about her was, you know, she wasn't perfect. I mean, she was, you know, she had her issues, but she was a very good, generally speaking, she's a good person, good judge. But she had no patience for the little princesses when they walked into her courtroom.
Really?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That is the shock of all shocks.
In Smith County, Texas. And of course, you know, she was reviled by a lot of folks because of that. But no,
she's someone. Ty Mama Bear says Louisiana sides with women 90%.
I'm like you, Drexel. I'm surprised it's that low.
I'm telling you, Ty. It is almost like it's literally like a cheat code. Like so being a woman, in America is like going into a football game and the refs are wearing the jerseys of your opponent. You're gonna like, imagine that, Nick. Imagine like, you know, you're the New England Patriots, right? And you line up and you're playing against the Philadelphia Eagles, and the refs are in Eagles gear. You'd be like, you'd
still win.
You hope,
so it's like an actual game in Philadelphia.
Yeah, right. But Ty, you know what I'm saying, right? Like when you, because here's the thing. Can you beat a team when the refs are 100% on the other side? It is possible, not probable, right?
Right.
It can happen.
My advice to anybody involved with the legal system is this: you know, use the same philosophy you use in Las Vegas. The house always wins. Never bet against the house. In the law, same thing. It shouldn't be that way, but it is. You know, and the thing is, Drexel and Nick, we are aberrations by statistically. We actually care about our kids, right? I mean, with men, that is not historically, that has not been as prevalent. So the historical bias towards women back in the day made a certain amount of practical sense. The problem is everything's changed now. The rules have changed. Women have changed.
But they're not women. They're just masculine. They're masculine females. I wouldn't call them women.
You're right.
By and large.
Well, when I started practicing law 25 years ago, I knew various family lawyers. I didn't do family law, but I knew various ones. And I'll never forget, I asked a family lawyer friend of mine in the late 90s, okay, what percentage of divorces are filed by men versus women? He said, 75% men, 80% men. I said, okay. 1997-ish, 98, whatever. Today, I'm told by the family law bar practitioners that something like 75 or 80% of divorces are now filed by women.
Yep. Well, because who benefits from the divorce in no fault divorce? It's women. Yeah. They're gonna win. Mm-hmm. So and there's the thing. If the man cheats, right? And they talk about, there's no fault divorce, right? If the man messes up, or if he doesn't mess up, guess what? She wins. If she messes up, she can have an affair, she can have children by other men while you are married to her. She still wins. It's an automatic win, Nick. It's automatic. I always imagine, I was like, if I were a woman, it's literally like playing on recruit difficulty in a video game. The game is designed for me to win every time. And it's like, how can women complain about it? Nick, that's what bothers me. How can a modern Western woman, especially if she's white and attractive, how can you complain about literally anything? You have no obstacles in life. None.
Ooh, Mr. Cotter, I can answer that question.
Oh my God.
Really? You bashed me on my Rayovac batteries, and now we're gonna bash me on that. What have I done to make you treat me so disrespectful?
Use Rayovac batteries.
Well, okay, fair enough. Drexel, the reason they complain is that those advantages and all that kind of stuff, that isn't actually what they want.
Of course.
And you know this. I mean,
it's a shit test.
Look, most men live vicariously through you. So you get this, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
They have deluded themselves into thinking that they want all these things that, guess what, they don't actually want.
Correct.
Liberated women have been, and again, I'm a troglodyte. Liberated women have been some of the most miserable women I've ever met in my life. I mean, miserable from a, and it's almost like you want to say, listen, would you just give in to biology and see how it goes? You'll be a whole lot happier.
Yep. They won't listen.
Oh God.
Down with the patriarchy. And I just go, Ty, that's why I don't feel any guilt or remorse in being horrible. I really don't.
As I said, I live vicariously through you. When I watch that, I go, if I weren't married and I didn't have a family and all this kind of stuff, God, I'd love to be that guy. Because you see it clearly. You see it clearly.
I see it, man. Ty, I kid you not. I've told Nick this. I've told the chat this on numerous occasions, Ty. Numerous. I have told women to go the right way, right? The righteous path, sure. Right?
And they didn't listen.
They will, Nick, they want to be
They
thoughts.
always choose the ball. They never choose the sword.
Right? The old Shogun assassin. Well, Ty, look, let's back up for a second to piggyback on what you said, right? Let's talk about what women's liberation has done. Let's say in terms of in all actuality, right?
It's liberated men. Mostly.
Yeah, it did. Feminism imprisoned women. So now they are on more antidepressants than any point in human history. More anti-anxiety medication any point in human history. Go ahead. They Ty, they want to be, when we say, hey, cover up, dress respectfully. What do they want to do? They want the slut walk, right?
Yeah.
When you give women the ability to dress the way they want to dress, do they dress more conservatively or more like an Instagram thought? You think about it. When you tell women, women, we can't tell them what they can and can't do anymore, right? So men have no authority over women. So now what women do is they go like this: you can't tell me how to dress. So what do they dress like? They dress like whores, right?
What we would like them to dress like.
Yeah. But then they suffer. They suffer the consequences.
The irony, right?
Yeah, but Ty, they suffer the consequences, right? Why do men objectify me? Because you objectify yourself.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Like if you dress the way we told you to dress, guess what? You would find a more quality man if you fell in line. They don't want to. They want to go out there and look. Hey, Ty, I've seen women who are career women, right?
Yeah.
And I kid you not, I've seen women
I can only imagine that is an absolute happy hunting ground.
Oh, Ty, they're great.
I mean, it must be.
They're great because their life sucks. You know what the best part is? They try to convince you that it doesn't. It does. Yeah. Ty, they try to convince the world that their life is great. So here's what they say. They use, because these women aren't women anymore, right? They're just men with vaginas. So what they say is, look, Ty, I'm a great catch for all men. You know what? Look, I have a great career. My career is fucking awesome. I got my own place. And guys sit back like this, Ty. Because we don't care, right?
No.
But you're 30. But you're 33, right? You're 38. You're 44. Guess what, ladies? We don't fucking care about your career. We don't care about your education. We don't care.
Care about one thing.
That's right.
Is she hot?
Is she hot? That's it. Yeah. Ty. Here's the thing.
Listen,
hot alone gets her foot in the door. You see what I'm saying? A woman's level of attraction.
Because she sent feet pics.
Does she got an OnlyFans?
Look, you brought up feet.
Well, once again, Nick, we appreciate your participation in this. We really do.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Wait, where's that shirt?
This is a shirt. I've been meaning to show it. This was sent to me by Carol Bigansky. I'm probably pronouncing your name wrong, but
I've never heard that name before. Right?
This was suggested on a show to be a shirt, and I was like, "There's no way Teespring would let me sell this shirt."
Oh, okay. Let's
not
check
a
it out.
chance. And but one of their relatives owns a shirt maker. So
I got a client that's got like a shirt making.
Struggle snuggle.
It says struggle snuggle.
Look at that.
So we have a struggle snuggle shirt, apparently. So thank you. Thank
incredible.
you, Carol.
That completely disrupted what I was going to say. So
that's my job.
Carry on. Well, no,
That's
it's my channel is kicking in. Actually, yeah.
We got to get into. We got some chat.
We got super chat.
Are we gonna watch Lionheart tonight?
I think so. It's
or Thundering Mantis.
I wanted Lionheart. I wanted Lady Rackets to watch, but she has something to do at 9 a.m. She said, right?
Yeah.
Which is lame.
So Lionheart over Thundering Mantis.
I mean, I really want her to watch a Van Damme movie.
But Lionheart has Sean Connery, doesn't it?
No.
Stop it.
Oh no, I'm sorry. That's Lion in the Winter.
Oh yeah. Lionheart is
They're basically the same movie, though.
Okay.
Lionheart is Jean-Claude Van
We were
Damme.
talking about something that mattered before he showed up. I'm just saying.
Oh man.
So wait. So are we gonna wait for her to do Lionheart?
I remember. Drexel, you'll like.
What do you got?
I'm curious as to your response on this. So, Nick will back this up. When you're a lawyer, okay,
don't call me Nickelback.
well, but Nick, this is true, right? When you're a lawyer, basically, everybody you know at some point, all your friends are going to come to you at some point and say, "So, what happens if I get a divorce?"
Yeah.
Yep.
And of course, to the male friends, I always go, "Well, what's her name?" And they go, "Well, your girlfriend. What's your girlfriend's name?" And they want to know why I knew that and all that kind of stuff. But over the years, I've had any number of wives come to me and ask me that question. And what I say to them is, "Look, you need to understand something. Typically, these women are in their early 40s. That would be the your husband has a job. He's a nice enough guy. There's a whole universe of women in their early 30s with 2 kids and an ex. And at the end of the day, what's going to happen is his girlfriends are going to keep getting younger and younger, and you're going to be by yourself.
That's right.
Would you agree? Would you think that I am accurately assessing the environment for them?
You are so accurate because all they do, Ty, is they just get used. So they become cougars, right? And they think that because remember, they're whatever I said to you, modern women aren't women. They are just men with
they bought
vaginas.
into all the bullshit. So yeah.
So they bought into the feminist lie. So what ends up happening is a woman who's in her 40s, if she's retained enough of her looks, women can always get attention from men, Nick, and sex from men. And Ty, this. It's relationships and marriage that they're not getting. That woman who's in her 40s who divorces her good husband, yeah, she can get dudes to send thirst traps on her phone talking about you look so gorgeous. He was stupid to not treat you right. They can get sex from young men.
Look, ladies,
which is ironic because that's what young men want and not what women want.
Correct. No, because what women think, women conflate, and I've seen this in my own eyes. Women in general conflate men's sexual attention, right, with their relationship viability. And so just because a guy wants to smash you does not mean he wants to date you or marry you.
One of my old coworkers, when I worked at Wells Fargo, before Wells Fargo, he worked at Aldo, the shoe store.
Yep.
And he was a great salesman. You know why? All he'd ever say, he was young, skinny, relatively attractive guy, or whatever. He'd just say, "You look hot in those boots," no matter what. Selling women $200 boots all day.
It's easy. They have no women have no self-esteem. Yeah, none.
But I'm throwing out the warning to the women, like that male attraction that you're getting. That's not.
No.
That's easy for us.
It's easy. It's easy.
That's our favorite currency, to just go, "You look good." And
you look great.
Real simple.
Oh my God, Ty. Do you know I had 5 different guys tell me I was hot today, and guys are kind of like. Most dudes don't walk around with women telling them you look fucking stunning. Right. It doesn't work the other way around.
I mean, you guys don't.
Yeah, right, Nick. Yeah.
Oh, and who is that? That's foul. What? Jason Poopies. Hey, a PS5 is a PS5. Ty, have you seen these memes of the PS5 secured? Have you seen that?
No, I have not.
There's dudes going to some lengths to get a PS5 from geriatric broads, man.
Oh my God.
They're doing all sorts of things.
Just type
They're
in
eating
PS5.
groceries. Yeah, type in PS5 secured.
What happened to male self-respect?
They took that respect and they are respecting some old ladies.
They are respecting some chicks collecting Social Security, deep diving. With no scuba gear to secure that PS5.
A funny thing is, I have a group of friends that for nearly 25 years, we get together every month. These are my best friends, their wives, their families, and so we always get together. Well, the wives would always get me drunk because, I would tend to speak the truth when I had had enough to drink. And I will never forget one of my crowning moments of awesome. I'm going to brag. So we're sitting here, we're talking, and one of the wives says, so-and-so, her husband, he married me because he respected my mind. And I went, exactly. I did not have a friend to say, oh, I went, She goes, "What do you mean?" I said, "Well, okay, so first of all, I was his best man, so, let us stipulate that I kind of know." "Nah, he married you because you were hot."
That's it. That's it.
And so, of course, she's sitting there trying to figure out if she's been insulted. Well, one of the other wives goes,
"Compliment."
"Well, that may be so, but my husband," I said, "I was his best man too." "No, it's pretty much all about hot."
Nope.
My own lovely bride says, "Well, but honey, we were," I said, "No, honey, it's pretty much because you were smoking hot."
Yeah, that's right.
And so now understand, my buddies have left the room. Right. They know when these conversations happens, they get the hell out, because I've got friends who are all quiet guys. Right. They're great guys, but they don't talk a lot. So I'm sitting here, I've got like five wives, and I'm outnumbered. And I finally got tired of that shit. And I said, "Look, ladies, we all married the hottest women we could. Now, you have to decide if you're insulted or not, but I'm just laying the truth on you. And so they're sitting there kind of going, they couldn't figure out if I had insulted them, which I hadn't. I just told them the truth.
The truth.
And so they're sitting there going, well, but I mean, we used to talk about it. Didn't matter. It didn't matter. We're very, ladies, if any women are watching this, we are very, very simple, direct creatures.
So
absolutely.
Simple.
Genderism.
That's right. And I love it.
I'm just telling you how it is.
It assumes that women aren't watching the show. Rude.
Yeah, it's primarily men.
But Drexel,
how do you know?
Me, I mean,
you skirt check them all?
Does that comport?
Maybe. Wait, say it again, Ty.
Does that comport with your experience, though? Right? I mean,
100%. So now, Ty, I will say this though.
I never even looked at Lady Rackets before I married her.
You didn't?
Not once.
So why did you get someone who looked like Lizzo? Because Lizzo has a better personality than Lady Rackets.
Rude.
Do you know why?
Why?
Because she has to. Because she looks like Lizzo. Because, hey, Ty, every fat, ugly chick has to have a great personality. They have to. Because being a bitch as a fat, unattractive woman, wow, your life is going to really be lonely.
You talk about a double loser.
Nick, they have to be. Tall. Here's another thing, Ty. Tall women have to be very, very nice and very sweet because they have a smaller dating pool. See what I'm saying?
Really?
Think about it. Let me ask you this: when you were in high school, did you see, whether it be in law practice, in general, are extremely tall women generally sweeter or raging C-word?
Now remember, I'm a lot older than you guys. When I was come to think, no, actually, the tall girls were nicer.
You know what it is, right? Doesn't it make sense?
Well, now I do. I hadn't thought about it before, but
because shorter guys are intimidated by the tall women.
Well, here's the thing.
So they don't even approach them.
They don't approach them. So the tall woman does not get that many approaches because think about it. Women's hypergamy means that she has to date someone. Because it's ma'am. So Ty, a woman who is love me. a woman who is let's say she plays on the volleyball team, right? She's 6 foot. She's not gonna date a guy who's 5'8". More than likely. You see what I'm saying? And I know there's gonna be that guy in the comment section.
Right now, when I was in high school, I'd have dated a good looking girl who's 6 foot tall. But
it doesn't happen. Think about it. When you
I would have in high school, but in college I found out.
Yeah, but here's the thing. So Ty, men and women are polar opposites, right? So everything that women value, we don't, and vice versa. So I tell women this. I explained this to women once. I said, ladies, instead of just stomping your feet.
It came out like Barry White, right?
What's that?
Well, when you explain, ladies.
Sorry. Ty, I try to help women. The women that really want the help, I tell them, I said, look, I will say things that you may not like, but if you listen to me, you'll win. You'll win every time. When you are 18 years old and you will officially hit the open market, if you do exactly what I tell you, you're going to win in the long term. You will lose in the short term. I tell them this, Ty. I say, you will lose in the short term. You're not going to have as much fun as your thought friends, right? The ones who are going out there, getting drinks, getting flown out, getting ran through, right? Yeah, it's not going to be so great. But guess what? When you wind up being 38 years old, and guess what happens to the woman who settled down with a great guy between 18 and 22, Ty? When they're in their 30s and 40s, what are they doing? The ones who settled down.
Enjoying the good life.
Enjoying the good life. They're sitting there going like this. Most of them, look at Lady Rackets, didn't have to work. So you can have a retirement plan at age 18. Let that sink in, women. You can be retired at age 18 and never have to go on a job and deal with all that. Just deal with the people that you actually love and care about, Nick. Your family. And you win. You win.
Within a year of getting out of law school, my wife quit work.
Yep.
And she is handling. And the thing is, so when I got out of law school, I floated my own way. I did not have rich parents or any kind of stuff. I should have picked better. But anyway, you know, my wife worked while I was in law school. And of course, when I got out of law school, she continued to work. And I'll never forget this. I was talking to one of my wealthy clients, self-made businessman clients.
Yep.
And I'm like, yeah. And we're, you know, when you handle people's personal affairs, you really become one of the great things about what I do for a living is I become sort of a surrogate best friend for a lot of very powerful,
correct,
successful people, because I'm not their employee, right? I'm their advisor. And so, but anyway, so we're sitting here talking, and I said, you know, my wife is, you know, she's wanting to quit work, and I don't know if we can afford that, because, you know, at that time I wasn't making a whole lot of money, because I hung a shingle out of law school. Much like Nick, I never worked for anyone, and that's not actually how you're supposed to be able to do it.
No.
No.
Would not recommend. I mean, would, but wouldn't.
Well, yeah, unless you're just batshit crazy like we are. So anyway, but I'll never forget what this guy said, and he's a great guy. He goes, Ty, he said, let her quit work. And I said, well, that's easy to say. He said, no. You won't miss her salary. Just trust me on this. And, you know, you got a guy that you know, is you know, worth 8 figures, who is, you know, oh, okay. So I go home, and I said to my lovely, I get home and I said, honey, quit work. And she's like, really? I said, yeah. He was right. Because our whole household then became about me being successful in my job, right? I didn't have to come home every day and hear about her job. Okay, and it's not that her job didn't have value, but the fact of the matter is, I was going to be the wage earner of the family. That was the bet we made when I went to law school, right? And so everything just kind of fell in. So guys, find a way to let your lady stay at home. And what I remember most about that was, you know, we were in a Sunday school class, and our church is a very affluent church, and da-da-da-da. And we're in that class, and my wife was one of 3 women out of, I don't know, 40 or so who got to stay home.
Yep. I bet she looked better and was happier than the rest, right?
They were the elite of that class, right? All the other women, not, you know, I mean, you know, you'd expect, oh my God, they'd have been disparaged by no. All they were, oh my God, I wish I could do that too.
That's right.
You know,
women don't want to work, man. They really don't.
Well, I mean, yeah, C.S. Lewis.
Who does?
Yeah. Men have to.
Well, we do, because we define ourselves by our work.
That's right.
But you know, C.S. Lewis made a great point. One of the most brilliant thinkers ever. But one thing that sticks in my head, he says, look, if you don't think there's any difference between men and women, assume that your dog bites the child next door, and you have to go over and make amends. Who do you want to talk to, the wife or the husband?
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, you know.
Yep.
So yeah. But you see, that 1950 style marriage that Nick has, that I have, that a few other fortunate people have, it's how it's supposed to be. And I'm sorry if people are offended by that. I didn't set our genetics up. But I'm just telling you, it's just so. All I have to do is fight the outside world. Yep. I go out and I do my job. And I can't imagine the living hell that men must have who have to come home and fight when they get home.
Yep.
I would do it. I mean,
yep.
Yeah.
Well, Ty, they a lot of women, they won't listen. I tell them, because, you know, a lot of them, it's too late, right? Like most women who come to me asking for advice, Ty, I have told numerous women right to their face, I go, it's too late for you. And they kind of have this stunned face like, I'm like, okay, if you're a single mom, it's too late. If you are over the age of, I would say, you know, depending on, you know, where you live, I would say after 25, too late. It's over. If you're a woman, we're talking about if you're a woman. If you want the life that you really desire, After the age of 25, ladies, it's over. You're a single mom, it's over. If you are overweight, it's over. Trying to think of like the things that just, if you have a high body count, it's over.
Ironically, all that feminist bullshit.
Yeah. If you drank the Kool-Aid, right?
That leads you to be a divorcee at 25.
That's correct.
Look, if you're 25 and you're a heifer, I'm sorry. I mean, I know that's unkind. I'm just saying. You're competing with it's all about competition. There is an absolute army of women in their late 20s and early 30s. Yeah,
there is. And well, here's the thing, Ty, when you mention those divorcees in their late 30s, early 40s, mid 40s, right? Now I've noticed this because Nick, you and I have talked about this.
Never.
When you are a man or a woman, never. When you're a man or a woman,
please let me out of this.
Ty, the dating market ended the day you were off the market.
I can't read the chat because sometimes someone says it was over for Muhammad's wife at age 9. No.
That's savage. But okay, yeah. But Ty, you know this, right? The moment you settled down with your wife, and not even in marriage, just when you started dating her seriously, right? And you started in the back of your mind, you were basically assessing, is she the one I'm going to say yes to, right? The man, it takes a while for the man to really know, right? But so when you were seriously dating the woman who became your wife, your time stopped for you at that point in terms of the dating market, right? So if I say, hey, Ty, tell me what the dating market is like right now, you'd be like this, I don't know, because you haven't been on since whenever you met your now wife, right?
Yeah, there's that, no temporal, no.
Yeah, you would know. Like Nick, we talked about that. Like, and I was like, in an alternate universe, something happens, no more Nick and Lady Rackets. If either one of them enter the dating market, that means that you guys are entering a market that you have not seen since 2003, Nick, when you met her, right? 2003, 2002?
I think it was 2003.
03? So your dating market basically stopped in 03.
Was it 03 or was it 02?
It might have been 02 because remember I came to school with you in 03.
And it was 02.
02.
Yeah.
So Ty, do you have any idea how much things have changed?
You got to hang out with Drexel in college.
I've known this kid since junior high.
Ty, elementary. Ty, you don't know. So 25 years. Me and Nick go back like hard cocks and tube socks.
Yeah, well,
you understand? We go way back.
Nick,
never again will you ever say that.
Those days where dudes are in their room.
At some point, Nick, your good fortune may become annoying to me. But go ahead, Drexel. I'm sorry.
It's like, Ty, here's the thing. Nick's dating market and Lady Racket's dating market stopped. Your dating market stopped. Because I have stayed basically single all my life, other than when I was in my
roughly 1985.
Yeah,
roughly.
Yeah. So it basically stopped, right?
Yeah.
Like that's why if someone walked up to you right now and said, "Ty, I need dating advice," blah blah blah, because you can't relate to them, right? There were no dating apps when you were around. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? Like the technology was different.
I was dating women on Usenet. That's what's going on.
Oh, that's just mean. You know what, Drexel? I've actually had an improbable number of young men in the last 20 years come to me for that shit. And I'm going, okay.
Yep.
You know what my advice then is? For God's sake, son, I call them son. Be a man. Just be a man. And then
my advice to men is way different than women. Because now, Ty, I am
I'm talking to men, of course.
I am the guy who tells men do not date, marry, cohabitate, have babies by these, because these women now are totally in tune with the government. They're government agents. So that's why I tell men don't do it, because there's too many snares and traps, and there's too many ways you can lose. Like you said, you said it yourself, the house always wins, right? The house in modern society, especially in the West, is the government, right? Daddy government. There are so many ways where look at your own client, Vic, right? I don't want guys to get me too. Guess what, Ty? If I hit the lotto tomorrow, right? Man, look, I'm on TV. I hit the lotto. I hit the jackpot. Do you know how many women would come out of the woodwork saying, I raped him? Or just like that. Because why, Nick? We live in this feminist utopia Me Too society where no evidence, no nothing. Just, of course I didn't do anything to these females. Doesn't matter. Just like getting married now. Ty, the vast majority of women I encounter from all walks of life, because, people always say, Drex, you're just saying that because that's the women you're around. No. I said, Ty, if you were to grab your woman's phone right now, this is just I'm talking about you specifically, men in general. Yes or no, Ty, do you believe most Western women, the overwhelming majority, are talking to other men right now in their phone? From what you've heard about, what's going on out there now, and just like in the current year, 2020. Of
course.
She has naked pics of other men. She's sending pics to men. Like, I'm telling dudes the truth, and people get mad at me. I'm like, dude, this is the climate. The world that you come from has changed.
First time I ever heard you was on Nick's show. I was driving back from Vic's. I had a meeting with Vic. I went to his house, and so it's like really late, and I'm driving back. I'm listening to this. I don't know who you were, and I'm listening to you talk about stuff like this, and I remember thinking, holy shit. I hope he's wrong, but you know what? I kind of think he's right. And I remember calling Nick the next day and said, Nick, who was that guy you had on the show? Oh, it was a friend of mine I was with. I said, well,
some
shit.
homeless guy.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. I'm like, Nick, I hope he's wrong, but boy, I don't think he is.
Ty.
Go ahead,
Ty,
man.
I tell Nick, and Nick, my phrase to you, it is real in these streets. Ty, you don't want to know how bad it is, how deep the rabbit hole goes, man.
No, I don't.
You don't want to know.
Because I got to tell you right now, I've been... Okay, so first of all, I did marry the hottest woman I could.
Mm-hmm.
I got lucky because she wasn't crazy, and she was actually a great person, right? But
also lucky that she was blind. That helped.
Well, that goes into the whole great person thing. Man.
Yeah, that's what makes her great.
Right. That was already baked in. But no, seriously, the frightening thing, and I always try to make a distinction between the benefits I have achieved because of what I did and the benefits I've achieved because, well, I got lucky. I got lucky, right? Because I literally did marry the best looking woman I could. Had she been batshit crazy, I still would have married her because I'm a guy, right? And so I sort of have this, and I'm sure Nick has the same problem. We understand at a theoretical level what you're talking about, but we haven't experienced it because turns out we didn't marry crazy women.
Yeah, you guys got lucky. And Ty,
and dude, that's all it is.
It was just blind luck, right? Because Ty, the guy, okay, your clients, guys, your friends, guys you've been around.
Yep.
You've seen it, right? Like you've seen the women, how they treat their husbands, right? I know you're out and you're out and about. You see. Let me ask you this, Ty. When you go out to dinner, how often do you see the interplay between husband and wife not being the way it's supposed to be, right? Maybe they don't talk to each other; they're on their phone.
90% of the time, I suppose.
Right?
Yeah.
Ty, you got lucky. Nick Rekieta got lucky. I go, and people they call me the bad guy. Like Drex is out here talking about all women are thoughts and blah blah. I said, no. All women are not thoughts. All women aren't bad. However, they have every incentive to be bad, and they have an entire
Drex
system.
says women don't have thoughts.
Yeah, and Ty, they're incentivized, right? If you have children by multiple men out of wedlock as a woman, you get paid. Well, shit. But Ty, if we had a system that was, we have a gynocentric society. If we had an androcentric, it'd be just as toxic. Because what if men could just go around impregnating women, but men got child support? You would have a lot of dusty dudes like, yeah, I'm just gonna put babies in, because men can impregnate multiple women.
Oh my God,
a woman has to wait.
Yeah, you don't ever want
PS5 secured.
PS5 secured.
So the funny thing was,
you guys are terrible.
I know we're getting okay. As soon as Ty is done, we're gonna go and get chats.
We are. That's fair.
We're gonna be here forever.
I love this guy.
Are you kidding?
Ty, every time I always tell Nick, I love this guy.
Right back to you, my friend.
Oh my God, I love this guy.
Never get love. Oh my God.
Oh my goodness, man.
Well, look, you brought us together, Nick. So
you have made me the cuckman of this situation.
The Toya, the Cutman.
Actually, my favorite Nick comment on that was, and Nick, I honestly think this was just, you probably didn't even realize you said this, but you were talking about that person and you go, my guess is he just watches other men approve mortgages.
Man.
That was funny. But no, I mean, look, you're laying down the truth whether they like it or not. And, so my parents, my parents were what we call war babies, right? They were born during World War II. So the war babies are an interesting little small demographic group, right? They basically combine the worst characteristics of the boomers and Gen X. I'm sorry, and the Greatest Generation. They were horrible, basically. But my parents had very good friends who were Greatest Generation, right? And my father was a great businessman, horrible father, but very smart, very successful businessman. And he and his friend, who was Greatest Generation, man, they ran the streets and they put them away like there was no tomorrow. Okay.
That's right.
Yep. And my mother was furious about that. And she talked to, the wife of this friend, right? They were best, my mom and her were best friends. Mm-hmm. And my mom's best friend would always say to her, "Don't worry about it. He'll be home."
Correct.
Right. All right. So things. My dad winds up making the classic. I mean, it's worse than actually getting involved in a land war in Asia, right? You fall in love with your paramour when you're married.
Ooh.
My dad did that. Yeah.
Oh.
Because again, my dad didn't have the clinical detachment of the Greatest Generation.
Yep.
Now, his best friend didn't do that. So fast forward to now. Now, both my parents are deceased. My parents got divorced in the mid-'80s. The other two people, they're married to this day.
Yep.
Happily. So my point being, whether it was fair or not, and whether it was the best system or not, it was a workable system we had in the 50s. And, it was real simple. The men were allowed to have their stuff on the side, but they were not allowed to deprive their family. They were not allowed to leave their wife.
Nope.
The paramour was nothing more than a sideshow, and the wives knew that, and they made their peace with that.
Yep.
And that was, and understand, my parents were probably only maybe 10 years younger than these friends. I mean, it's not, but the difference in outlook was tremendous. And I don't advocate that system. I'm not saying that, that's the way it ought to be, but it was a workable system.
Correct. But Ty, that's all I've ever, I have told Nick that I don't agree fully with patriarchy. And the reason is because at the end of the day, patriarchy is still male disposability, right? You're a utility as a man. You're just a utility, a cog, right? So, and my thing was this. I said, at the end of the day, people always talk about the 50s and this, that, and the other. And I was like, but the burden of responsibility was basically just man go work for basically the woman, the children, society. It's workable, but here's the question though. Is that man happy? Now, Ty, you're fully aware. We talked about this last night with the Japanese, right? The young Japanese men are rejecting the old model. You see what I'm saying? Because over there they were really working them to death, right? So it's like, there's that whole saying, right? Happy wife, happy life. What about the fucking husband, right? Why does Mother's Day she gets this huge thing? Father's Day, here's a damn Craftsman tool.
Listen, the happy wife, happy life, the reason that exists is because it's telling men how to keep their house in order.
Well, there is an old saying, if mama ain't happy, nobody's happy.
Nobody's happy. But Ty, I look at that as a shit test that men have failed, because in my worldview, I go like this. Look, male scarcity creates patriarchy, right? That's how you create patriarchy. It's male scarcity. When World War II happens, right? Remember, the women are at home, right?
Right.
When I say women, I don't mean the wives. I just mean women in general.
The myth of Rosie the Riveter, the fact is most women were at home.
Most women are at home, right? So when women are at home, they go like this. Oh shit, women crave provision and protection more than anything, right? That's what they crave. Yep. That's why when you give women rights, the first thing they vote on is what? A welfare state and a police state. Provision, protection. So if you understand that, if you have female scarcity, you get something that evolves beyond patriarchy. If dudes went like this, okay, we could have female abundance, but do you know what ends up happening when you have female abundance? You get simps. There's far more women on earth than men, right? Now you have these manginas, right? These guys who worship women. So you need few women, just like in the animal kingdom. You go like this. These are the guys that are going to get to smash, right? The rest of these dudes, either you work or get destroyed. And people say, well, Drex, that's a horrible system. But it's like, you advance further and quicker because why, Ty? The male competition stays there. In the society that we have now you said this, Ty, we've removed all obstacles. Why do you think there's 7.6 billion people on Earth? We've removed every obstacle. There's nothing that really stops. Back in the day, a guy like Neil Cuckman would have been killed off by a wild animal.
In a saner world, yes.
You see what I'm saying? Like in a savage world, they wouldn't exist.
I gotta tell you, so you'll love this. So, I became familiar with the term manscaping. About 10 years. Yeah. My young nephew, my mother calls me and says, "Do you not?" And she was raising him because my sister, don't get into that. She said, "He's shaving his chest and stuff." I said, "Yeah, but fucking really? Yeah, send him to me." Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah. You got to come to Uncle Ty and explain why, And he walks in. I'm like, "Son, for God's sakes, tell me you're not doing that." Well, it's kind of cool. I said, "Enough. Will you please try to be a man? I've told you how to be a man. For God's sakes, do it. Now get the hell out of my sight." So you leave. My mother calls me. "I can't believe you said that to him." I was like,
yeah, there it is.
Yeah, I mean, And I was like, "Mom, you want me to teach you to be a man, right?" "Well, yes." I said, "Okay, so we're done."
Yeah, if you're a man, you take the hair off your chest with sandpaper. What are you doing with this razor garbage?
Yes. I mean, look, I know this is politically incorrect.
No.
That means it's probably the right thing.
But it just is what it is. Look, later on, so this lad gets dumped by his girlfriend, right? My mom calls me.
He said it was because he had hair on his chest and she liked it clean.
Obviously, that was the thing. So that was just hysterical. So my mom calls me, she dumped him and he's upset. Can you come talk to him? What do I want to talk to him about? "Well, come talk to him." I said, "Okay." So I walk in and he's laying on his bed, and he's got his computer turned on and her Facebook page or whatever the hell it was what the kids were doing.
Oh my God.
And he's like, I said, "Son," called him son. "Son, what's going on?" "She dumped me." I said, "Yeah, well, is that her?" And she was a cutie, I got to say. So, well, I said, do you want her back?" "Yes, sir." I said, "Hey, get your fucking ass out of that bed right now." And so I said, "For God's sakes." And I give him the whole,
crying.
our Lee Ermey thing, right? I said, "Okay, what kind of guy does she want?" "Well, blah, blah." I said, "Well, you're not that guy. So you need to pretend to be that guy." Anyway, so long story short, I send him out into the world to go get his woman back. right? His girlfriend had a boyfriend from college who came back into town. I said, for God's sakes, go, He goes, do you think it'll work? I said, oh, probably not. I said, but you'll go down swinging.
Yep.
Some guy won't take your woman from you without a fight. And so he goes off and I walk out of his room and my mother's like, what are you telling me? I said, I told him to get his ass out there and fight for his woman. And she goes, what if he fails? I said, what do you mean, what if? He probably is going to fail.
He's gonna.
Yeah.
This is why you can't have women raising men. You cannot have women raising men. This is why.
Exactly.
This is why.
I
They
said,
raise
Mom.
simps. That's all they raise.
I said, Mom, he
Speaking
will
of
have
women,
his self-respect.
if you guys keep talking without super chats,
Oh my God! Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Well, let me
Every time when Ty Beard is around, I'm just like, Ty, when I come to Texas on your off day, man.
I feel like we're gonna have an
20 seconds to
opportunity
finish the
for a
story.
tangent in 3 seconds.
All right, here you go.
Give me 20 seconds and I'll be done. So anyway, he goes off into the world. About 2 days later, my mom calls me and she says, well, I guess I owe you an apology. My mom was actually a great lady. I'm like, okay, why? She said, well, I was cleaning and I walked by his room and I wasn't eavesdropping, which of course means she was eavesdropping. Right?
Yep, he was.
And he's in there with 3 of his dumbass friends and he's giving the blow. And then Uncle Ty said this and they're laughing and howling.
Yep.
Guys, act like men, for God's sakes. It's not that hard.
Nope.
Just-
Well,
Stop crying.
okay, no
Stop.
cry.
Yes.
Yeah,
Thank you.
and the whining and the
Look,
feeling sorry for yourself. No, not Ty. I will say this though before we get to the super chats. One of the reasons I feel that guys
Shut up,
act
Nick.
this way, and it's because it's once again female scarcity, right? From the male, from we're talking about from the young man. No, here's the thing, Ty. What if your nephew or whatever was a player, right? He wouldn't cry over any woman because he's like, well, I charge that hoe to the game, right?
I was
She's
trying
nothing
to,
to
I
us.
was trying to make him into a player, but I get your point.
But you see what I'm saying? Like a guy who goes this, that he has one-itis, right? Oh, Uncle Ty, but whereas a dude, I never cried over a fucking girl. I was like, yeah,
No.
well, I mean, let me just go through the
To be fair,
Rolodex.
I look like you. I wouldn't cry either, but that's a different story.
You just don't cry because you don't cry. You know what I'm saying? Like, I will not cry over a female.
Right, yeah, I don't cry.
Ever.
Yeah.
There are weakness tissues in the corner.
Let's do it. Super chats.
So,
Sorry, Nick.
no, real
God.
quick, I've got a question for Ty. I was
Okay.
I was watching a YouTube show the other day, and it was an interview style show. They had 4 people on, and I kid you not, one of the people on this show starts crying.
Oh, yeah.
On the show.
Oh, God, that was bad.
How embarrassing is it to cry on a live stream? Like,
Look, guys who are listening to this, I'm talking in context of my generation, so, adapt it for yours. Men are allowed to cry when they watch the end of the movie Brian Song. Okay? You're allowed to cry at Spock's death in Wrath of Khan. Okay? No, really. I mean, seriously.
it's fine.
You're allowed to cry when Bruce Willis dies at the end of Armageddon. That's
he
it.
didn't know how to fail.
That's
Great
it.
line. One of Ben Affleck's best lines. But Harry will
Listen.
get it done. He doesn't know how to fail.
And if you can't contain it, what you do is you absolutely pull everything you've got to not break down. You look away, you let the tear fall from your ear, and you wipe it off. Because guess what? We've already got 54% of the population is women. We don't really need you to join them.
That's right.
Yeah.
Isn't that the
There's
truth?
enough pussies in the world.
Don't do it.
And precisely.
Don't do
Don't
it.
be a pussy, guys.
Felipe Move says Last of Us is like Metal Gear games after PS2. A movie with few parts when you can play, Drex is right. I envy people that didn't see your haircut.
Oh man.
Boy,
Man.
you got beat down on the haircut thing, didn't you?
They're brutal.
Yeah, the haircut. Oh man.
Well,
Matt,
earlier, so one of my daughters came to me and said that earlier they were saying
in 3 seconds.
you were not late and gay, you were Sabbath and toy.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Now listen, I think that's unkind because whatever their preferences are is their choice,
How
and there's
dare
not
you?
anything wrong with it.
Speaking completely unrelated to that, there's currently a manlet on Twitter on Kiwi Farms, absolutely rampaging and angry posting all over a certain thread in Kiwi Farms right now. A manlet who has a propensity for crying on live streams.
Really?
Yeah.
A pussy, right? I mean,
I don't know what I'm not sure if
It's
I would.
an inverted penis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have not gotten over the forums in quite some time. Are they doing okay?
I mean, they exist still, so I guess they're fine. Still laughing at the internet.
Farms, love you guys.
Yeah. So there you go. Matt the Beast says, took one hammer hunt to bag my record small 15.81 meter lava fish. Now I just need a BBD, Big Black Diablos, and a large Kushala Deora. Then I can finally get started on Master Rank Monsters. I love listening when you're all on together. Thanks for the fun. I think that was a Monster Hunter World. It's a video game. Ty.
Yeah, reference.
Ty, a video game is it's a series of moving pictures that are influenced by inputs from electronic device.
Okay, so on that that glowing box,
Right.
and they're like games, like horseshoes.
They used to be like games. Now they're just trash.
Yep.
That's what they are now.
Well, now they're Abby getting smacked from behind. I mean, that's what video games have devolved into, Ty.
Okay, I don't know what you were hoping to accomplish from that, Nick. But I gotta tell you,
I did
the
it.
thing that yes,
Yeah, that was the accomplishment, right?
yeah, true. was
Okay,
a guy.
RZ
That was a guy, right? I mean,
Hold on.
It
Which
was-
one?
Abby?
yes, that
No.
was a guy.
So Ty,
They're allegedly saying that that's a biological
there's
female.
Yeah, I don't buy it. I think Abby is trans.
Well, okay, Drex. I mean, look,
I don't think Abby's even trans.
I
I think Abby's pre-op.
I'm gonna tell you right now, even at my age and position in life, no way I'd hit that. Just saying.
No, Abby's unhittable.
The first thing I say to Abby is, bro, how many push-ups can you do?
Yeah, that body is. I mean, just.
Shoulders. Well, you
Where are you
warned
stocking
me.
that creatine?
Yeah,
Where are you storing creatine in the post-apocalypse?
Oh God, it's
I
bad.
remember sitting there going, that's a year. And I remember you, Nick, saying, don't worry about the shoulders. I'm going, I'm worried about the shoulders.
You should
Yeah,
be.
yeah. Did
You should be
see-
worried about your shoulders looking at Abby's.
well,
And that's the real thing. It's
Ty,
like, oh my God.
did you notice the way Abby slammed Neil against that cabinet though?
Yes. Yeah.
Like,
are you kidding
she
me?
just-
was,
I mean, just-
she was the male in that whole deal.
I want
She
to
hit
briefly. I just want to briefly state that the way I think it's very homophobic,
Mhm.
and I think it is anti-PC. The way that gay relationships are portrayed in Last of Us 2, and in other media, I think there's a tendency to make men smash faces together when they kiss, and to make all of the sexual activity look like an absolute like a
primal-
mechanical bull is involved.
Yeah.
Like it was they do it like without a hint of joking in this. That is the least attractive sex scene I can think of since
300?
Irreversible. Or 300 was bad.
You remember that? I saw that with you.
Yeah.
I think I've seen every movie in history with you at some point.
Yeah.
Like every.
Oh, 300. I'm curious. Oh, when?
Yeah, remember Leonidas?
Scumbag.
No,
Yeah.
the Leonidas
Do
and
you remember? It was
his
just a
wife at the
cold,
beginning.
distant, like nothing sex scene. It was just needless.
It was almost like
No passion
it
at
was
all.
like someone
There was-
fast forwarding through porn.
Oh, Ty, I remember one that's worse. Neo and Trinity in the Matrix Reloaded.
Oh,
Remember
damn.
that? After the rave?
Right, the one ass cheek.
Yeah, the one. Oh, that was bad.
Unfortunately, I'm going to have to make a admission.
Uh-oh.
Never seen the Matrix.
Any of them?
Don't. If you ever stumble into a Matrix and it's not
No,
the
I
first
actually
one,
have clients who say, "Oh my God, you've got to see it," and I'm like, "Well, I was in Los. I didn't see it."
the Matrix 1 is fine. The Matrix
Yeah.
1 gets worse when you watch 2 and 3.
Somewhat. I can still watch it.
I mean, I can still watch it, but 2 and 3, you like this?
Yeah, I know, man. Oh, it was bad.
If they would have stopped after 1, it would have been great.
Yep.
They should have just
We
left
saw that, Ty. We saw the Midnight Show. Because the Matrix Reload came out 2003.
I wasn't with you. Oh wait, Reloaded, yeah.
Reloaded,
Okay,
yeah,
yes.
not Revolutions. I took my
When did the
cousins
Matrix
to
come out?
Revolution.
Because I'm trying to actually figure out how I missed it.
Yeah, because the original came out in '99. So you may have been
that's
busy
fine.
with something
I
and
was
maybe
really,
kids.
really busy in those
Yeah.
years. Yeah.
2 did
No
not
lie.
have a great chase sequence. That was a lie because it came out. Matrix 2 came out at the same time as Terminator 3, and Terminator 3 had a much better chase scene.
Okay, I'm gonna have to rewatch Terminator: Rise of the Machines again.
The chase
I
scene-
remember it,
The
but like
chase scene
I don't
in
remember
Matrix 2 is like watching yourself die. What?
Well, I may have already said this to you. So, back to mine and Drexel's interaction earlier. So, my nephew came to me one time and was talking about. I said, "Son," called him son. "Son, who is Tony Romo?" And he goes, "The quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys." I said, "Okay, I'll try again. Who is Tony Romo?" He goes, "Quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys." I said, "Oh, God, what was wrong with you? Who is Tony Romo?" And he goes, "Quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys." I'm like, "Okay, that's a trick question." I said, "Son, you didn't tell me who Tony Romo is. You told me what he did for a living."
Yep.
And he goes, "Okay." And I said, "So," and of course he looked at it. I don't know. I said, "Men define themselves by what they do for a living, right? We are what we do." I don't think women do. Well, I know women don't do that, right?
No, it's all about the
So-
social
Well, sure.
status, social standing, social interaction.
What's the first thing you say to a guy when you meet him, right? "So what do you do?"
Yeah. Well, I gotta say that. Yeah. What do you do? And
For a living.
Yeah.
So what do you do? And
I know how to answer
and-
that for Ty. Go back 10 minutes in a conversation for a reason that I cannot figure out. That's
Don't you? Don't you?
oh my goodness.
Show respect to your elders.
I'm just
young
confused
man.
what brought that
Besides-
back.
Besides, law Twitter says that I am your trustee, and therefore I have the power of life and death over you.
Oh,
Nice.
damn.
Yeah, we
No.
all know that's bullshit because
Ty
I
is
had
right.
You, yeah,
Ty is right.
Yeah.
I have to clarify something for the chat. I am not praising Terminator 3 as a good movie.
It was not a good movie. It's
Terminator did
astonishingly
the whole-
mediocre.
You're right. I mean,
What?
Christina Loken, was that her name?
Yeah. She
I
was,
mean,
she
she
was
was-
definitely hittable. Even with the forehead, she was hittable.
Yeah.
You know, so I went to a sci-fi convention.
Hittable like when Arnold shoved her face through a toilet. Sorry, go ahead. You went to a sci-fi thing?
Yes, went to a sci-fi convention with my daughters and got some great pictures of the Shatner, got Adam Baldwin and stuff. But anyway, I'm sort of going, okay, yeah, I'm definitely at a sci-fi convention because people are lined up to see Adam Baldwin, for example, and he's a great guy, by the way.
Gonna be at HawaiiCon?
Is she? Is he?
Yes.
Yeah, he's awesome. So anyway, but she was there, Christina Loken or whatever her name is. and there was literally no one like. And look, she was a pretty good looking gal. I mean, you know, but no one was lined up to see her. So,
Hey, Ty, someone in the chat, Mount Thailmore, says she plays for the other team, Drex. There's no such thing as lesbians.
yeah, no,
They don't exist.
No.
They don't exist. It's another shit test.
All right.
I could fist bump you through the.
They don't exist, man. They don't exist. There's no such thing as lesbians. I promise.
RZEQDW. I'm executive decision. I'll hang up on both of you. Says, for the first time ever, I'm having mild success on dating apps. Drex, I figured out the secret to finding women of quality on these apps who aren't thoughts broken by feminism. Ethnicity filter, East Asian.
Correct. Yeah, just stay away from black, please.
Okay. So I offer this caution with the knowledge that men will absolutely ignore it because we are all about the hot. My experience is Asian women are the most horrible divorce opponents you ever want to come against.
Yeah, ask Sugar Shane Mosley.
Heard
what happened to him?
No.
Ooh. Ooh. Well, it's Ty. Do you know in
you're talking about dragon
Japan
ladies.
they say dragon lady?
I'm just saying. Sorry.
Yeah, here's the thing. They're known as dragon women. So what happens is the sweet, soft, demure Asian that people think in their head, they're like, oh, that's how Asian women are. No.
Uh-huh.
Female nature is universal. All women are the same. Doesn't matter where you go. Black women are just the worst at hiding their nature. That's the only difference. That's the only thing that makes black women different is that they're just the worst at hiding it. All women, they all view men as utilities. They don't care about us. They care about what we do for them, what we provide for them.
Fair
Asian
enough,
women presented.
We're about the hot, so
Yeah. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? So Asian women look the part, act the part, but ask any Asian man who's in these countries, right? And be like this, hey, is she the same way after you married her? They will tell you that they are fucking miserable. That's why they have a lot of rampant prostitution in Asian countries. Japan, it's an open thing. You shop for prostitutes. The reason, Ty, they go like this. These men marry these women, and these women only procreate. That's when the sex happens, right?
Well,
for the most part, like they aren't having pleasurable sex. Ask any Asian man, like, do you go home and blow your wife's back out? Oh.
Only Super Chan does. BTL Video Production says Ty.
As Nick desperately tries to make a buck out of this.
Yeah. Ty says, you go back to your room and put on your tranny porn suit dang nabbit. And diet's going well, visiting a nutritionist. Insurance needed me to jump through some hoops, so they'll pay full price for the bariatric surgery. So there you go. Good luck with that.
What's that all about? Sorry.
It's probably from a previous show.
Yeah, probably.
I think it just, God, I hate when it does that.
So Drex, my knowledge of the Asian thing is I had two clients, brothers, as it turned out. They actually went over and got Asian wives because
stupid. That was stupid.
Yeah. Oh, wasn't it though? You know, and the thing is, not that I'm like an expert on this kind of shit, but I'm like, you're going into a different culture and picking a wife. I wouldn't do that. Oh, no. They're, what did you say? Demure, and they treat
That's right. Here come the bait and switch.
Yeah. Anyway, one of them got divorced, and I'm not kidding. That crazy bitch was, just saying.
Ty, do you know who's worse than Asians and blacks when it comes to divorce court?
Damn it.
Arab women.
What can we say about Jews and Mexicans next?
Ruthless, man. Ruthless.
Just help the algorithm to get me banned.
I know, right?
On that one.
Yeah, man. It's
you know what?
Bad, man.
You know who I hate?
Demonetized.
I just tell these guys the truth because there's guys out there still trying to date and marry and have kids. I'm like, why? The system is so stacked heavily against you. Why? And guys, my progeny and my legacy. What fucking legacy? No one's gonna remember you. Stop.
Oh, that's bullshit. Nobody cares about that.
No one cares,
Look,
man.
You're the most energetic
Guys.
nihilist on the planet. Look, I actively don't give a shit.
Okay, I gave you points for that one.
But you gotta tell people the truth. You got to. They don't believe me. Oh, I'm gonna go to Asia and get a wife. And I'm sure, Ty, as you sat across from me, you're thinking to yourself, women, listen, they don't possess morality. This is in every religious book. They don't possess a soul. This is in every religious book. They don't even possess actual, like, there's no core value.
Says that about LA women, remember?
Yeah, right?
By the way, Nick, have you had a show with Keon and Drexel?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was
Okay,
fun.
okay.
I love that guy.
Keon
Could
doesn't
I
remember
be on
it.
the next one just
Poor
so I
Keon.
could bask in the reflected glow? But just saying.
Well,
No,
see,
you're
that's
right.
just
I mean-
that's just the light off Drexel's head. Oh hi, it's Will says, "Good evening, gentlemen. Nick, thoughts on the Stallone film Cobra? I love it.
You would say that.
Well, Beverly Hills Cop, the first draft. You know that, right?
What?
Beverly Hills Cop was Cobra, right? Stallone wanted a very serious film, and so the director of that said, "Nah, fuck this. I want to do something funny." And so Cobra and Beverly Hills Cop had a were together, and so they split up. So Cobra became the serious film that Stallone did, and Beverly Hills Cop became one of the greatest movies ever.
Damn. Yeah, I love that. I love Beverly Hills Cop. I had no idea they were related.
So, the funny thing is, they call Eddie Murphy on Friday and say, "Eddie, would you like to do this movie? We'll send you the script." He's like, "Yeah, sure." So they send him the script, and Monday they start filming.
Damn.
Which is why it's so goddamn good, right?
Yeah.
Because Eddie Murphy was like, in the moment. He just sweeps in and goes,
Yep.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
It just says,
Great
all my
movie.
lines just say, "Just be you."
Yeah, right? Just be you. You're Axel
Day,
Foley.
I am not drunk as fuck. Believe me, I get a whole lot more drunk than this. Just saying.
Are you going to Matsuri this year, Ty?
Well, shouldn't I?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, what we got to do is we got to plan the John Wayne party so it happens the night before Matsuri. So y'all
my
can come to the
God.
John Wayne's party, and you and I both can drive to Houston hungover as shit, like we did last year.
I didn't drive to Houston hungover. I didn't drink much at all at the John Wayne party because I had to drive.
How in the world did you not drink at the John Wayne party? It was an open bar.
I know, and I only had 1.5 drinks because I had.
Parents for you, because we have really good. I mean, that's like the elite country club of East Texas. We have great booze.
I know, but I had to drive 3.5 hours back to Houston that night.
Wah.
Shout out to Revelator. I saw you said Revelator about the Indian women.
Stop. You need to stop.
Hey Nick, could you
Yeah.
bring Drexel to the next John Wayne party?
I'm trying to convince him to go to Matsuri.
Wait, that's the one that's in
Drexel,
Houston,
you gotta
right?
go. You gotta go.
Yeah.
Is that the one? Wait, when is that again?
August 20th to the 23rd.
I gotta put that in my phone.
You gotta go, man. It's yes, my plans are to be at Anime Matsuri, but only if Vic goes, because
Yeah. I'm optimistic. I'm very optimistic.
yeah, I am too. I mean, everybody loves Vic.
Brian Nataran says, Nick, sing the following in Ron's voice slowly and creepily. What? Wait, yeah. You gonna make this change in me, for it's true. You are my destiny. When you hold my hand, I understand the magic that you do.
That's so bad.
Brother, you are a pro. Now I gotta ask.
that was tough, I'm gonna say.
Yes, but I demand that you do it
That's so. Please stop. Oh God.
Say it, Nick. You got to say it.
Con sluts.
Thank you.
Drowning in con sluts. Ankle deep in con sluts.
Oh wait, Ty has to listen to that though, for real, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's their lawyer, right?
Well,
Yes,
he was.
yes.
He's no longer. Apparently, he's no longer. He's not appellate counsel.
So he's dead.
Well, no, he's not dead. He's just not. He's not
He's dead
doing,
on the inside.
He's not doing the appeals.
Okay.
If it gets
Only one of his lungs is
remanded back to the trial court, I assume that we'll be graced with his presence again.
We'll see you there, bitch boy.
You know what's greatest of that whole thing? I got to say this, and I'm drunk enough that I actually will say this.
Maybe you should stop.
No. Nah.
Okay, I tried.
Yeah, right. Your conscience is clear. Yeah, so we're sitting in the deposition, right? And you got Vic, who is, let's face it. I mean, chicks love him. And so, when do you, where do you do your things? And he goes,
anywhere I please.
Yeah, and I am sitting there. Of course, I'm counsel, so I've got to be. And I don't know if it's actually on the record or not, but I just went.
Oh my God.
I mean,
Okay.
it was the most epic moment of that I was like, yeah, that was a good shot.
It was good. It was a
dude,
very good moment.
That dude can't imagine having women. Like he can't imagine being in Vic's positions. That's all that is, right? He's just like, no. It's similar to when Newt Gingrich was going after Bill Clinton way back when.
Newt Gingrich's head. You've seen Akira.
Yep.
Remember the little baby old man?
Yeah.
That looks exactly like Newt Gingrich.
All I'm gonna say is he ain't got a big ass head. He just got a lot on his mind. That's all it is, man.
That little old man baby in Akira. Is
that
Newt
was
Gingrich.
That was some weird shit. That movie, man. A lot of Americans got turned on to anime with.
Yeah. Mister.
No, but that at that point, right? Opposing counsel is like.
Ooh.
It was glorious. Just saying.
Mr. Schwagen says, Ty and Nick, if you had a 16-year-old man on the stand with a case about a hot teacher having inappropriate relations, would you ask him, quote, did you pleasure yourself after it happened thinking about it, while reminding him he's under oath?
That wouldn't pertain to the case.
If they ask that, if anyone asked that to my client, I would object to relevance, and I'd be very hesitant as opposing counsel asking him that question.
My problem is, and oh God, I'm getting in trouble saying this. I don't see any great damage from a hot older teacher banging a younger male student. Sorry, just don't see it.
I do.
Yeah, there you go.
But that's, I think the damage is less pronounced, or maybe we just think it's less pronounced or it's less obvious, but I do think it is actually very damaging to the kids.
Well,
I think it seems less pronounced because the implication is that they want it.
Yeah.
The kids want it. And when we think back as guys, we go, man, when I was 16, there was a hot teacher. I would definitely want to be banging a hot teacher.
Yeah. A buddy of mine, okay, so I got in trouble for articulating that opinion with my friends' wives. Told you that. So my buddy actually tried to bail me out by saying, well, it's no more damaging than just having sex in general would have been to a boy that age. Okay, fair enough. Whatever. I had a hot teacher, oddly enough, named Miss House. No kidding. That was actually her name. And
Her first name is Brick and her middle name was Shit.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny. Her first name did start with a B. But ninth grade history teacher, her first year teaching, 5 foot tall, stacked blonde, mean as a junkyard dog, which you would expect, you know, having to.
Yeah.
But I gotta tell you right now, I just don't think I would have been traumatized. Oh my God, I really am coming off as a serious troglodyte, aren't I?
Yeah. Yukishiro Rai says, good morning from the UK, fellas. Some money towards some nice whiskey for making times like this so
Yay.
entertaining.
Yeah.
Any opinions about Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2 having safety warnings and allowing missions to be skipped because of it?
Anybody
Just-
just vampire is gay. Sorry, it's sorry.
Just end video games if that's what you're going to do.
Correct.
There's no more point to that.
Look, vampire is the whole sparkly vampire role playing thing. There's no role playing challenge in that bullshit. So why would you do it?
There you go.
Just saying.
Logos says, I've seen people complain that Vasquez was a Mexican character played by a white woman, so it's racist. That actress was perfect, though. I thought she was.
She was badass.
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
If it was made today, we'd have to suffer with Michelle Rodriguez.
No,
Yeah.
Joe,
You know what though? She just needs to get dick down too.
Oh, stop.
Yeah. She's one of those. She just looks so angry all the time. You ever notice that in every movie, Michelle Rodriguez just looks angry? Like,
Yeah, because she's typecast as
well,
like
except Titanic. You know, she was in Titanic.
she's
she
so
was the woman-
racistly typecast as I cut you. That's her
Yeah,
typecast.
Guys, she was in Titanic.
Michelle Rodriguez?
The woman who played Vasquez.
Oh.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant Michelle
Yeah.
Rodriguez. I was about to say, damn.
Sorry. No, she was in Titanic. She was the woman reading to her children, you know, as the ship's going down.
Really?
That was kinda creepy. Yeah.
Rude that she didn't put her kids on the
whatever
boat.
her
What a
name
bitch.
is. Yeah.
Oh yeah, more women lived than children. I knew
Yeah,
that.
because there was this whole women and
Women don't care about children, man.
Well, they
DOG
care about their children.
Why do they abort so many? Over 70 million.
Okay.
DOG
They care
Beers.
about their children after the children are born.
DOG Beers says, don't forget that Old Spice is owned by Procter & Gamble, the same company that did those awful
Yeah.
woke Gillette commercials. Have fun with that. On a side note, Ty, how is the puppy?
Guy, the puppy is wonderful. Do you think my Uncle Harold, combat veteran of Korea, gave a flying fuck about who actually owned the intellectual property of Old Spice?
Mm.
I mean,
I just want
this was like a crowning male achievement, right? Yeah. A man says to you, be a man and do this. Who cares who owns the IP?
I just want a hot woman to walk by so Drexel can go, oh, yeah, and go like to talk to her so I can go, no,
Yeah.
don't.
Yeah.
Now, my guess is Drexel goes, hey, baby. And
No, you know what?
No, I stopped that problematic behavior.
Nick has
yes,
helped me.
You really could. I give you that.
Ty, a lot of my
I could shut that down.
toxic behavior has been toned down. I don't. Did I ever tell you, Nick? I don't approach women.
Yeah.
I do not. I do
I
not
guess
approach
And
women.
that's
You really
because of
don't
me
have
when I
to.
stopped you in that Gillette commercial. Nah, bro.
No, bro, not cool.
Not cool.
Not cool.
Not cool. Not
Not
cool.
cool, bro.
I can't.
Yeah.
I still can't
Yeah,
figure out
she'll
what
really
wasn't cool
respect
about
you
it.
and want to have
Because
your
he
baby
was-
to
remember-
do that.
Well, go back and watch that commercial. You don't know what he's approaching the woman for, right? He just gets ready to approach. He could be, hey, you dropped something. You know what I'm saying? Anything.
No,
could be
he was like rubbing his nipples. He was going to do a pickup line. He does this thing. He's like, oh yeah, and he like kind of positions his hands up by his chest to move in. But I mean, he's just gonna go up and be like, hey girl, what's your ring size or whatever.
Yeah, you could. I mean, look, man, don't cock block unless it's a fat chick. Then it's okay too. But or if she's crazy, right? Like, well, Ty, when you were growing up, someone warned you about a crazy chick, right? Like, whoa, hey, bro, she's crazy.
Yeah.
Didn't listen.
But go ahead.
Yeah, of course you
yeah.
didn't. She was hot
I mean,
because she was hot. I know, man.
Yeah.
Perception check
There you go.
says dropping in to report that Ron is currently drunk posting / losing it on Kiwi Farms in the most hilarious ways, but he's totally not worried, fam. Yeah, every time.
Oh, did our filings upset the little fuck?
Every time he's been posting all day. Every time there's an actual deadline, his activity ramps up. I think it's just a stress response.
Yeah, look.
And
here's the
you
bottom
can just go
line.
cry on another live stream. It's fine. What time?
We filed 4 briefs, and the structure I set up was 5 lawyers would read each of those briefs, not including me. I was the final, deal. So that's our best shot. And honestly, it's as good as it gets. So Ron, you have your little freak out. We'll see you later.
There you go. We'll be reading those in a couple days here.
I look forward to it. I think Nick, I'll be curious to hear your reaction to the difference in tone, because they really are different tone wise.
Well, we'll see how it goes. DFW,
break our balls, because if necessary, because it's what you do.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to go easy. I'm going to go in like I'm going to go in like Neil.
No.
DFW Knights says, FYI, Danny Masterson's victim and 2 others said plenty at the time, but he put his homes and cars in a blind trust, joined Scientology, and let slip their dogs of PR. This 20-year-old rape case is not unjustly filed. Well,
no.
It might not be, but they better have some evidence. They better have something.
Cool. Guys, you can't put your stuff in a trust for your benefit and your creditors can't reach it. Doesn't work that way. Just saying.
Elliot Joubert says, when I worked for my grandma and family law specialist, the petitioner would be the woman 85% of the time in my 5 years of working for her. Ty is also right. The young male judges were men's best hope. Shout out to Judge Glavin. There you go.
Cool.
E1337 Neo says, hey, Nick, Drex, and Ty. One of my good friends who's happily married once mentioned a litmus test he poses to his daughters reference the guy they're dating. And I quote him, quote, does he treat you better than I treat your mother?
Oh, cool.
Yes, that's a good one.
Nice. Well done.
Cal Clay says, hey, all. Ty, you give Vic my hug? ?
I don't hug Vic.
You will after you saw that Victoria picture. Drex, check out Unreal End for Dragon Ball Super manga coverage. New Evil Moro eats spirit bombs.
Damn.
Ultimate Instinct Goku fails. Vegeta finally the hero.
Finally.
It's about time.
Yeah, they've mistreated him for years.
Nick Cali Bill allows for discrimination. Read 4 separate each, please. Okay. I don't know if he means the filings. We'll see. Wes Nilechan says, trimming, not shaving, is rarely acceptable. You show up frequently in the tabloids as Sasquatch. You are a stand-in for the red hairy Looney Tune, or you're mistaken for Wolverine, and we both know you'll never be that manly. So that's the only times that trimming is acceptable. If you show up as Sasquatch, you're Wolverine, or you are the stand-in for the red hairy Looney Tune, which was just giant hair with sneakers and eyes. Oh my god. Okay, there we go. What?
Miss Metro X, whatever, the super chat. How's it going? Do you ever watch Boston Legal? Yes. The firm says that I am William Shatner's character. So
sure you are, Biscuit. Romeo Garbo, that was from Ally McBeal, I think. Romeo Garbo says, a little tidbit I heard once, don't know how true it is. There was a camp in World War II that was run by female party officers. The camp prisoners hung all of them. Damn. Also, Ty, KMS Bismarck and Turpitz versus IJN Yamamoto. 2 versus 1 because of the size.
Okay, I'm embarrassed for you. It's not Yamamoto, it's Yamato. And the Yamato
He
wins
wrote
hands
Yamamoto.
down. Well, assuming you're talking about the Yamato wins hands down. 9 18-inch guns versus 8 15-inch guns. And the Yamatos were like 80,000 tons of displacement. The Bismarcks were like 55. Bismarcks and Turpitz die horribly.
Or,
Gee,
two
you guys
dive
were
bombers.
desperately needing that input, right? I mean,
2 dive bombers and you win.
right.
Nova Zero says, watch Matrix 1, then switch to John Wick. It gets better.
Yeah, right.
That's definitely what anyone
My
should
daughters
do.
told me that. So
Yeah.
Yeah. Miss Metro Exo Kitty says, how's it going, Nicky Boy and company? Any of you ever watch Boston Legal? Super unrealistic, but still hilarious. I do not.
So Mr. Harris is the James Spader character, and I am the William Shatner character, according to our law firm. That.
All right, let's now back to the original chats.
Of course.
So I'm gonna burn through these as fast as possible because in Lemoyne's voice,
You say that.
in
you say
Lemoyne's voice, sing. If you want my body and you think I'm sexy, come on, sugar, tell me so. If you really need me, just reach out and touch me. Come on, honey, tell me so. So there you go.
Super chat. That is awesome. Just saying.
Full Anal Fisting says, would you ever do a stream in your Russian accent? We know the Mr. Y voice breaks Drexel. Hey, do a couple of minutes of the stream in Mr. Y's voice. See how much you can break Drexel, lol.
The Russian accent is.
I'm
that,
so
is that the
sick of that
accent
fucking voice.
Nick, is that the accent that you did? The guy that you when you were working in like Target or something? The guy that had that always his eye was perfect or something.
I can do Russian accent, okay. It is a little bit I have to kind of glide back into it. It's been a long time. I was in a play where I played Russian ballet instructor, and it's called Can't Take It With You. Great play. Very old.
That's awesome.
But yeah. So I had to do a Russian accent for 3 hours every night for the play. So a lot of practice. Fran Mataraki in Abby Butch voice. Hey Drex, super cheeks, sugar cheeks. Every time I close my eyes, I wake up feeling so horny. I can't get you out of my mind. Sex and you be all I see. I would give anything just to make you understand me. I don't give a damn about nothing else. There you go. That's how Abby would sing
That's
that.
actually fucking traumatic.
Yes. Agreed.
Oh my god, what's these voices? You know him as Changiz Khan says, in the sad I take responsibility celebrity voice. I take responsibility for poor saps like Ty that had to bear witness to Neil Cuckman banging a tranny.
Ty, did you see that video?
Which one?
The celebrity.
A bunch of white celebrities apologizing to all black people.
Oh, for fuck's sake! No, I
And they're reading off of cue cards. Clearly, oh god,
yeah,
it's
you can
bad.
see their eyes. It's just. Wait.
So Drexel, as a black man, does that shit somehow make you feel empowered?
What are you trying to say about Drexel?
Or just
Are you
just-
judging
what
his
if-
race? Are you
what if
Are you
I'm
assigning him a
transracial?
race?
I could be transracial.
Well, he seems like a black guy to me. I mean,
I mean, that's
like I'm a white
just
guy. I mean,
that's just a narrow way to define someone. I mean, based
hey,
on what?
listen. My name is Tyrone. Okay. Hey, no kidding. I got a good buddy who's African American who's named Nigel.
I feel
And so
sorry for him.
I'm just mad that we can't be friends anymore. That now that Ty pointed out you're black.
Yeah, I mean,
There
I'm
you
a
go.
massive
That's
trans
the end of the world.
lesbian.
No, Nigel and
With a
I,
good tan.
when we got really drunk one night, we laughed like hysterically at that. It's like, shouldn't your name be mine? Anyway, so does it make you somehow feel better that a bunch of self-indulgent, whining ass white actors go, I feel your pain.
Yeah, they feel a lot. They feel a lot of nothing. Other than
Absolutely
coke binges and secret society rituals. That's what they feel.
Yeah.
Nothing
There you
more.
go. Felipe Mouve masked us 4 times, but only sent one message. It says, "Don't mind me just checking the masks with you two on the same screen."
Oh,
Some of them worked, some of them didn't. That was cool.
oh, we got to piggyback on something Ty just said.
Oh, God.
Did you hear about Chick-fil-A
Oh, God.
saying white people are gonna shine black people's shoes or something, and they're gonna be open on Sundays, but only for black people?
Really?
What?
Chick-fil-A? So my
Are you
guess
sure that
is
wasn't like Babylon Bee?
Now I saw the
Or
shoes.
duffel blog.
I saw the shoes
that really
thing.
sounds like a bee thing.
Yeah, it sounds. I'm gonna
But
look
you know
for
what? In the crazy years, I
it.
wouldn't,
Yeah, right. Chick-fil-A. So that'd be Sunday open. Or
That's got to be. That can't be real.
DJD Joe, I am not drunk yet.
His name is DJD Show.
Right, and I am not drunk.
well, here's all the Business Insider.
Respect your elders, young man.
I saw the.
That's Babylon Bee.
Yeah. That's a joke. But
yeah.
I saw one that said they are going to the whole what they're gonna do for like the white people are gonna help fight racism by like shining black people's shoes. Something completely out of hand, man.
I just want to drive around Morgan Freeman. That's all. I feel like he drove around an old white lady. I can drive around an old black man.
Right?
Nah, be honest. You're all about his voice, right?
Of course.
Well, I want him to narrate
Right.
my life to me.
Yeah.
TLJ
Wouldn't you,
Screwjob.
though?
TLJ Screwjob says, speaking of the Disney trilogy, Michael Amped, who wrote the script treatment for The Force Awakens. Luke was overpowering the other characters to the point where they kept pushing him back more and more. In the end, he had 30 seconds at the very end and no dialogue.
Yeah, I believe it.
No.
It's exactly what Ty said, right? Like the legacy characters actually, not only that people care about them, but like they just were more interested in the new ones, like Finn, Rey, Poe. No one cared about them
Except for Kylo Ren's chest.
Oh, oh my
Yeah.
God!
Abby's discarded penis says, hello, gents. Ty, can I get one of your mugs? I'd happily pay for it. Also, if you want a good video about aliens, check out Collative Learning. He does a lot of great videos on movies, but this one breaks down why it's a great feminism movie, so F that warning.
Would Beard and Harris gear be something people would like?
I'm sure they'd like some of it at least. I don't know how. I don't know. Who knows how
I will
many?
put you in charge of figuring that out.
With a Broly picture.
There you go. TLJ Screwjob says, Drex, can I just say my favorite part about having you on these streams is your Nick. Whenever your mind gets blown by something like the Abby scene, just the way you need Nick's help to process what's happening. Black person goes to Whitey for help.
Oh man. Oh, that's classic.
Nick the Pink says, who cried best, Ron Toye or Jeff from Rooster Teeth or Matt Jarbo over his play button? Jeff from Rooster Teeth.
I think that was
What's the
up there.
what's the reference there? I didn't see that.
All 3 of those men have cried on YouTube.
Oh,
Something you should never do.
Oh, yeah.
Ron was crying in his interview with Knuckleheads because he was proud that Cress is a trans. He's very proud of Cress for being trans. Jeff from Rooster Teeth cried because some guy 10 years ago said that his ex-wife was so pumped full of man juice by other staff members that he didn't know who was the father of his daughter. And Matt Jarbo cried because he got 100,000 subsubscribers on YouTube.
Okay.
You know, honestly, I'm not gonna be too hard on that guy.
Guys, don't cry in public.
Yeah.
For fuck's sake. Don't.
Is Matt Jarbo? Is he the God of War dude?
No, Matt Jarbo is Mundane Matt, the YouTuber Mundane Matt.
Okay. I'm not going to be too hard on Monday, Matt, only for this reason. And I think you can, to a certain degree, agree, Ty.
Okay.
Tears
Yeah.
of joy are different, right? Like,
yes.
You see what I'm saying?
Truly.
This
No,
Matt
no,
Jarbo
totally
guy
agree.
cried because he got 100,000
Totally
subscribers.
agree.
Like, I'm not saying, I'm not going to get into whether I think that's okay or not, but think about this. He hit it. You said yourself, Ty. Men are defined by what we do, right? Like, so when we accomplish certain goals, when sports figures win, especially their first title, they cry, right?
Totally
they climb the mountain.
Totally agree.
They climb the mountain. So that may have been a goal for mundane Matt to be like, if I ever got to 1,000 screens, that could be a huge deal to him. So, but whereas when your now ex-wife was a cum dumpster, and you cry because
that was that 10-year-old's words, not even me.
Yeah. And you see what I'm saying? I'm not going to be too hard on a guy because, Ty, what happens when the guys cry at their daughter's graduation, right? You're not less of a man if a guy is, because that's his little girl.
As long as you obey the forms, right?
Yeah. You gotta
look away. You gotta wipe your eyes.
You aren't outright like bawling and stuff.
You gotta say, my contacts.
It's the contact. It's the allergies, the pollen.
Yeah. You can never.
You guys are
be
defending what you don't
the
know.
fact that you're crying, right?
Guys, listen, guys. Just say no. That's all I'm gonna say. Trust me. But the worst one was Jeff from Rooster.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I'm not gonna beat you hard on Monday, Matt. Ron was a fake cry to me.
No, that was a real cry.
I'm convinced, man. He was active,
there was no triumph there to cry about, right?
Yep.
Yes. When Tom Brady wins his nth great Super Bowl, this is great. Of course, that's acceptable.
Well,
I'm gonna show you the Monday Matt clip later.
Now, when you say cry, did he like sniffle or
will make up your own mind? I'm not doing it.
Damn.
FKA Frankenslada says, shout out to Sony and the conga line of shitstorm following The Last of Us 2. What a great tutorial of how not to release a game. Warhammer can totally crash and burn because it sucks. Rude. Ratchet and Clank is way better. Wisconsin cheese man. No. Ratchet Clank is not better than Warhammer. Ange says, I've heard Nick and Ty's advice several times about being a dad on Chad Dad streams. I was wondering if Drex had any advice based on his experience on being a dad, both in general care and even dealing with bringing kids to divorced spouse. That sounds like a long answer.
Yeah, well, I'll try to make a quick response, which is basically, the first part was what based on scroll down just a quick bit on that.
What?
One.
Oh, scroll down.
Scroll down a quick bit. I just couldn't see the other half.
General care and dealing with bringing the kid to your spouse.
You just do the best you can because you have to know that you aren't with the kid every day. Every time that my daughter has been brought back to me and there's something I don't agree on, guess what, Ty? It's because I wasn't fucking there. Her hair got cut. It's because that would never happen with me there. She wanted, I guess she had her like a blue tuxedo, which is a masculine look for a girl at a wedding, her cousin's wedding. You notice whenever female fuckery is a renewable resource, right? So but it only happens when the father isn't there. None of this stuff would ever get allowed if I was there.
One father to another. Never forget. You're her dad, and at the end of the day, you're gonna win this.
Of course.
Right? I mean, I wouldn't insult your intelligence by saying I know what you're going through. I don't. But that connection between father and daughter, none of that bullshit is going to interfere with that.
Of course not.
And at the end of the day, I guarantee you, my friend, your daughter is going to be your little girl.
Yep. Yeah, and the guy asked about in the divorce situation. I was never divorced. I dated my child's mother together for over 2 years, but we never were legally married. But it's like you just do the best you can because
absolutely.
All you can really do is your part, right? Now your kid may end up good, bad, somewhere in between, but it's like if you can say, hey, I put out my best effort trying to steer them the right way, that's all that really you can do.
you know, in my job, I actually advise clients on a whole lot of things that aren't like legal, really. I mean, and one of the things that I always tell people, for God's sakes, be sure you can look yourself in the mirror and say, I did the best I could do, to your point.
Yeah.
Right.
It's all you can really do, right? Like,
and again, I would not insult anyone by saying I know what you feel like, because
I would.
I didn't get it, but of course you would. But I've never been divorced, right? I don't have to split my child's time with anybody else. All I can tell you is, as the child of a shitty, childhood, I'll tell you this. Kids don't hate their parents because they made bad calls, right? Mm-hmm. I don't resent my parents one time for a beating I got that, I didn't deserve, but honestly, it was a fair cop, right?
Yep.
It was, what kids will resent their parents for is outright acts of meanness.
Yep.
Right.
Or neglect. You know what I'm saying? Like parents that didn't tell them things, lead them astray.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So, you guys that have got kids that you're having to share with a crazy ex and her paramour and all that bullshit, do the best you can and just love your kid, because kids are going to grow up. They're going to turn into grown-ups.
Yep.
And they're going to remember, and they're going to say, my dad, they're going to understand you did the best you could.
Yep. Well, Ty, I told that to my a buddy of mine from high school. I happened to bump into him at the gym, and he was talking about his ex, his baby mama, and his kid. So there's his kid now with around this guy that the ex-girlfriend is dating, and he was just kind of like frustrated, just kind of like, yeah. But and I said, you have to, because he just wasn't really exercising his parental rights, right? And I said, dude, you got to get in there, because, and you see this a lot when women are left to their own devices. Because women's kryptonite is the total inability to take accountability for anything. So because of that, it's always going to be on the guy.
You see this with an astonishing amount of clarity. I got to say, my friend.
But that's what they're going to do, right? Like they're going to sit there and go like this, Nick. Your dad is a deadbeat. He's X, Y, and Z, because you're not there, right? Because you're not defending yourself. And I said, you have to interject yourself in that situation. Absolutely. So that now when she says, your dad ain't shit, the kid is looking at him like, hold up. Dad takes me. He takes me places. He's always comforting me and disciplining me. And like, like it's the polar opposite of what she's saying, right? Eventually, kids figure it out.
Exactly.
They figure it out.
This. Remember how we were when we were kids, right?
Yep.
We knew adults were full of shit.
Yep.
We be there, because what Drexel's saying is absolutely right. When they get to a point, maybe not when they become grown-ups, but certainly when they're teenagers, they'll start reasoning on their own, and they'll start going, Dad was there. That crazy bitch who's my mother didn't let him be there. And I guarantee. And guys, if your child is a daughter, oh my God, you're like, a whole order of magnitude ahead. Just fucking be there.
That's right. Even if you are.
Oh my God. We're never going to be there for our children, because the show will go on forever.
Oh my God.
Thank you, Nick, for disrupting this heartfelt.
Heartfelt. It was heartfelt 20 minutes ago.
Are you kidding?
Miss Metro Exo Kitty says, funerals, proper beauty, great film, and the national anthem are acceptable things for men to cry during.
Fair enough. I agree with
HD
that.
Takai says, hi, Nick, it's George again. Drexel may have heard me talking on Turd Flinging Monkeys show. I emailed you since last time asking about contacting on Discord. Not sure if you got those. If you can give a reply, that'd be great. It's from my old qq.com email address. I'll look for it, buddy. I probably got it and then lost it.
Guys, look, it's complicated on the whole wink and men cry thing. But the bottom line is, you can't take pride in crying.
No.
Right, Drexel?
Ron takes pride in it.
Look. Even if
It is
it's
Pride Month.
even if you're crying because at the end of Brian's song, James Caan is giving that devastating. You have to be embarrassed because you're crying. Because, like I said earlier, we've already got 55% of the population is women. We don't need any more women. Just saying.
Arcane Sidious says, hey, Nick, did you ever get the apple pie moonshine I sent you before COVID destroyed the world? And have you tried it yet? It was the shine in the Hydro Flask bottle. I did. I have not tried it yet, but I did get it. I got it in Lady
moonshine from Louisiana. Somebody sent me some. One of my cousins sent me some moonshine. It came in a mason jar.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, this is in like one of those metal bottles. It's really nice. Lady, like a I don't know, like a water bottle, like a metal water bottle. Lady Ragged's like, what is this? Like, it's moonshine. She's like, you're not gonna drink that, are you?
Of course.
Like, well, yeah. I was planning on it. She's like, well, who sent it to you? I'm like, some guy from the internet.
Some guy from the internet.
She's like, are you gonna die? Maybe.
Well, I don't know.
Well, right.
But
the argument's gotten ridiculous because Nick and I, Ty, way back when in college, Nick introduced me to the movie called Iron Monkey, right? And do you remember that pivotal scene in that movie, Nick? Straw men shed blood before tears. And then the moment, because he's breaking away from his son, right? And the moment he says it, his son goes, he starts crying. What did I tell you? And so the dad hits him, right? But when he goes away, the father turns away and the camera pans and you see him crying. Because he has to leave his son. So it's like, he's just trying to harden his son. Like, and people get that confused.
Back to my point.
Okay. Redacted.
Don't take pride in your crying, man.
Correct.
Redacted says, Null is feeling sad and wants to start a family, but feels as though the farms are stopping him from having a stable income. Ty, if you know anyone who needs an IT guy, the amount of shit he's gone through to keep the farms going, they won't regret it. You know him as Changus.
Null has to know a whole lot of shit about IT, you would think.
You know him as Changus Khan says, movie night is canceled at this rate. My God, Ty, stop talking. Sing this in lemon voice.
Never.
Sing this in lemon voice says, shot through the lungs and you're to blame. You give love a bad name. I played my part in your con slut game. You give love a bad name.
Oh
you
my
give
God.
love a bad name.
So whoever who did that super chat?
Ampathos guy. Wait, no, that was sorry. It was sing this in lemon voice.
I love
that's his
you.
Name.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Ampathos guy says, Drex, I forgot to also ask last night how you get your head so smooth. No joke, by the way. I've tried it all, and all I get is a stubbly scalp. Please impart your wisdom on the art of head shaving.
No, I just happen to have that kind of head. I just use literally a regular shaver.
Okay.
I don't even use a razor, nothing. I just bzzz.
Can I help you out on this? If you're a white guy, sorry. Ain't gonna happen for you.
FKA Frankenslata says, hey, Nick, ever think about doing a drunk playthrough of The Last of Us 2 with Drex and Ty? Here's brownie points if you drink every time it's woke or gay butt sex. Warhammer sucks. Fight me and I will fight you to prove it.
Wow,
Nick,
that's a lot to unpack.
Will we do it? Will we demean ourselves and find someone who has a copy and do a play? I mean, I'll just give the controller to you. I'm not actually going to play. I just want to mock you.
I hate that idea. TLJ Screwjob says,
I will go
in
with
lemon
anything that Drex is involved in. So there's
in
that.
Lemoyne voice. Ty, I just need some of the GoFundMe money, please. Thinking about it is the only way I can get hard. Just 2 pennies to rub against my nipples. That's all.
By the way, you are referenced in some of our briefs, Nick.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Always love being in legal documents.
Sure.
Sing this in Abby voice. Says, near
far, wherever you are, I believe that the heart does go on. Once more, you open the door, and you're here in my heart, and my heart will go on and on.
Wow, are those the actual lyrics of that song?
What?
Are those the actual lyrics of that song?
They're
Yeah,
pretty
it
close.
is. Yeah.
If they're
My heart
not-
will go on.
If they're not exact,
Wow.
that's one of the.
It sounded much better, and when I didn't know that.
Bad Vibes says in Vic's voice,
This is the stream that never ends. Goes on and on, my friends. Nikki started streaming it not knowing what it was. And it keeps going on forever just because.
so there you go. Miss Metro XO Kitty says, I don't know if $20 or 20 euros is enough for legal counsel, but if the government posts a state-appointed officer to keep you locked in your house in quarantine, am I justified in using a 1950s-style metal toaster to boogaloo their head? No. No, you're not. You got to fight it in the courts, which I know is impossible. We're going to have a giant tie on the screen.
He is giant.
Oh, God. No. Hold on. Sorry, chat. Just a second. Everything about this is frustrating. I need 10 more monitors. Samato 12 says, holy shit.
You've only been doing this for, 3 years.
Well, we're in a different room and I don't have my 3 monitor setup up here. So it's
right.
Samato 12 says, holy shit, Laura Bailey mo-capped Abby. Theron 2006 says, hey, cheers, guys. I got a great idea for a simple cosplay outfit. All you need is a wife beater shirt, a stuffed whale, and a remote. You learn to cry on cue, and you are the perfect soy boy. Damon Dog says, was looking forward to the stream today, but I'm recovering from an over 105 fever, so wish me luck. Also, what do you think of Resident Evil 8 so far, Drexel?
So far, I'm on the fence because it's different, a departure. I'm not a fan of Resident Evil in the first-person view, but because Part 7 was meh to me, but I will see when it comes out, right? It looks more interesting than The Last of Us Part 2.
Yeah, everything looks better. Bad Vibes says, late again, Rackets. I'm going to dock your pay. Jen GM says, cheers and happy Friday to everyone. Four glasses of Whistle Pig in. Open that drink and take a swig, gamers. Good job, Jen GM. Yeah. Couch Doodle says, having some Whistle Pig for you, fam. Oh, hey, what's up, man? Hope you're enjoying it. That's Dan Fraga. Damn it. Jared Batman, welcome to the channel. Thank you. Nathan Kish, just bought Radio Nowhere yesterday. Just a few chapters in, but enjoying it. My compliments to the author.
Yes. Oh, so can we shill?
Yeah, you got to check out Radio Nowhere and Radio Static.
Yes.
Radio Static is the sequel to Radio Nowhere, and you should check it out on Amazon right now.
Hey guys, it's actually a really good book. Just saying. Hey, Nick, I had to run for a second, but I'll be right back.
Sounds good.
All right.
Who mocapped
the dude?
Owen, yeah.
I don't see Neil in mocap gear.
No, I don't see him, but wouldn't that'd be problematic, right?
Well, whoever is the actor for Owen had to have done it, right?
Do you think they were like actually physically in proximity with each other, or if they made them film it separately to make sure?
It could be. Yeah.
They'd have to film that. Okay, yeah, Ty's gone. We got to burn through a bunch of chats. Colosign says, when is Drex going to be in whiteface? Literal Gamer, welcome to lawyer status on the channel. The Red Pill Journey. Nick, have you heard that Cali is trying to strike down a civil rights law that stops discrimination for the premise of affirmative action? It's true.
That's Owen.
Oh, there you go.
There they did it.
DCV Titan says, did Drex stick his head in the ball shiner? Yes. Sean223 says, Ty, is the Amazon still around? I'll ask him when he gets back. I know Carrie is certainly still around. Almond John 1 says, Nick, you should show Drexel the men's clothes from the Gucci website. It's funny as hell. Doesn't sound funny. Ishalzen. Evening, Ty. Although Monica voices a character recently added to a game I play, I see Todd is too. Nice to see things going well for him too. Yeah, it's great. Good job. Good job, Todd. Wishing you the best. No one important says, Ty, no, Ron said you can't be on the show because, well, I mean, okay. Shadows King 101 says, run, Ty, run. Lamar 76 Metal says, Ty, you look like AI from Al from Home Improvement. Drex, always love when you're on the show. Racket's looking like a lesbo with the hair. Cheers. Just trying to get a job as Abby.
Oh, man.
Rhinosaurus Rex says, thoughts on the AR-10. Thought about getting an AR-15, but found a 10 made by Radical Firearms, Texan-made brand. Figured a 10 would be better for hunting. No idea, buddy. I'm not qualified gun. Nixhex says, Grape Crush is a weird way to spell purple drank. Finn Frog says, this scene brought to you by people that haven't practiced making babies. Neil Drydoggin, man, it doesn't work that way. Finn Frog, they weren't trying to make babies. That's two men.
Yeah, basically, man.
That
was two dudes.
Okay, so I just jumped in, but
yeah, welcome back, Ty.
give me context here.
There's a question earlier. No, you don't need it. There was a question earlier. Are the Amazons still around?
Yes, of course.
Well, people.
The Amazon Legion of Doom continues to, do what they do.
Exist.
Yeah,
I'll be right back. I took a week.
They do more than exist. I
know, but they continue to exist also. I'm not demeaning what they do. I'm just saying that they persist on.
Yes, the Amazon Legion of Doom is still a thing. And
there you go.
Actually, the Amazon Legion of Doom, come to think of it, they're all still here. I mean,
yeah. Well, I think they're probably just asking because I don't know if there was ever any clarity on, during COVID, you talked about having to make some tough choices and stuff like that. Sure.
No, as it happens, the Amazon Legion of Doom came through actually intact. So
there you go, guys. Nivok to Orc says, Abby made Ty rage quit. Yes. DCV Titan says, the things you do to Ty. Jay Prez says, quote, that's a dude, Ty Beard 2020. JC,
it was a dude, wasn't it?
It's a dude.
Yeah.
JC Gaming says that remix had me dying in tears. Lol. Wesley De Aguayo says, check this video out called SoonerCon meeting Vic Mignogna. Look at a certain someone's reactions. We're not going to do that on the show right now, but I'll see if we can check it out later. Topsy Cret says, hey Nick, I am indeed Jay Chizzy. Feel free to share the video. I'm glad everyone enjoyed it. Ask Drexel if he has any more ideas to let me know. Will do, buddy, and thank you again for making it. I'm going to put it up on Rekieta Media, and I will put links to your Twitter in the description and make sure and show people your Twitter account on the video. Jillian Seed says, Ty, is Beard Harris still a mask-free zone?
Yeah, we'll do masks.
DCV Titan says, Drex, there may be hope for Star Wars. Rumor reported by Doomcock is that Lucasfilm is looking to make the sequels non-canon. Hear that, Drex?
Interesting. By the way, yeah. I am a big fan of Doomcock.
You're a big fan of Doomcock?
Oh yeah.
I like him too. He's the one with that's always wearing that helmet, right?
Yeah.
I like that. I remember when he was in the car with Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers. That was hilarious.
Yeah.
I do have one issue though.
Harvey Cthulhu is one of his guys.
Well, you know my only issue though with that whole Star Wars thing, Nick, is now that Carrie Fisher is dead. And these actors,
super dead.
All these actors just get older, right? Like even if you weren't to do something with Luke or Han, because Harrison Ford is still alive. If you say that's not canon, you can still get Harrison Ford and go, hey Harrison, Billy D. Williams, we want you guys to do this for the fan service. But now you lost that chance as Carrie Fisher's gone. The audience deserves.
Nobody wanted to see her in that slave bikini again.
Oh, stop.
Listen. Okay, there will be no more of this, right? To young men of a certain age, just saying that was.
I'm just saying you didn't want to revisit it.
Oh God, no. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Oh my God, you are the worst.
This bag is so bad. Look,
You are a terrorist.
Oh my God.
You are ISIS. Jillian Seed says Nick should have called a social worker for the spider.
Yeah.
Phoenix Orem says my girl's dad has ties to MS-13. When I was invited to dinner, her dad told me, "Break my little girl's heart and you'll never be found. Love my girl, but those Mexicalis don't mess around."
Yeah, they're very hyperprotective. The only problem I have is this, and this is something that men have to get better about, and the Me Too thing has kind of proven this. Guys can't just listen to women say, "Daddy, he did this," or "Mr. Policeman, he did this," and just be like, "He did it, he raped her, he did this to her." Like, because when it comes, especially with the Me Too cases, right? You
This
be going to
isn't Me
authorities.
Too.
for it.
This is MS-13.
No. I know what you're saying, but I'm saying.
You end up in a desert trench with the other guys.
But here's the problem. But are you starting to see the parallel, right? That means this girl knows, hey, I got some scary guys here. I just have to say this guy did something to me, and these guys will jump at the drop of a dime and hurt somebody. And then what happens if you find out that she was the one cheating on him, or she was doing something wrong? Then they're kind of like, oh, we just killed somebody, or we harmed somebody that didn't do it. Because she's not gonna say she's sorry. She'll just cry. You've seen this, Ty. They just start crying because that means responsibility.
Dominic P says,
Look. No woman should ever lose an argument with a man. Just shouldn't happen. Because all they got to do is start crying.
Yep.
You know, in our law practice, right? When we depose women, right? I have my female attorneys do that.
Yep.
Because I'm a guy, right?
Yep.
They start crying. I'm like, So like Monica Ural's deposition, that was Amazon Prime, because
Dominic P says, Drex, what do you think of the trailer for Resident Evil 8?
Yeah, like I said, look so far, so solid, interesting.
Angry Baneling says, please show Drex what I DM'd you, Nick. I think I did. I think I pulled that.
Are you sure you want to do that?
No, I don't have it pulled up. We'll do it later. Keck7Go says, Ty, can you spank Nick about this Traveler game? I'm afraid it will never happen at this rate.
I don't spank men anyway. No.
We haven't talked in a while, and I need to set up the time with you to do Traveler.
I'm putting it all upon you. I have the campaign ready to run. You just,
You also had something important going on, so I was not putting a game in front of you.
Right. Sure. But Nick, you understand that Traveler is a real man's game. You can die in character generation.
Yeah, you can die in character. JJ Bay says, if you can't kill the GM, then it's not a real man's game. JJ Bay says, Ty needs to listen to the Alien 3 alternate script audiobook, Cold War in Space, Soviet versus Americans versus Aliens.
Yeah.
Oh my God, can you not?
Oh my God.
Yeah, grab all of the cookies so you never have to reach in the bag. Jesus Christ. Phoenix Orem says, Quentin Tarantino makes dialogue sexy. Drex, can you say, damn, Nick, that's some mother trucking good coffee? But I don't think he means.
Damn, Nick, that's some motherfucking good coffee.
Phoenix Lord Asherman says, I've seen your Sekiro playthrough. You never got through that either. Play Fallout, you boomer. I didn't get through Sekiro because the last time I was going to play it glitched out, and then I just haven't gone back because watch parties are more fun.
Hey, The Last of Us 2 won't glitch out. You have to. You owe it to your fans to play through. I'm not
gonna get a
remotely.
I'm not gonna get an 8-year-old or 9-year-old fucking game system just so I can play a piece of shit.
You can borrow mine.
Gross. Phoenix Orem says, Teddy Lone, quote, is Ty going to Anime Matsuri? We talked about that earlier. Hugo from Uruguay says, I have no space here to give my full opinion about The Last of Us 2, but it's a disrespectful piece of crap. Worse than the D leaks exposed. Joel deserved a better way out, and the game wants you to like that Abby freak.
Of course.
Low Ghost says the Abby sex scene is actually a quick time event The scene starts, and you have to press the power button as fast as you can.
Okay. So when you're playing this thing, do you have to actually go through that?
No, it's a cutscene. So you're not playing at that point.
Right.
You're not pressing X to ram.
Yeah. Like God of War.
Can you press a button that makes you not do that?
Yeah, it's the power button. That's what the guy was just saying. You just turn that shit off. No one important says.
I don't think that. I don't think that resolves it. But anyway, go ahead.
People are saying so like a movie. Yeah, these AAA games are just becoming movies with
Some interaction.
Minutes of mild interaction.
Okay, look, I'm just saying. You come to me and say, Ty, make a video game and you're the character, right? Like that dipshit, guy was.
Yeah.
Look, I am Sean Connery, right? I'm like,
I smash the traps. They don't smash me.
I mean, I am putting away someone that is going. No one's going to say that looks like a guy, right?
Yeah.
Just say.
No one important. Ty believes in the power of anime. No one important says, Me Too became a joke when Twitter and some company can cancel minors for saying the N-word, much less their dad saying it before they were born.
Yeah, that was pitiful.
Phoenix Orem says, low ghost DSP voice. Bugged marriage mechanics, dude. Carol Begansky says, Nick, please don't forget to show off your gift, which I did. That was the Struggle Snuggle shirt.
That was great.
Carol also says, you're very welcome. I'm glad you both like them. Palinka Pavlova says, Ty, quote, I've got 5 wives. Me. Cal Clay says, when I look for fun choices, a hole or hot dog. Okay. Logo says, Drex watching that Abby sex scene and getting flashbacks to that time he got pushed up against the closet at Thad's. Abby turned into Grabby real quick, huh, Drex?
Wow, they went there.
Lady Coma says, grew up as a tomboy. Watching Thoughts was the biggest pill for me. 100% worth going the right way. I love my man. He was my first and will be my last.
Yeah.
Kalinka Pavlova says, reminds me of a recent convo I had with my family. They asked me what I wanted to do with my life, disregarding my boyfriend, and I said I wanted to raise more kids.
Wow. They view society and families and women, they view men as just disposable objects, just utility. Like he's not really, like, what can he provide for you? If he can't provide for anything. Have you noticed this more and more, Ty? Women don't want to build with men, right? Like, when your wife took a step back to let you lead and build something, it's always like this. Well, Ty, what can you do for me? Yeah. And the guy's like, wait, let me get this straight. You want me to wait till I have already achieved everything and then just let you latch on?
And the counter for that is, like my daughters, right? Mm-hmm. My daughters say, well, I expect these things. It all rolls back to that whole father-daughter relationship, right? And that's going to be the whole dividing line between women, right? Basically, women can be divided between, at this point, I had to say this, between women who had good relations with dad and women that didn't.
Yep.
And women that didn't are basically going to be preyed upon. That's not the way to say it, right? I mean, I'm going to say they're preyed upon by men, but at the same time, they're doing their part, right? But
absolutely,
my daughters expect their young men to treat them the way I treat their mother, right? And so there's none of that. But the other 98% of the world, apparently, very different.
The Atomisk says, good girls get fulfilled, thoughts get fully filled. Sad Magikarp says, hi, Nick, Drex, and Ty. What advice would you give to shy, introverted women after 25 who have never been on a date before in their life? Cheers.
Oh, Drex, Make him a player. How do you do that?
Wait, was that a dude or a female?
It
Hold
just says, what advice would you give to a shy, introverted women after 25 who've never been on a date before in their life? Cheers. I don't know if that's a man or a woman.
See,
answering the question.
Let's proceed from the assumption it's a man, because we got no.
You're supposed to
women
give
these-
advice to the women.
Yeah.
Who
So
cares what the
yeah. We're supposed to give advice to a shy, introverted 25-year-old woman, right? I mean, you kind of got to put yourself out there just a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, because here's the thing: if you don't speak up, if you don't make yourself, like if you just don't make yourself, if you have no presence, no aura, and remember, women don't need to have an aura that's like men. Men have to have an aura.
Right.
Women don't. They just have to have enough of a demeanor that makes men go, "I notice her." There could be 100 chicks twerking. You know who we really notice? The girl who's just politely serving drinks, who's at the place that we're watching the twerk championships in Florida, by the way. Come with me next year.
Stop.
The World Twerk Championships.
Sorry.
And if a nice girl, if that's like a family establishment, like, you know, a bar or something, a tiki bar or whatever, right? And she's serving drinks, Nick, and she's like, yeah, it's my parents' business, and I just serve. That woman, you know, we kind of, I like the way she looks. Like, we will pay more attention to her, but you have to just have some interaction. Like, this introvert shit needs to stop. I'm just gonna go ahead and let men and women know. This whole, you can't expect something out of life when you aren't doing shit. You see what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
You can't say, oh, I'm an introvert, Ty. What do I do? Well, you got to communicate. You have to put yourself out there. You have to risk failure. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Okay.
So, yeah. Well,
I stopped when you started talking again.
My input on this is this. We pursue that which retreats.
Yep.
Right. So, again,
To put yourself out there and then run your ass away.
Actually, you know what? Look, don't give it away, for God's sakes.
Nope.
Right? But make them interested. And look, guys we are the most simple creatures in the world, right? I simply don't understand any woman that goes, I don't understand men. Really?
Really?
It ain't complicated. Wave it in front of us and then retreat.
Yeah.
That's what twerking actually is, literally.
Well,
Waving it in front of us and then retreating. Shadow Goff says, wait, if Nick and Lady Rackets get divorced, who gets the chat? Well, it would be split 50-50. And if so, I guess all of us will hang out at Uncle Drexel's stream. Kalinka Pavlova says, please, men, don't remove your chest hair ever. Protocon
Agreed.
Protocon says, don't forget the super chats, Nick. I'm trying not to. Solemn says, Ty needs to see Ron crying to Cress. Also, hey, guys, I don't think Ty needs
No, I really don't need to see that.
Absolute Zero says, Nick, to save Lady Racket's life, you need to either bob Drexel's apples, tickle Ty's taint, or chew on Monica's jelly bean.
Oh.
I'm thinking you break the knife out. You just go.
Yeah. You just gotta you gotta go,
that's
man.
Like, fuck it. Yeah.
I'll join her in death. Kalinka Pavlova says, are men allowed to cry at the birth or death of children, though? Well,
Yes,
yeah.
of course.
Don't get to take pride in crying ever.
Exactly. That is
Neon-
the critical thing.
Neon says, crying over fictional.
Crying. Just saying.
Crying over fictional stuff is okay if it's really good fictional stuff, but then you have to swear by it being good from then on, even if it sucks.
Yep.
Phoenix Alarm.
You gotta own it. You
Yep.
have to own it.
Phoenix Alarm says, can you cry when Optimus Prime dies during the 1987 Transformers movie? You
can.
Shut your mouth.
Of course you can.
Of course you can. Same when Duke got killed.
He didn't die, okay? Optimus didn't die.
You take no
Neither did
pride.
Duke. He was just resting.
He was resting, man.
Flint's gonna wake him up.
It hurts, man.
Ransu says Drex's head shine is blinding. Orochitako says Ty is wrong.
I have to agree with that.
Ty is wrong. There's another time to cry. Maruim and Komgi Death in Hunter x Hunter. Okay. Nix Hex says, I don't think any of us have seen that. Nix Hex says, I don't think Drex knows that you were doing an impression of Lemoyne because he simply says it is stupid. Has he actually heard the real thing? No one important says, Ron.
That's fair.
Ty, you shouldn't be on Nick's stream. It's unprofessional and I don't appreciate it.
And then closed caption, crying in Soye.
Did I say that out loud?
No, you didn't. John Hughes says, is it weird that I don't cry about IRL deaths, but when it comes to anime characters, I do? For example, Koro Sensei from Assassination Classroom. No.
That happens. Because if you remember, when I gave the list of reasons you could cry, Spock's death in Star Trek 2. Just saying. Look,
and no real deaths were mentioned.
Look, if you've ever had a best friend, right, when Spock, says, don't grieve, I am and have always been your friend. Look, if you're at a best friend and you're not moved by that, check out, because you're not part of the human race. But again, the critical thing is you take no pride in crying if you're a man, right?
Yep.
Low Ghost says, my take on Ron crying. It's not real. It's a manipulation tactic. He did it to assert some control over the people he was talking to by trying to evoke emotions or sympathy from them.
That's what I did. I swear he was fake crying, man. I swear.
No, I think, let me clarify. I think you're wrong because I think he was crying for real, but I think the reality was that he's just programmed himself in that way so that he's doing what you guys are saying, but it's not consciously done. That he has programmed himself to actually cry. That it's not fake. I mean, it's put on, but it's not fake. He's not trying to do it. It just happens because he is so infused himself with the idea that he's supposed to cry at that time.
Maybe.
Rhinosaurus Rex says, I cried at the ending of Halo 3 before I got the legendary difficulty ending in Halo Reach. Spartans never die. They just go missing in action. Almond John 1 says, show Ty the Rooster Teeth guy crying with Kleenexes. No. Not going to do that right now. It's way too late. Unknown Existence says, the TX could make her fun bags bigger, so you have to give Terminator 3 that. That was true. Good job. Tubster says, I'm a chick and prefer a good male lead to a lazy Mary Sue female character who is shoehorned in for diversity. Did Ty enjoy the Last of Us pegging scene? Yes, he did. He loved it. Sam W. says, Ty, please confirm Soye crip walking into court.
What? No.
I think that's a joke. Is Ty get muted?
I think so. Hold on.
Yeah, he got muted.
Yeah.
Terrible. Absolute Zero says, tell Ty and Drex about the fun time with a toothpick.
Yeah.
I have no idea. You're gone, Ty. Ransu says, I muted him. He's just muted. No, he was literally... Fine. Ransu says, the Alien 3 director's cut is great. I'm guessing he'll be right back. Shadows King 101 says, why do Wizards of the Coast think I'm a tarded orc person? Yep. Sorry. Now you found out that you were an orc all along. It's actually kind of backwards. Like, they didn't actually tell orcs that they were black people.
Nope.
They told black people that they're orcs.
Yep.
Because orcs aren't fucking real.
Yeah. Oh, God, it's so bad.
Bad Vibe says, men are simple. Show us shiny or sexy things. Women are simple to logic. Simple too. Logic doesn't work usually, but consequence or loss does. If your resources are greater than what divorce/child support/welfare offers, compliance happens.
Yeah.
Did you get fixed yet,
Compliance
Ty?
does, but respect doesn't. I gotta get my water.
You hear me?
Oh, now I can. Yes. It just took a second.
Yes. Thank you.
All right. Derpy Jew says the Volcano High Dub consists of Andre 3000, Little John, Maya, Snoop Dogg, Method Man, Pat Moradal, Big Boys, Kellis, and Tracy Morgan. That sounds hilarious. Andrew Shuggett says skipping
That's
scenes
that's
that
a
are
lot to unpack.
yeah. Skipping scenes that are uncomfortable isn't new. You could skip Trevor's torture mission in Grand Theft Auto 5. You remember Trevor, the character you are introduced to by him basically curb stomping someone. I don't think don't put it in the game. If you want to give people an option,
Right.
a skip option, then don't put it in there.
Yep.
If you don't think people should
Yeah.
be able to stomach it. Now, if you can, through the plot, avoid the scene, I mean, that's different.
Let me ask you this. Do you think that's just lazy writing sometimes? Because
Yes.
you and I have talked about that, right? Where why do you have Ty, you've been through this, right? Where you watch a movie, Nick, we've been through where you go, why is this scene in the movie?
Yeah. All of them, all the time.
Yeah, you just, like in Triple X, right? Like it's like having a bad joke in a comedy movie. Like that's not. No one should find that funny.
Triple X 2 is worse.
Ugh.
Jay Taylor says everything Drex says about women is true and amazing. Oren says it's a day early and Nick doesn't do Sunday streams. Happy Father's Day, you three. Same goes for all of you fathers in chat. Hey, thank you,
I
Oren.
appreciate it, man.
Yes.
Miss
Yes.
Metro Exo Kitty says your Russian accent is off, Nicky boy. It doesn't have enough oppression to it. Remember, in Russia, no lives matter.
Oh God,
No lives matter.
that's so fucking horrible.
Cal Clay says, Drex, Vegeta went to Yard Rat, learned spirit control, literally Moro about to kill Goku, and Vegeta instant transmissions and are you ready for King Vegeta?
Damn.
John Cena's his way in, I guess.
Does he?
Instant transmissions.
Damn.
Zypher Warrior says, Ty is white, but Tyrone is discriminated on paper. John Hughes says, those actors feel the pain with Weinstein rod up their ass 24/7.
Damn.
So Nick, I've got a story, right? I was having my knee worked on, and so I'm checking out, and the lady, who's an African American lady, she says, Tyrone, I didn't expect you to be a white man. And I said, well, I identify as a black man. And so we high-fived, and that was that. So there's that.
Your this is horrifying. Can you reconnect one more time? Because your audio is desynced from your video, and it is really bad.
Are you talking to me,
Yeah, I
or
can
you're
tell.
reading it?
I'm talking to you.
How do I
just-
desync?
No, just like hang up and call right back in.
Okay, yeah, I could do that.
Oh, Whew. I can't stand the desync.
but it's off a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I gotta wait for this one.
Oh, because it's a.
He hates it.
So my arm has gotten better, right? From yesterday, it's still not right, but it's only this arm. My right one, perfectly fine.
Yeah.
Damn.
I wonder if he's coming back. It's taking a while. I'll read the next one. Perception Check says, it's too good not to address. Please check Discord DMs real quick for one of the best Ron posts.
Oh, damn.
Ron Toye says, archive these bitches. I will crip walk right into court and take more money, lol. The only person in this lawsuit who has admitted under oath to deleting stuff is your boy Vig. Check the Depo video. Ha ha ha. Ty admitted to sending that to Nick. Whoops. I wonder if that will ever come up again. Bring it up all day, you dumb
Oh, God, man. Wait, is that the remote?
Yeah, his
avatar?
Yeah, his avatar.
So-
I don't know if he did that or if a mod did it, but the rumor is that he did it because no mod is taking credit for it. What an embarrassing human. Shadows King 101 says, yeah, the Chick-fil-A shoe shining thing is real. And Brian and Taryn, we're going to get back to yours. I'm just waiting for Ty. If he ever comes back, maybe fell asleep.
Which is what we need to do.
We're supposed to watch a movie.
Oh, my God.
I think we're going to have to put it off till tomorrow.
So do we do that like early in the day then, right?
I don't know because we've got a bunch of shit going on tomorrow.
Do we?
Yeah.
What are we doing?
I don't know.
Oh.
Stuff.
Oh, yeah, we'll figure it out.
We'll have to figure it out.
You're killing me.
I was trying to move this show along, and you and Ty are just like, right Ty, right Drex, right Ty, right Drex, right Ty, right Drex. And I'm like, yeah, you guys already covered this topic.
Oh my God, the bromance is real.
Cal Clay says, I'm white, ginger, and people scared by my black voice. Cal Clay also says, have a black man inside me, yet it's not Drex, sadly.
Oh my goodness.
Tabletop Joe says, you seen the Cursed trailer? Arthurian legend handed over to the femmes. The sword may belong to the one true king, but what if it chooses a queen? Fuck me. Stop it. Marty Lund says yes to Beard Hairs merch. Are you back?
Hello.
That took
Yes.
you a long time.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Well, yes.
Okay. Marty
Can you hear me
Lund
now?
says yes to Beard and Harris merchandise. I use that logo for my Imperial Guard kill teams. Hope to see y'all at Anime Matsuri again.
Cool.
Oh God.
I endorse that.
Brian Natarin says, in Lemon Lawyer's voice, repeat the following. Hey, freak show, you're going nowhere. I got you for 3 minutes. 3 minutes of playtime.
That's so bad.
Thank you,
Oh my
Stream,
God.
for
That's the worst voice
entertaining
ever,
me like
man. No,
this.
second worst.
Zypher Warrior says, last time I teared was from scratching my cornea. I had a torn cornea. That
Ouch.
hurt like
Ooh,
shit.
how'd that feel?
You-
Like someone was shoving a knife into my eyeball. And it was a tiny tear. It was after I got LASIK. If you don't put enough eye drops in, and like I slept, and then the cornea skin as it regrows, because they have to take off a layer of it, it can regrow and attach to the inside of your eyelid if it's not lubricated enough. And so I woke up and just opened my eyes like normal. Oh my God, it hurt. Woo.
So how do they fix that?
So would
it
you,
just
would
healed.
you
Oh, it just heals?
recommend
Okay.
LASIK?
God, that sounds
What was that,
bad.
Ty?
Would you recommend LASIK? Because I've thought about it.
This isn't meant to be offensive, even though it should be. You may be too old for it to be beneficial, because they say
No, come on. You enjoyed that.
no. I never do. I know, because I would say anyone who's a good candidate for LASIK, if you can afford it or whatever, get it. It's life changing. I love it, but you got to check and see if you're a good
Okay.
candidate. And they warned us about age with it, even saying that our LASIK would probably around the age of 50, we'd probably see diminished. You'd still get diminished nearsightedness and stuff like that. And so,
So farts, you shouldn't do it, right?
well, that's what I don't know what your optometrist would say. You got to check with them. This isn't legal or ophthalmological advice.
Well, I'm not interested in what my optometrist says. I want to hear what you have to say.
It's
Because I look to you for medical advice, right?
yeah, it's worth it. It is absolutely worth it. And
Yeah.
if I was going to do it again, knowing how much it hurt having my cornea tear, I would still do it again. Absolutely. That was one of the most painful things I've ever experienced.
Damn.
For a whole day.
Well, that's solid.
But let's see. Andrew War Snowboard says, should Jacob Frey have cried over George Floyd? No. Jacob Frey didn't know George Floyd. He has no
We're
business
back to the
crying
whole
about it.
being proud of crying if you're a guy.
Well, his was fake tears. They're politicians. They're just professional actors. They're career criminals. He was just pretending.
Miss Metro Exo Kitty says, Ron
Agreed.
Toye radiates the energy of someone who had his nipples pierced and tugs on them as he watches you and drinks his caramel soy latte. That's right, Mickey boy. I like when you're so wrong. I'm going to post this on Twitter. But he's not because he's banned.
Oh, my God.
Phoenix Lord Asserman says, I want to see a live reaction from Drexel on Matt's crying over a play button. You can go hard on the Quarry King Drex. He deserves it. Maybe we'll do that before the watch party tomorrow or whatever. Cal Clay says, kidding, Drex. Love you, man. Respect you. How's your girl?
Oh, what is that responding to?
He was saying that he had a black man inside him, but not you. So.
Look, man, I take it all in stride. Nick, you know, I just, it's all good to me, man. I mean, like I said, Ty, Nick and I were saying this on numerous occasions. We said it earlier tonight, which is whatever happened to people having like that self-deprecating sense of humor. And if people poke fun at you, just roll with the punches, right? Like, you know, not everyone's going to like what Nick says or what I say, but Nick, if people make a funny meme about you, be like, ha, that's funny. Even if it's knocking you. I love when people, even the ghetto gaggers one. Ha, I slipped it in. Even the ghetto gaggers.
Of course you like it. Came from my live chat Wednesday, and they're hilarious.
Oh god, yeah, it was great.
Cal Clay says, Nick, help Drex give me a 40K for the Emperor Rar. You're supposed to yell, for the Emperor.
For the Emperor.
Ooh,
Nick,
damn.
I'm back to this whole thing. Are we allowed to like indulge in nerd shit with Drexel here? Because he's like insufferably cool.
Ty, do not be fooled. This is a giant ass nerd right here.
Yeah,
but
really?
no, but we shouldn't
it's
indulge
caught
too
a lot
long
of
because
people.
it's late.
I know that has so
I ain't
Ty.
seeing it, but I'll take your word
It's
for
always
it.
caught people off guard that, you know, I've always been a nerd, right? Because at the end of the day, there was a time when I didn't have the big muscles, right? I lifted and then the body filled out. So I used to be, in high school, I was like $150. It wasn't until I started lifting, and like I had Snoop Dogg's body.
That's
But the moment I lifted weights, I just bulked up.
Go ahead.
So I left high school at 210, and I'm at 250 now. So it's like people were always like, you know,
Sure, it's not 260, buddy. I've been, just noticing little pouch,
I got a pouch.
eating all those cookies.
Well, it's wild because
Yes, your dirty white friend is going to, tell you that
he's
you're
gonna nerd shame.
I'm gonna fat shame him.
It's well, Ty, it's great because it's like people have this face and they're like, Nick, we've talked about this, whether it be like the friends you have, your interests. I'm like, just because someone is like, lifts a lot or something doesn't mean when they get home they don't like to go play video games.
Just because someone might be like cool, super muscular and strong, pursued by women across the world, smashing thoughts and slapping chucks, just because that doesn't mean I can't watch a little anime. Shut up.
Well, Nick, look, we've had the same problem.
Oh my
Larry, right?
God.
Just find a damn cliff and fall off.
Oh, you were so
Well, Nick,
ridiculous.
We've had the same problem with Larry, right?
Yeah.
When we've done the Chad Dad things. Nick and I are, we're all talking about, being a father. And Larry's like, oh, yeah. Well, I banged Pamela Anderson.
No, he didn't say that. He just said he met her a couple times and was going to go on a date with her.
It. And of course, we're all going,
No,
oh my
Larry,
God.
Larry was going to Larry wasn't going on a date with Pamela Anderson. It was someone else.
Oh, I don't know, but just saying.
Yeah. Anyway, Angry Baneling says
You need to get a show with Larry and Drexel.
that would be a good show.
Oh my God! You think?
I was actually
saying.
thinking that just the other day. No joke.
Yeah. It's saying.
Angry Baneling says, public service announcement. StarCraft 2 is greater than Warhammer. That is all. Don't at me. Thanks. Cal Clay says, simp tie advice. Repeat. I did my best in mirror. FKA Frankenslada says someone should make a buddy cop starring Minecraft Matt and Ron Soye with Neil Cuckman as the commissioner and his trans incel as the main villain. They'd all enjoy it. Nix Hex says in lemon voice, fathers, be good to your daughters. Daughters will love like you do. Girls become lovers and turn into lovers. To mothers, be good to your daughters too. One of his mothers got corrected to
That
lovers.
was physically painful.
It was.
I'm just saying.
Look, it's not my fault.
Well, no, you're
I'm
just
a
reading the
consummate
transcripts.
professional.
Yeah, right. Fair enough.
Peter Pete says, "Is it wrong I cried when I found out my very sickly ex-wife didn't have the Wu flu?"
Damn.
No, that one's justified. Bad Vibe says, "Toasters
I
are
think it
the
was
best
wrong,
bath
but
bombs to
I'm a
gift
hard
to your
ass, so
ex-wife."
there you go.
That was bad.
Toaster in the bath.
Toasters are the best bath bombs to gift to your
Yep.
ex-wife. Blue Satoshi says, "Matt cried over a form letter. That's what made it absurd." Also, Drex, look up Jarbo the Hutt. It's a parody account that made a rap album with his voice.
Nice.
Gawker's Death Rattle says, "Hey guys, working hard to avoid being blackpilled, but sliding into nihilism with the state of the world right now. Got any words of hope and encouragement? Be like this guy, the most active and ambitious nihilist on the planet." Says, "I don't fucking care."
Yeah, man. Ty, I know it's all gonna collapse.
Of course.
There's 7 stages to civilization, Nick. When you understand that we're at stage 6, which is decadence, the pride before the fall, you go, it's inevitable. So why be mad about it? Just embrace it. Be like, yeah, it's all about to collapse, like all other civilizations.
Like I said,
But don't be nihilistic about it. Just accept it and then do the best you can do for yourself.
like I said, I hope you're wrong, but I fear, in fact, I would actually wager money that you're not. So,
what I would say again, similar to the advice we had the other night. Look, if you're worried about sliding into nihilism, it's not your job to fix the shitty state of the world.
Nope,
it's not your job.
you can't.
You're not going to do it. So just work on you. And shockingly, if everybody would work on improving themselves, and
that's the irony, right?
That would actually fix a whole lot of shit.
It would fix a lot of problems.
So. But that's how you do. Don't worry about fixing the world. Just go improve yourself anywhere, any way.
I mean, don't give up. Raz Simone didn't.
Yeah, Raz Simone, and look at him, the Chad of Chaz.
That's right. Do like Raz Simone.
Yeah. So just, but seriously, if it's physical, go do something physical and get better at it.
Yep.
If it's not physical, it's fine. Go pick up a line of books and enjoy them. Do whatever. It really doesn't matter. Just do something fulfilling. Bad Vibe says Al Bundy needs to reconvene. No, ma'am. Now more than ever.
Right.
Oh, I missed this one earlier. Miss Metro Exo Kitty says, question for Drex and the lads. Why is it that the Five Eyes N-word is considered racist, but can be used as an insult, friendly banter, lyrics, etc., but if you are Slav and Germanic, being called our N-word is purely an insult?
Oh, it's probably just the whole dichotomy of racial slurs.
I have no idea. That's just a complicated question.
Do people actually care about that stuff?
I got it. It's simple. It's because people have decided that that's how the word's going to be. Like on both accounts. Words are just letters put together with sounds that come out. They mean fucking nothing except what people give them.
Yep.
That's why I hate when people are like, well, but the N-word is special. Why are you making it special?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
who cares?
Why?
Who cares?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Sakaki Onsite says, Ty, feeling on Aerosmith's Dude Looks Like a Lady?
Damn.
Yes. Pretty much.
Cal Clay says, to quote White Chicks, where am white women at? That was Blazing Saddles. Joseph H says, I just woke up and my booty hurts.
The line is, hey, where are the white women at?
Yeah, where are all the white women at?
There will be no disparagement of Blazing Saddles here. Yeah.
Phoenix Lord Asterman says, I know Nick wants his stream to end quickly, so Ty, what's the best part of Dune and what makes it great? Don't you dare.
Oh, the best part of Dune.
While you think about that, Bad Vibe says, give Drex this super chat to buy a container to put bagged munchies in. No kidding.
Oh my god.
You have no idea how loud it is to them.
I mean, but I'm not even
You are
making sound.
racist against the mic.
That picks that up?
You remember that scene in Family Guy when Peter had the fat guy convention and they're all just opening bags of chips? That's how you sound every time you reach into that bag.
I mean, it's literally, look, it's not even making a sound. Look.
Robot Rumble says, drunk Ty is the best Ty. Miss Metro XO Kitty says, Last of Us Tumblers 2. Last of Us Tumblers 2 new game mechanic is to speed press X to scissor me timbers on a tranny. Come on. Phoenix Aura
That's
says,
a lot to unpack.
Can we get a show where Drexel reads "Go the F to sleep"? Told you Drex reminded me of Samuel L. Jackson.
No.
Oh, indeed.
Phoenix Orem says, Lemon Voice, where have all the good men gone? Where are all the gods? Where's the streetwise Hercules? Fight the rising odds. Isn't there a black-faced lawyer upon a fiery steed? Late at night I toss and I turn and I dream of what I need. I need a consulate. Holding out for a consulate till the end of the night. She's gotta be thick and I'm gonna be quick and it's gonna be larger than life. That last bit was mine. That was mine. You're welcome.
That's so ridiculous.
Unknown Existence
That's
says,
beyond awesome.
is it okay to cry over the T-800 dying at the end of Terminator 2?
No.
I promise
You know what?
You know what?
I now know why you cry.
Yeah. That was pretty hardcore,
No,
man.
this is what it was.
No,
Boom. That thumbs up.
Okay.
Yeah, with the thumbs up.
A slight tear at the edge, right? I'll agree to that.
Yeah.
But no booing.
Cal Clay says, Ron was crying because Monica pegged him whole interview. God damn it. Sam W says, on the farms, he said he'd crip walk into court. He did say that.
Yeah, we found that out.
Cal Clay says, Drex is sore arm stroking arm. Pain/pleasure.
Thankfully not. Well, I don't really do the whole stroke thing. You know, there's chicks that have to do that for me. But I don't know. Dude, I'm like legitimately hurt, man.
Yeah, those chicks' name are Adriana Cheklik and you with your eyes closed. Deca Bobo says, Drex and Ty cucked us out of our watch party. I feel sad and inadequate going to rub one out in the corner.
Oh, man.
Kalinka Pavlova says, rolling with the punches is internalized ism or whatever. Internalized racism.
Of course.
Yashken says, driving home from work and I see a black whammon twerking on top of a truck. Looks away and keeps driving. No thanks. Also, screw 6/19, 2020.
Yeah, the date of The Last of Us Part 2. A day that will go on in infamy.
I can't. They released Last of Us 2 on Juneteenth.
On Juneteenth. Juneteenth 2020.
No, they released it on the 18th. Thursday, right?
No, well, okay, hold on. The true release was Friday. It was yesterday. Because Thursday was for digital. So true release was Friday, yesterday.
Can't believe they did that. Those
Yeah.
bigots.
So funny story, my friends. My law partner, his birthday is Juneteenth, right? So I said to him, I said, you know, given that your birthday is on Juneteenth, you would think you could dance better than you can. And he goes, oh, really, Tyrone? I went, okay.
Nice.
Yeah, I gave him credit on that one. It's like, okay, fine.
Cal Clay, Nick, please do Pokemon theme as Lemoyne if you can, lol. I want to be the very best, like no cock ever was. I don't know enough of the song.
And by the way,
glad,
I
I don't know the song at all.
I have to give a thank you to the chat for making Nick do that voice because
It's so bad.
I thoroughly enjoy it.
That voice, man.
Peter Pete says, life is starting to feel like Ratopia experiment.
It is. This is the socialism in the rat utopia, man. Not utopia. It's very real. Look at Venezuela. Oh, you know the best? Ty, it happened to me yet again. I had to deal with an idiot at work who did the whole like, socialism is good. You know, and they always do the whole, that wasn't real. So every time you bring up every socialist or socialism, communism, and feminism are all the same. They're exactly the same.
Yes.
And he tried to argue that they're not the same. And I was like, you can't argue with idiots. Like he did the wage gap thing, right? So Ty, I told this to Nick. He's a male feminist because, a Somalian cuck, which was kind of bizarre. But he's a Somalian simp. And he says to me that the wage gap is real, that women only get paid 77 cents on a dollar of a man, and that's wrong. And I said, hold on. These are my exact words. I said, tell me what is it in a business's interest? What is their job? What are they trying to do? He goes, make money. I said, so if a business's job is make money and women only get paid 77 cents on a dollar, how come every company on earth doesn't only hire women? Right?
Thomas Sowell, who is one of the most brilliant economists ever, makes the exact same point, right?
Yep.
That, if you could hire women to work for, 70% of a man's wage, why wouldn't you hire
You would
them?
never hire a man. So any woman out there, if you're a feminist or a fucking mangina butt plug simp cuck, Neil Cuckman, and you still do anal beads rubbing ass to ass cheek with your ex or current girl.
This is problematic.
Yep. This is very toxic.
I'm gonna need you to stop.
Oh,
Are you gonna block me?
Look, we
a
just
lot
have to have
unpack.
we have to have a
anyway.
conversation about this, because this is the toxic masculinity I'm talking about.
Because this is not appropriate. Yeah. No,
Yep.
you're right though. Now Thomas Sowell articulated that exact point.
Yeah.
20 years ago.
It's the most obvious thing, right? Because if you said that, it's like, wait a minute. Then, and Obama the cuck mentioned that, and I was like, but then every company on this earth would be like this: women only. Cheaper labor means more profit, right? In order to get profit time.
So would you like to have an example of a company that actually hires women to do a certain thing a minute? When I was early in my law career, I represented a manufacturing company and they sold to the company. So of course I'm going in trying to understand the business model. And so I go on the production floor, and there are these giant 30-ton machines that carve, metal. And oh, by the way, that's fucking cool. And so, we go into another department, and there's nothing but women. And so I said to my client, I said, with my keen eye for detail, I'm like, why are all these women in this department? He said, well, this is assembly. We make precision parts, and they're women, and they will, make sure everything is exactly right. I'm like, well, men won't do it? He said, oh, God, no.
Nope.
And of course, he looks at me like I'm an idiot. Right? Right? It's just like, wait a minute. I've hired you to represent me while I sell my company, the biggest transaction of my life, and you don't understand this basic point. What the fuck's wrong with you?
Right?
Yeah. But that was a perfect example. The women were employed in the, do shit exactly right and all this. And the men were like, haul shit out the machines and make stuff.
Yep.
I was like, wow. This is amazing.
Yep. It's so simple.
I was young and impressionable.
Yashken says 2 accidents happened to me on that day 2 years. So that's on 6/19. So that's why he hates it. Captain Battleship says Ron Toye, I don't care if it hurts. I want to have control. I want a perfect body. I want a perfect soul. I want you to notice me when I'm not around. You're so very special. I wish I was special.
Okay, is that an actual quote?
No, that's a song. It's Creep. It's the song Creep by Radiohead.
I do remember that song. Wait,
Radiohead
Radiohead or Stone Temple Pilots?
No, that's Radiohead.
Well, didn't Stone Temple Pilots have a song called Creep?
Yes.
And Creep, I remember that song from Core.
But this is, but I'm a creep. I'm a winner.
There was a video for that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, I do remember that. Yep. Back when MTV played videos.
Cal Clay says, pink eye is from Come in Eye, so a pedo wet dream.
Damn.
Jeff the Gamer says, have Vic's appeal documents been filed? I'm a little behind on things at the moment, and it would be a great birthday surprise to hear that they have been. Well, yes, they were filed all before midnight Central.
Yeah.
You know him as Genghis Khan. God. In Lemoyne's voice. Yes, Abby, peg me harder, peg me like the con slut you are. Also, is Neil Cuckman on snack tray duty or cleanup duty?
A dude like him, honestly, he would do both.
Yeah.
He'd be like, electrolytes, it's what bulls crave. And
He's
then
a
after,
one-stop shop.
he's a one-stop. Oh, yeah, he's a Walmart. He's the Walmart of cuckoldry.
Oh, Jesus. Miss Metro Exo Kitty says, "Oh no, I found the extra money that I allegedly don't make. Well, I need to keep up appearances and super chat it so I can perpetuate the wage gap fallacy. Ugh, men." Justice Chatter says, "Nick, not sure if you've realized it, but you have most likely made more money from voice acting the last 2 years than the Kick Vic crowd has. People paying you to voice act super chats and game playthroughs. Voice acting professional equals paid repeatedly."
Nice.
Might be true. Xander Sarant says, "Nick, the Golden Triangle is from Gravity Falls. When is Drex and Jesse Lee Peterson going to talk to each other? If Ty is finally there when you read this, I have reading disabilities. Hard for me to read. Can Lee Book get an audio book?" Radio Nowhere, Radio Static.
Well, you know who our next guest has got to be next time I'm on.
No, we haven't. There's no audiobook yet.
You need to get one.
Yeah, you know, Vic would be really good at that. Actually,
Only you knew someone.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Who are you going to say is the next guest?
You know who. Double G.
Oh, yeah. We got to get the Ghetto Gaggers.
We got to get the Ghetto Gagger guys on, man. It's going to be great.
Nova Zero says,
Who are
"I'm
the Ghetto Gaggers?"
Don't-
He said, worrying.
don't
Oh, yeah, Ty.
not on
no.
stream. Not on
Okay.
stream.
Not on stream.
Fair enough.
I'll tell you later. You will
Yeah.
hate
Yes,
every
fair enough.
single second of it." Nova Zero says, "I'm rewarding Soy Nick, not to be confused with Sony. Also, Soul and Elder are in a new documentary, Uncle Top. Need help to get your weirdos under control, because for some reason that shit is spreading here in Australia. Like, how and why?" Sorry, man. You get all of the weirdos.
Have no control.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, I don't know. FKA Frankenslata says, "I got a copy of The Last of Us 2. If it's yours, if you want it. If it helps the drunk playthrough exist." Also, an Abby voice. "Tell it to my heart. Oh. Tell it to my heart. Tell me I'm the only one. Is this really love or just a game?" I'm not singing an Abby voice because I don't think she would.
She would. She sings with like her rectum as it contracts and
Puff
expands
through it.
and gapes.
Dungeon Master says, "I was the one who asked for Bon Jovi, and that was just the beginning. Just wait for the full album. Lemoyne Sings the Greats, Volume 1. I'll make it happen one super chat at a time."
Wow.
Ouch.
Siren Jag says, "I have
That's like
dysentery."
a threat, actually.
Yeah. Gonna happen one
Yeah,
super
I'm
chat at
afraid
a
it
time.
is.
Siren Jag says, "I have dysentery right now, and I haven't played Oregon Trail in over 30 years. Traveler isn't that hardcore, Beard. Oregon Trail eats Traveler for breakfast in a bowl with nails and motor oil." And then
that's vivid.
Siren Jag said, "Dude, you already swore a blood oath to present more Vinland Saga this weekend. We need to say Thorkel throw more trees." No, that's... Don't worry. Don't worry. All right. There's just a couple more. Cal Clay says, "Drex, please search for SCP-1730. You'll enjoy hearing it." That is. Miss Metro Exo Kitty says, "Hey, Ty and lads, who would get who? Dirty Harry or Bronson?" Bronson wins.
Ooh, hard call.
Yeah, that's tough.
Bronson's a killer.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Bronson.
Yeah. Phoenix Aurum. Lemon's voice. Oh my god. Hold on. Oh my god. "What I want, you got, but it might be hard to handle. Like the cock that drops the candle. The candle feeds the flame. But I got full stock of thoughts and dreams that scatter. You pulled them all together, and how I can't explain. Oh yeah. Well, you make my consulate dreams come true. God damn it. Never again.
That's so bad.
You know what, Nick? You are a pro. You're a professional. And I congratulate you, sir.
Bad Vibe says in Ron's voice,
Give me a break. Give me a break. Break off that break off that strap on deep in me.
Oh. Ty. Nick didn't know that pegging was a thing with so many of these dudes, man.
Neither does Ty.
I mean,
Ty hadn't even heard of pegging till he met you.
Oh, no.
oh man, Ty, it's rampant, man.
You know, I am of the generation basically my crowd was, right? I'm going, do what?
Yeah, you're right.
Goober
Jeez.
Gabber says, go to bed. We're about to. And then Calclay says, SCP-1730, what happens at Site 13? It's hardcore. All right, guys. We got to end this stream right now. We've got no other option. Ty, thank you for joining us.
Ty, it's always a pleasure.
Hey, man, it's always a great time.
So tomorrow is Lionheart. I'm assuming we're doing that. We got to do it like early-ish.
We'll have to figure out a time. I don't know. I'll be announcing it as soon as we figure it out. So, but anyways, thanks guys for hanging out, and we'll talk to you soon. Have a good night. Peace.
Night, Ty and chat.
Peace.
Yep. Thank you, guys. Oh, and thank you for making Nick, do Lemoyne. Yeah.